What is up, guys? I'm Luke.
And I'm Mike.
And welcome to today's Meta Watch 2024 for this set 08. Mike, why are we all dressed up today?
We are going to be going over all the leaders in the game for the 08 format. Notably, we will not be going over the 0.5 format, which is OP08 plus the starter decks plus Sanji from the premium set. We will do another video for that, kind of adjusting this, but we are talking about the meta as it is today with the release of OP08.
Yeah, and we're trying to give it a little bit more prestige, a little bit more, je ne sais quoi from our channel right here. Going over these meta leaders and like really ranking them on some really strict metrics for us. So Mike, do you want to go over like those types of metrics with us right now?
Yeah, for sure. So as always, we are ranking all these decks into one of 5 different categories. The first is regional winning. Now, this isn't just a deck that wins a regionals. This is a deck we expect to win multiple regionals. So, let's say after this video comes out, Yellow-Black Kyross wins a regional. It is not necessarily now a regional winning deck because I don't think anyone should be betting on that deck winning multiple regionals. Under that is top cutting. So these are decks that will consistently be seeing the top cut of events, take good portions of it, at least like 10% on average, and probably go on to win a few, but may fall under winning most of them. They might win one, but make every single top cut sort of thing. But if you're looking to top your regional or treasure cup event, you should be looking at this level as your baseline. And then we have Rogue. That basically means we are pushing into that top cutting slot. We are really looking to take advantage of things that are happening in the format and exploit them. So we're not generically powerful against an even matchup of the field. But for example, if everyone leans towards one deck and this deck outs it, or that general strategy people are leaning towards, then choosing this deck will allow us to jump over all those players, taking a bunch of free wins and convert a top cut. And more times than not, it'll depend on the matchups that player sees for the day, and the general deck composition of that event, or the mind share of what everyone else thinks is correct for these decks to actually make it in. And a lot of decks you might see us put into the Rogue category are decks we feel like could be in top cutting or are just stays at locals, and we won't really know until we actually see data, we see where the winds blow. And so it's kind of like our place to like put our shot in. Next is stays at locals. Now, these decks can be as powerful as decks that are top cutting, don't get me wrong. But when looking at them in the context of an 8, 9, 10 round event plus top cut playoff, they tend to fall short compared to a 4, 5 round local. And so these decks, which could totally still end up getting a top cut spot at a regional, are less reliable to do so, and thus they stay at locals.
Right. Yeah.
Then there's meh.
There's meh. And meh is, self-explanatory. I mean, like, let's actually explain what meh is. And it just is like leaders who look like they can do something, but in the end fall short, either based off their package or their leader ability, or their color typing,
Or a lot of the time even because someone's already doing it better.
Right.
Right? It's like, you could do this, but it's almost identical.
Right.
A good example we'll get into in this video is Red Monkey D Luffy is very similar to Red Monkey D Dragon.
Yes.
And so by Red Monkey D Dragon existing, the value of Red Luffy goes down. Doesn't mean you can't have fun playing them or they won't do well, but given the criteria already existing, the format and other selection, they're just less exciting. And then there's unplayable. Downright unplayable. Now, people like to get a lot of shit about this one. It doesn't mean the leader can't win a game. It doesn't mean you can't have fun playing it. It can mean that for some decks, though. For a lot of them, it just renders the leader choice useless for the sake of the lack of cards you can play in the package, the lack of impact of the ability. For example, people like to argue with us about Red Sabo, Red Black Sabo.
Red Black Sabo, a lot. That is a common comment, right?
And the argument we've had is that when we put it there, yes, you can make something work, but the amount of effort and then variance that needs to go into that deck performing just isn't worth it when you can have an enjoyable time easier at a higher power level playing another deck. So that kind of explains unplayable. And again, there are some leaders in this game that are actually just unplayable. They're also down there.
Okay, so now that we've explained our metrics and kind of our tier list of things that we're going to approach, I think we should just get into it, right?
We should just jump right into it.
Right into it. What are we starting off with, Mike?
We're starting off with the extra booster leaders, and I'm going to be starting us off with Red Green Kozuki Oden. Red Green Oden is a 4-life leader with 1 Dawn when attacking effect that checks to see if you have a cost 5 or higher Wano type character in play. If you do, your Oden leader gains an additional 1,000 power until the start of your next turn. So the current turn plus your opponent's turn, or turns in this case, because it isn't an end of your opponent's turn, it's a start of your turn, then it falls off. And then he also has an additional static ability. So this is like a rule changing ability. And what the static ability does is that any of your Wano type characters in your hand without counter gain counter 1,000. So a lot of powerful Wano cards don't have counter natively printed on them. Now you can use them to counter out defensively. You don't have to worry about your 8-drop Odins in hand clogging things up. Now, super aggressive leader, super powerful. What really pushes this card over is EB01's Hiyori, because it lets you, on turn 2 going second, play a 5-drop to just accelerate the 6k body base a turn ahead while also digging deeper into your deck. Really, sounds like it's not a big deal when you just read text and you explain it that way. Mechanically playing it, leaps and bounds different. Right. And then obviously, at that point, the whole game plan is trying to consistently be a 6,000 power body. So unless your opponent's leader is Edward Newgate, they have to always invest additional resources off of their leader to attack into it, characters that are usually faced into other 5k leaders to attack into it. And this also works aggressively as well, right? With the Dawn on it, you're swinging for 7 actually on your turn.
Yeah. I think it mirrors the new structure deck Black Luffy a lot in that way. You attach a Dawn, you also get a plus 1,000 for any sort of like prerequisites on board, right? You're swinging for 7, you're staying at 6, right? And that seems inherently powerful for sure, but do you think that the package itself is holding it back or anything like that? Or like how other things play into it hold it back? So,
what I think is really good about this deck is that with this idea of executing the 6k body, and then the fact that what's making it happen is having 5 cost or higher Wano characters. So you're at 5 cost plus. Natively on the vanilla scale, that means you're at 7k power or 6k if it has an ability plus on them. So these characters are very hard to remove through cost-based removal, through power-based removal, and now your opponent can't even focus down your leader because of the 6k body. So I think actually this package really works well the way it culminates together and avoids a lot of the easy to interact removal. I think like the best one is probably Gravity Blade right now into this deck. But everyone else is definitely having a hard time. Now, while the 6k body can be a challenge for other decks, the fact that the format right now supports extremely big decks like Bonnie and Black Yellow Luffy. And decks that are so extremely quick like Zoro and going back to Gravity Blade, Doffy, which is extremely quick to the board and has Gravity Blade. I just feel like it's hard to take Oden to the highest power level events. Also, it hasn't had a lot of support in terms of the Wano package, which is mainly what you're trying to play. In recent sets, it's been since Eevee, and Hiyori was great. But it was Hiyori and the new Issho, and that's it. And a lot of the cards you're leaning on are early designed one-piece cards. And so because of that, they're kind of falling out of the way of the character power level of the format.
You like so, your Okikus and like your Izzos and like...
And so, you know, while they're really cool, while they're really good, and while the leader itself is inherently powerful, without the additional tools, I'm going to just say you have to keep this one at locals for now. Still really fun. I think this deck is super cool. But again, a lot of the cards you're actually playing on board are being outclassed by cards printed in the last couple sets because the power level is just way up higher now.
And the red part of that package is going to be focused on Whitebeard. Am I correct? Or is it...
I mean, you can build it that way. You can build it any other way. But the point is to make the engine work. The cards that are actually making the engine work are inherently dated to start. And so we're already starting at such a worse point because of that. Because you need the Wano type cards to do it.
Which might be like a recurring theme for a lot of these leaders going down the list, and I think we're going to see more and more of that. So, you know.
And notably, real quick, just as I forgot to say this earlier, there is a difference between this and Black Luffy, just so there's no confusion with the audience, is that Black Luffy is a static ability for the power buff. So if you remove the 8 cost character, let's say there was just one, during your turn, your opponent has the Black Luffy, they will actually lose the 1,000. Whereas Oden is a check on attack. So once you have the 5 cost on that attack, if the 5 cost is gone, you will still remain a 6k body, which again, why this leader's really good.
That's fun. Actually, that makes a lot of sense.
Just to clarify for the audience.
All right, so up next on our EB leaders is Black Yellow Kyross. Kyross is a 2-color black yellow leader with 5k power that has an active ability. Activate main once per turn. You may turn 1 card from the top of your life cards face up. KO up to one of your opponent's characters with a cost of 0. Notably, this is a double color leader, so this is for life.
Naturally.
So, what is our game plan with Kyross? We're trying to go in and like So what is our game plan with Kyross? Well, we're classified as like a castle / endgame deck. Your goal is to maintain your life total to use as a resource for controlling the board. It plays a lot like the new pudding. You will be focusing primarily on black-yellow top end, with your mid-game being removal based, right? And our mid-game pales in comparison to the mid-game of other top end leaders if we don't have our Violas. So the reasoning for that is we want to keep flipping our life a lot, right? So having Viola on board to either from the get-go, rearranging your opponent's life, you know, and propagating a blocker, so that way we could flip and then have something to chump block first easier. Or after having initiated our first flip, we can then flip it again with Violas. So this is like a leader who's really based on locking and loading and like really constantly reloading their life. So there aren't very many tools for that, I think.
Right. Which is the native problem of pudding. And it has the new Katakuri, which is great.
Yes.
But it's not in this color.
Exactly. So like that's the thing about that though, where in pudding has it in purple and black, or in purple and yellow, as like life flippers. We don't have that in Kyross. We only have yellow as our life flipper. So for me, it feels really disadvantaged just off of that. But I do think that our meta could kind of go one of two ways right now. We could either be speeding up our play with all these new Zoros and like the Doflamingos. We are either starting to shift to a meta that like really revolves around aggressive play in the beginning and people who are playing mid-tier level decks to beat the aggressive ones, or we're sticking with our slow play right now with our slow castle and, you know, making sure that big bodies propagate on board. In that case, I think Black-Yellow Kyross is kind of a sleeper in that you could play Kuzans, you could play like these 10-drop things. You have access to a lot of really strong yellow cards on top of black cards. So I think it could do well.
Now, because you're already going with a more castle, you think the castle approach is the better one. Does additions like the new Robin push you forward and like really generating value off that leader, right? Because I know you're already playing Deadrock Kuzan on that deck. You're trying to make sure that anything on the board is within striking range of the leader in addition to your other black removal you're trying to play. Does something like Robin help out here, or is it just like, is it still being hindered too much by the life manipulation lack?
I think that Robin is a really good tool for this deck, but I think also the other package you're kind of leaning into is like Navy traded. So searching for those types of cards makes it kind of hard unless you propagate Sabos to just keep filtering for Robins.
Oh, okay, I see.
You know what I mean? So like you're either propagating for like something that is mid game, and by the time that you get it, it's a little late to play it. You know what I mean? So I think that Robin is a very good tool. I think that does it help the deck, like push it past like staying at locals? I don't think so.
So that's where it's staying at locals.
I think it stays at locals. I think like it's a pretty good deck. I think that you could probably see somebody top cutting with it, but like you said, it's probably one like statistically kind of hard. So yeah,
that's fair. Last up for EB, we have Hannyabal. Hannyabal is a blue-purple 4-life leader with an end-of-turn ability that lets you return an Impel Down type character with cost of 2 or more to your hand to gain an active Dawn from the Dawn deck. Now, this happens at the end of the turn. You don't get the Dawn for playing stuff that turn. You do get it for counter events, not the most irrelevant thing, right? Ideally, we want to be playing cheap bodies that are generating some sort of value so that we can then get some value out of them, then get value out of our leader with a return, then they're in hand. So the best thing we can do, just straight up, is play a Sadie. Sadie plays as a free Jailer Beast, so on curve on 3, we play a 4-drop off the Sadie. The Sadie goes back to our hand. It's now a 2k counter in hand. Or we get to play it again next turn, do again, and we accelerate it at Dawn. Unfortunately, we cannot do Searchers. Searchers are all 1-drops for these colors. Also, the Searchers are very annoying because the Buggy Searcher only searches for blue Impel Down, and the Hannibal Searcher only searches for purple Impel Down. So
you're whiffing.
Yeah, you're whiffing off being incentivized to play 2 colors, which, in my opinion, you lean more towards blue outside of Sadie and the Jailer Beast combo, is what I found, because you have cards like Inazuma and stuff that give some value. Or, again, if you're not, you're still just then doing the inverse and leaning towards purple. The biggest thing this deck has going is Champion Rifle, which is a 1-drop counter event that can straight up just bounce anything in the game, essentially. Extremely powerful locked Impel Down leaders, and you're always going to be able to play if you activate the ability because you only cost 1 Dawn. Outside of the Champion Rifle, you're not getting that much value out of the leader. There's just better ramp options in the game. Like with characters at ramp or with leaders at ramp, there's already so many to do it better. They overlap in these colors already to do it, with purple's one of their defining feature, obviously being Dawn ramp. And so for me, you're just compromising a lot to get not much. And not that it can't be powerful, because accelerating resources in this game is always going to be good. But because of that, I'm going to put Hannyabal as our first meh of the tier list.
So you don't think like 7 Warlords in this deck would help it at all or anything? Like,
no.
You think splashing it in? No?
I think that just sounds very unfun.
And I think we're going to go back into the 01 leaders now, right? Is that correct?
Starting it off.
Oh
Luke,
my God,
what you got
let's
for
start
us?
off with Zoro, you guys. Oh my God, Zoro Watch 2024, you guys. We are back.
I am on Zoro Watch.
We are back. We are back in such a big way.
And redder than ever?
Redder than ever, dude. Oh my goodness. And it's like, it's just so fast now. It is so fun to play. I think that like Zoro is like uniquely positioned into this meta. And I think I should just go ahead and read what Zoro does for anybody who doesn't know what Zoro does.
like we're doing all the leaders,
So Zoro is a one color red leader, 5k power, 5 life, that reads, Dawn Equip 1, all your characters on board gain plus 1,000 power.
Jeez.
Pretty good, you guys. Really good, you guys.
I don't like it. I don't like it.
Really good. It's always been really good. It's always been a very good leader to
What about the time where it wasn't good?
Oh, you know, don't worry about those times. We're back now. It's okay. Those times don't exist. Those times don't matter anymore. Zoro is back, bigger than ever. And I think Zoro is uniquely positioned into this meta as one of the fastest aggressive decks. If the meta maintains being slow as hell, this deck will pop off. Easy 50-50 into Lucci. Still sucks into Enel unless you can propagate more than he has bodies that can clear, i.e. your Gadatsus, the Namis, Luffys. You know, you gotta dodge all of this removal. But if you can dodge all that removal, you're pretty set for the end game.
Yeah.
You have to really swing and do your attack math differently into like Enel. But this character, this deck has a unique ability to turn every character on its board into a blocker or characters that have taunt, essentially, because the minute like anything flips, your opponent is going to want to take care of that board.
Yeah.
So that means your life, you stay healthy, but you can keep planning multiple plays and using cards and building up to cards like Dragon or 5-cost Luffy, things like that. And once Blue Doffy comes around, this may be cycled out depending on who can be faster. And again, your game plan is very linear with very little deviations of playline, so either your opponent can deal with it or they can't. And if they can, and it's kind of GG. And of course, the Zoro build that I am talking about is Zero. So this build is revolving around the new Chopper cards from Chopper from 08 and Chopper from EB01. Mike wrote a deck guide on our current Chopper leader for 08. And then at the very end said, hey, this deck is really good if you slot it into Zoro. I do not think he's lying. So I think one of the other strongest cards of this deck is EB01's Shut Up and Come With Us, the event, which allows you to... So good, you guys. So good. If you go second and you mull for 2 of those events in your hand, by the time they just do their like regular 5-liter swing, you play 2 of those off of that 1 counter and you propagate 2 things on board, possibly 3.
I'm gonna jump in here. This is why this deck is so absurd now, because at least before, this deck was 1-drop machine with a few, like with some Zoro, some Luffy's, Kenny Killers and EB, right? To like flush out the late game. But otherwise, you were playing a bunch of dorky 1-drops that, unless you had Makino or Magura played that turn, you had to at least put an additional 1 to 2 Dawn on the character to make attacks. So like, even though the card cost 1, sometimes replaced itself, you were still having to turn over turn and invest more. Now, you're like, I'll play this 3-drop Chopper. I will make another a body. The Chopper already attacks. The new body attacks when Zoro has a Dawn on it. And I've made 2 attackers at the investment and now of 1.5 Dawn each, and I don't need to give them any more on the following turns.
Yeah.
And then you have cards like Shut Up, which would generate the 008 Chopper.
Yeah.
Just generated 2 bodies for half a Dawn. Like, the rates are just crazy,
It's
dude.
just stonks, you guys.
It's
just
like,
so good.
Like, this is like, it's like when Nvidia does a stock split, but everyone just buys it up immediately. It's like, oh, this printed more money. Thanks, Nvidia.
Yeah. So I really think that this deck is actually, yes, like I said earlier, 50-50 into Lucci, because the rush down strategy of just pressuring Lucci's life is really good. they have to play like weird card combos because all of your character costs are like 3 costs, right? So they have to play 2 reducers if they want to Lucci something, basically, right?
Yeah.
Like they have to like Tempest kick you, and then have 10 cards in their trash to do it. And doing a lot of these removal things that Lucci has to do early is pretty hard for Lucci. So unless they see the nuts, right, then I think it's a very strong favorite into Zoro 50-50. Again, if they do see the nuts, it leans the other way, but I feel like that's always kind of been Lucci, so.
Yeah.
And then it's also uniquely positioned into Black Yellow Luffy because we have access to Diable Jambe, which is great.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's more than even just that, if I could jump in. Like, you're propagating wide fast, and now that we're starting again at like 5K base, 4K base characters, so starting at like 2K base, like 1-2s or 1-3s, even when they make the leader big, if they make it 7 and not 9, you can still swing an entire board into it for multiple 7, 8, and 9s on the turn. It just demand, and they know that. So early in the game, you're just demanding the resources. Because if they just go to 0 too early and they can't board a combo, then it's like you die.
And honestly, Mike, I might award Zoro our first regional winner because at the beginning of the format, a lot of people just forget basic combat math. So
you're like, it's gonna win a bunch off the rip.
Off the rip, but then I think it's gonna peter out into being like, hey, we all figured out.
But it's won enough where it deserves to be called.
Exactly. but by that time happens, it's gonna win like 3 regionals.
I think for me, I think it's literally on the cusp, and I think your assessment is correct. That as always, the earlier in the format, the better the aggro deck does. The later in the format, the better the control deck does, or the better any other deck playing around the aggro deck does. And I do think that the only thing bad going for Zoro is that everyone knows every card in that deck. They know exactly what it does, and even though you're doing powerful stuff, you're doing very honest stuff.
It is very linear, absolutely.
And so I'm going to defer to you as a Zoro player and agree. But it is, I think we can both also agree that at minimum it's top cutting.
I do think it is like minimum top cutting, and I do agree with you.
I think for 08 format, not 8.5, I am more than happy seeing it at the tournament winning.
Yeah, I do think, yes, exactly. Like, I conservatively put it in regional winning because I do think it is literally just going to be...
That's a crazy set of words to say. I conservatively put it in the winning. The top one.
I think my assessment hinges on the fact that people don't know... Like, they're too busy flip-flopping or floundering on decks right now.
Yeah, sure.
So the strong Zoro player early on takes the worm.
Right? I also don't think you're giving enough credit. I think even people knew what they were doing. This deck is just that good. The rate's just that good.
So consistent. So,
all right. Crazy.
Yeah.
Also, next one, we got Red Green Law. A 4-life leader would activate main, pay 2 Dawn when you have 5 characters on your board to return 1 card to your hand, and then play a 5 cost or less character that is a color different than the one you control. So this is a red green leader. You bounce a red card, you play a green card, you bounce a green card, you play a red card. This deck is about centering on creative and very powerful character combos. We are deploying a lot of cheap value bodies similar to OG Zoro. So a lot of 1-drop, 2-drop cards that search, or a lot of cards that do interactive abilities to keep us either aggressive like Brook, or do more card advantage like Sanji, or do reduction like Otama to help us on board. And then we use the cheating of Dawn with the leader ability of playing 5 drops for 2 costs, essentially, cheating 3, to power out very explosive big bodies. We use our life as a resource to basically get card selection, to have better options on there. If our opponents starve us, then we're just swinging with leader for free while we build our board. It's been one of the most powerful cards in the game since the game's come out, and it continues to be so even now, especially with the lack of RP law. Inherently makes this deck better than it was, because there's nothing doing the same level of interaction and aggro. Like, Zoro's got aggro, but he doesn't have interaction.
Yes, correct.
This is bringing the best of both worlds, which is kind of crazy. The biggest flaw in this deck right now is the reliance on the full board. Smarter opponents can starve you properly, and we are at a point in the game where every single color seems to have access to good removal at the top and good removal at the bottom, and they're already incentivized to play it. So it's kind of like being the Zoro player in the way where you are fighting into these really powerful, really good card selection decks, and everyone, again, honestly knows what you're doing. Now, you get a lot of tech choices with Red Green Law. That's like a good thing.
Yeah.
And like Red Zoro, you can just kind of unga bunga take them if they're playing too slow, or you can play a longer strategic value game. But overall, you're kind of set into like 75% of your deck choice and 75% of your like turn choices on at least the first like 4 turns. Right.
Yeah.
And so that makes it a little tough. And the good thing is though, Lucci 4 cost is on the decline. The Black Luffy leader, which is now taking over to beat the Black Mirror matches without playing Black Yellow Luffy, you're not relying on 4 cost Lucci anymore.
Yeah.
Moria still plays some, but even some of those I've seen doing well without Lucci and isn't leveraging it in the same way as it was before. So I think we're at an impasse here where a lot of the best cards and the best leaders that play them can completely shut this leader down still. But people are being incentivized to not play those cards.
Interesting.
And so where does that leave me as Red Green Law's biggest simp?
And I just to interject on your Red Green Law thing, if Zoro starts to see a rise, I think Red Green Law is the deck that kind of like checks that deck. To be honest.
it mid-ranges the deck in a way where it can go faster than the Zoro if the Zoro's playing slow, and then slower than the Zoro if it needs to take control of the matchup, right?
Yeah.
It plays like a mid-range deck, even though I would classify as a combo deck, you know, not really a mid-range deck. And so, here's what I'm going to say to you all as I finish my first page of this video. Ladies and gentlemen of the Court of Opinion, I beseech you that law lovers like me have had it too bad for too long. Only one manga, only one top cut card, no serial law, mind you. And there's 2 serial Luffys. And then they just banned our leader, RP Law, the godsend, because of Black Maria, that hoe. And so for that, I'm gonna shoot my shot and say that Red Green Law is a top cutting deck in any format.
Well, there you have it. I think I'm gonna agree with you. I think I'm gonna agree with you because I think there's gonna be a bunch of these players trying to play something aggressive or trying to shake up the meta. And I think at any point, RG Law is a very, very well-positioned leader. I think like how do I explain this? Like the Mario Smash Bros. Type of like leader, you know what I mean? Like it's
he's always in contention.
It's always there. Like it's just always there. There's always that one player. So like
sure.
I think like, and especially the OGs, you know, that's who I fear the most. That's who I fear the most. When I see an OG RG Law player, I fear that because that person has been here since day one.
I fear no man, but that player
that scares me. So I think I'm gonna agree with you. I think it's gonna be top cutting. I think if not top cutting, at least rogue. So.
All right, Luke, I have my grandstanding. Where are we at next?
We're on green Oden.
I do not cheer for that one. No, he does not get the Kozuki Oden.
No. Green Oden is a 5-life leader, 5k power, that reads activate main once per turn. You can trash 1 Land of Wano type card from your hand. Set up to 2 of your Dawn cards as active.
Neat.
Cool. Remember, Mike, when we were talking about like early cards just aren't enough to like carry that leader?
They don't make cards like they used to.
They really don't.
No.
I don't think, I think the Green Wano dream is dead for now, unless it's in Perona. So we should just let it go for a little bit.
Well, what's this leader trying to do?
So the game plan for this leader is you want to create multiple bodies on board while using and cheating Dawn to equip onto those characters to activate their when attacking abilities.
Right.
Which is not great in green, to be honest.
In theory, it's really cool.
Yeah.
In execution, it's just Denjiro. Yeah.
I mean, there's just so many ways that like other green characters and leaders cheat Dawn to equip onto things and just like do it so much better.
Trashing a card is a big cost.
Huge thing. Yeah. And like the argument could be that you trash like things that have no counter, things that are just like too top end, but you're still going down 1 card. You know, and that's really, really rough, especially for like a mono leader with like a subpar typle, you know?
Yeah, and you're forced to play that very minimal card pool typle we kind of went over with Red Green Oden to use this ability.
Yeah.
It's not like you're like, oh, I'll just play like 15, that's enough. It's like, no, if you're actually gonna do this right, you need to make sure you can always trash every turn, even if you're not going to, which means you have to play a sizable number of bodies.
Yeah, and back in my day in OP01, right? A lot of the Wano traded cards, yes, they have all these like when attacking with Dawn ×1 abilities, notably Okiku, Denjiro,
Kinemon, but there was like a target for it.
Yeah. So like, and like Kozuki.
Shout out my boy Rizo though, doesn't need a Dawn, and he's goated.
What a god. Yeah, and he draws you cards. So
that's why he's goated.
Yeah, that's why he was good. That's why we ran.
He's basically a blue card. I don't know why he's in green. He's a 3/4 that says when it's rested, if something else is rested, draw a card. I'm like, that's a blue card.
That's cool. So, yeah, I mean, like, we aren't designing cards like that anymore.
Were we even really at the start?
I don't know.
It was just set 1. The set 2 Wano stuff didn't even play into that at all.
So, I mean, this is meh. This is meh to me.
Interesting.
Yes. This is meh, and Cusp stays at locals. So
I am going to make our first argument of this video and say this leader is unplayable.
Oh, okay. You know what?
I think this leader is downright unplayable.
Wait. Yeah, hold on. That's not an argument. My bad. I just forgot that unplayable was a tier. So it is unplayable. I think it's unplayable.
It's down there with Hannyabal. It's like, listen, can you do something with this leader? Yes. Will you do something with this leader? Statistically, no.
Yeah.
And if you do, was it worth all that time and frustration to do it that 1 out of like 20 times?
If you're like the 3 green Oden players who watch our video,
I'm sorry.
sure it is.
I'm sorry.
But yeah, I'm sure for you it is. And I'm sure, like, you know, your locals and, like, what you're known for, it's great, you know.
Listen, there's a world where they print new cards that make this leader good.
Yeah.
But right now, they are not, they haven't, and they don't seem interested in doing it. That's just, and it's so typo locked.
Yeah.
It's so typo locked.
And I think this leader is sitting at, this leader is sitting at 2890 for some reason at TCG.
Well, it's OP01.
I guess that's fair, right?
OP02 Smoker is still a $125 card.
Yikes.
Yeah, I was my friend pulled it. He got some boxes in. His friend found in the wild, and MSRP, and he opened it, and I'm like, oh, too bad you pulled this forever ago. And I looked at it. It's like the most expensive one. I'm like, why?
That's wild.
Why?
That is wild. All right. Well, yeah. So that's Oden.
Moving on, we have Red-Green Luffy from OP01. Red-Green Luffy is a 4-life leader. With an activate main, pay 5 Dawn Step to one of your Supernova or Straw Hat type characters, but it costs a 5 or less as active, then give it 1,000 power until the end of the turn. Now, Red-Green Luffy looks to take advantage of powerful aggression tools that are in red, like the Straw Hat cards, lots of rush, etc. And then green Supernovas, which offer, you know, tempo opportunities. Blocker Law to reset something that was rested back active, or trade up from a small unit. Re-Standard Law to get multiple attacks. It's like leader on a body. Like, so good. Cards like Cavendish, especially scary right now, right? You play Cavendish, you get 2 Dawn back to put towards the leader ability or some other stuff. You attack with Cavendish, you rest 2 Dawn, or reactivate 2 Dawn. Then you pay 4, attack with Cavendish again after restanding it, get 2 back again. Like, that is some value you're converting there. That's some real powerhouse stuff. But it's so all in on the aggression.
Yes, 100%.
And the bodies themselves aren't doing a lot with the leader. It's a 4-life leader, which to me means the leader needs to be effortlessly supporting this aggression. Paying 5 Dawn is not effortless. Like putting 1 on Zoro. Like even activating the new Chopper's ability. That's not going to math out. The math just simply isn't mathing.
You're paying too much for too little.
Yeah, and so what my opinion is, based on having tried a lot with this deck, especially when Cavendish came out, I'm like, okay, let me cook for a minute here.
Yeah,
we got Cavendish, we have the new Bonnie. I'm like, let me cook with this for a minute. What I have found is that this deck relies so much more on what your opponent has in their hand and is doing in any game for you to win than any decision you make. You're just running them over. There's not even like, oh, I sequence differently because it's this matchup or whatever. It's like, no, you're just all head in all the time, and you're so resourced. Like, if you have the Cavendish, maybe we're playing like a cool match here.
Right.
If you don't see the Cavendish, you're not even like playing modern one-piece matches right now. So, because of that, and the fact that, again, there's just better aggressive leaders doing the red things in red, doing the green things in green, you could argue the Red-Green Law is doing the better version of this in the color combination. Because of that, I'm going to leave it in meh. You do just still have so many powerful cards you're incentivized to play because of Straw Hat and Supernova trading that I don't think it's unplayable. And again, that Cavendish combo gets really dirty.
Yeah.
Gets really dirty. But I still am just like not going to go out there and be like, you go play that red and green Luffy.
Yeah, as someone who also pet deck this, I really, the deck is literally like Luffy and Cavendish. That's basically it. So, I will agree with your assessment there. I think it's bad. Yeah. Blue Purple Kaido is a 4-life leader, 5k power, with a Dawn Equip 1 ability that states on your turn, once per turn, when your opponent's character is KO'd, add up to 1 Dawn card from your Dawn deck and set it as active. Alright, Animal Kingdom has finally has searchers.
It's
in
our
both colors.
time.
So yeah,
it's our time.
Yeah, so it finally has both color searchers, right? In blue and purple. So finding Onigashima or other pieces could be pretty easy. And with blue not having a lot of KO effects, it seems a little not great, to be honest. With the leader ability, other Animal Kingdom pirate leaders seem to do your strat kind of better. That being King and Purple Kaido. But access to all the boss Kaidos is kind of cool.
How do you think the bottom decking, like obviously it's a Namba with the leader, but just the access to, like for example, if you're playing the ramp strip package, you're playing Gravity by like a whole turn cycle ahead.
Yeah.
You're on Onigashima. Or you're playing like Red Rocks like it's nothing. Like is that enough?
I don't know if it's enough because a lot of those cards aren't searchable. So if you're running double Animal Kingdom Pirate searchers, you're more likely to whiff those unless you're mulliganing for them in the beginning, right? And I hesitate to say something is good based off of a mulligan strat. After I had, after I had very much advocated that for that on Zoro, but
don't run back the tape.
Yeah, there are reasons why that deck is good without mulliganing, right? But there are reasons why this deck wouldn't be able to catch up or meet up to the other current modern leaders, and I still think it's because other things do its thing better. So for that, I'm gonna put it at stays at locals though. I think that it is very well positioned. Black Maria is a really good card. There's a lot of good Animal Kingdom pirate traded cards that are just solid cards, so it's not suffering from a bad package.
Do you play the Big Mom in here just because you're already playing the Purple Searcher, I assume? And it's it's a heel top end.
I mean, the 9 cost Big Mom, or
the new one, yeah.
I think maybe I will.
Yeah,
I think maybe you should. It's just too good. It slaps something into life, bounces something into life, and then it's just a huge ass body. So I think that's a very good inclusion. It's searchable. It's searchable by.
Well, with the Purple Searcher.
Oh,
right, because that's what you're talking about, right?
Yeah. Oh, I forget that also searches for. Okay. I was only thinking of Animal Kingdom.
And that's why they're gonna find the One Piece.
That's why they're gonna find the One Piece.
That's what it says.
It's time to claim the One Piece, right? Whatever.
Is that what it is in the translation? I thought. Oh shit. Okay. Wow. Looking like a scrub with pants on the ground. Blue Doffy. Here we go.
Oh god.
5-life leader with Dawn 2 when attacking ability. Lets you pay 1 Dawn to check the top card of your deck. If that card is a cost 4 or less 7 Warlords card, you may put it into play rested. Blue Doffy is very obviously, for anyone who keeps on the pulse of this stuff, positioned to be a top leader of this format, and especially going into the next format. With the ban list solidifying the 08 format with a black-yellow Luffy leader that is so incentivized to be played into the current field because one of its biggest competitors, RP Law, is gone. A leader like this that can go wide super fast, super hard, and unlike Zoro, with the new 08 Chopper, but unlike traditional Zoro, is doing so by generating cards on the top of his deck rather than generating the bodies from hand, so it can still counter. Plus, bottom decking removal against Black's non-KO stuff is crazy.
Yeah.
And on top of all of that, your ability to develop bodies that are interactive on the board and with the player's position, puddings to disrupt the hand.
Yeah.
Laws that can attack and then go back to hand to disrupt the hand. You can set up the top of your deck with some of these cards. You can even just turn them all sideways, throw away your hand, and untap with 5 again, like you're playing RP Law. And most importantly, you're not giving up the aggression against a lot of decks in this format.
Right.
So a lot of decks right now, Bonnie, BY Luffy, they are going to punish you for attacking for 5, because you only have limited attacks during a turn. But if your limited attack is your leader and your leader's already incentivized to swing for 7, you're doing the best of both worlds. So what it comes down to for me is that the removal is so good right now. The population is so well priced. The bodies that you're populating are so good. And decks that we could already start, flagging that we're going to get to later as one of and some of the best decks in the format fold to these strategies and fold to this specific type of interaction the deck has.
Yeah.
And my biggest issue is that we are without a lot of the card selection we really want, right? There are some crazy cards we'll talk about when we review this list again for 8.5. Without those cards, you are playing into yourself a lot, is the problem. And where everyone else is going big, you have a small window to be aggro, which you can do it well. And then otherwise, you need to see specific interaction pieces.
Right.
And so for now, even though this is my deck that I'm super all in on for 8 and going into 9 right now, I'm going to reel it in and say this is just top cutting.
Yes, I think I agree with that assessment as well. Top cutting, for sure. I think that you're going to see a wave of Blue Doffy players trying to get in their reps before it turns into 8.5. I think that a lot of those players are going to be there to basically say that they were there, right? And then just keep testing it. But I do think that it is kind of fruitless testing until 8.5, to be honest. The deck doesn't perform differently than it did in 7. So, and I agree with you on all the points that were proven. I really also do want to switch to this deck in 8.5 as well.
Yeah.
That's actually going to be my move. So I think, does Jack threaten this at all?
7-drop Jack?
Yes.
Absolutely. Yeah. The only upside is that they always do have to reduce something, because the only 3s you're playing are
the blocker, right?
Yeah, blocker, and then your setup cards right now, right? Again, the biggest thing is that this deck loses to itself in the sense of without the draw and really over-the-top powerful deck top manipulation cards that it's going to get, that we all know it's going to get, but it doesn't have right now, there's games where you don't find the right tech piece. There's games where I have 3 puddings in my hand, my opponent's not giving me the opportunity of putting them, right? Where you want to play less copies of these cards and just be able to dig better rather than play so many copies of these cards and then have hands where games where they're not relevant, hands where you're stocked with them and they don't do anything. You have a bunch of all of them, they don't do anything. Where they're not being tempoed right, where you can't dig out of the hand or remanipulate to brainstorm them away and have them at the right point. So for me, I think that it's extremely powerful, but it's not quite where it needs to be to line up the cards properly.
Yeah. Cool, and for that reason, it is just top cutting, correct?
Yep, just top cutting.
Cool. Up next is Purple King. With an ability that reads, on your turn, if you have 10 Dawn cards on your field, give all your opponent's characters minus 1,000 power. So this leader works like an inverse Zoro, but only on your turn. Guys, I don't really feel like I want to explain anything more on this. I feel like, yeah, I mean, the thing is, I used to be a King player, and it was for fun and for laughs. I topped a couple of locals, and it was funny. Guys, it's just funny. It's just a funny deck.
It's a funny guy.
It's just a funny deck. I don't even think Black Maria helps your strat in this, maybe.
No, I don't think it does at all.
Because the thing is, it's on your turn. Those characters go to wine.
You get the one turn where they attacked into you, and you're like, I'll play this Black Maria, I'll activate the all minus 1,000, I'm going to swing in with the cards I do have, and now I've generated, extra combat power over them.
Yeah. And guys, in 09, we get a single Shanks card that does everything that this leader does. So...
Also, he's not even hot. This isn't even Hot King.
This isn't even Hot King.
We had Hot King.
It's not even Hot King. Whatever.
Do I need to guess where this goes?
Yeah, go ahead and guess. Go ahead and guess.
Unplayable.
Unplayable. I think it stays at locals too.
What? Are you serious?
No, I am not serious.
Oh, god damn.
I'm not serious. I'm a little bit serious.
Blue Purple Croc is the next one up for us. A 4-life leader with Dawn 1. When you activate an event card, you may draw a card if you haven't already used this effect during the turn. This works for either player's turn, which is really great. This Crocodile is favored in a control role when you're building it in a shell that's trying to go big, go long, and play a slower interactive deck rather than a tempo-y or an early game deck, or try to fill a lot of different random stuff. You just want to go big, and you just want to be doing stuff to get you to the big parts.
Yeah.
And then you want to slam multiple large bodies, Kaidos. Either the 10 drops are good. The blues, the purples, they're all good.
Yeah.
You can play the purple Croc, gains you life. You have Red Rock Gravity Blade, all the good bottom decking removal from blue. The cheesiest thing you get to do, obviously, is you get to play the zero event and draw cards. So you get to tap out all your stuff, and then your opponent attacks in with the one on your leader, and then you say, I will counter with the zero event for 3k total. And now you draw a card. So now, if you've just drawn even a 1k off that, all your zero removals are no longer, all your zero counters are no longer worth 2k counter, they're worth 3k counter. They also are digging you into your plays, and being a dual color leader means you get 8 copies of these zeros. Again, we're also trying to control the board, so we're incentivized to play removal. We have the great blue removal. That's all events. You put one on your leader, your Gravity Blade says, bottom 2, draw 1. You have netted a card out of that interaction. That's, you get 2 cards. Gravity Blade trades for 1 character, they lose another one, you draw a card.
Yeah.
You're up 2.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Replaces the Gravity Blade and then gives you plus
Yeah.
1. Yeah, it's really good.
So you're incentivized to do that turn over turn over turn, and then just go really big.
Yeah.
This leader is really fun. It's super cool to build, super cool to pilot, and it makes you feel like a huge IQ when you're doing it, right?
But is it worth it?
Is it worth it? You also, I want to also mention, we've never been in a better generic ramp position. So we have Mr. 2s, we can play into some of the Baroque Rook strategies if we want to. We also don't have to do that. And even cards like Black Maria can be good if you want to leverage things like Rush Kaido in the deck, that Dawn Minus Heavy, and then get back up fast. You have access to that. I think this deck still stays at locals, unfortunately.
Yeah.
It's really good because it's masterminding a bunch of powerfully generic cards. And the biggest problem with that is that, one, none of those cards are in a list that we would call game-breaking cards. Blue doesn't have any of those. Purple has one, and it's not relevant for this deck. And when it comes to everything else you're doing, because they are generically powerful cards, they don't rely on you doing a certain strategy or playing a certain leader. They are outclassed 1-for-1 by powerful typo cards, those cards that are extremely broken in the course of the whole game, like Gecko Moria. And especially with Black still being a powerhouse in the format, Gecko Morias kind of make it hard for the removal. Granted, the bottom deck counters it, but they have ways of filling their trash on their own and then rebuilding board off just one Moria.
Right.
So I would recommend, if you've never tried it, maybe try playing this leader. But I would say to keep it at your local.
We're starting on our OP02 leaders. Starting off with Edward Newgate. Edward Newgate is a 6k power leader, 6 life leader. At the end of your turn, add 1 card from the top of your life cards to your hand. And the first of our 6 life leaders, the first of our 6k power leaders, the first goat in red, like I mean, not true, that's Zoro, but like, I mean, one of the first goats ever, was a terror.
The best to ever do it.
Yeah. The first leader to ever be banned.
The first leader to ever be banned. The first leader to get a card ban.
Yes. So, now where is that at, right? Well, it would be really funny if we could put Zoro's package and place it into Whitebeard, but it doesn't work just because we don't have anything that helps pump it up.
Right.
Playing pure Whitebeard Pirates is very hard in a meta where 5 cost removal is very easy, i.e. like Nami, Luffy, the 9 cost Kaido that removes anything 7 or under. Like,
yeah.
Like it's just you don't have a lot of time to play a bunch of bodies. You just play like a bunch of like 5 to like 7 cost bodies. By the time you slam your 9 cost Whitebeard down, like they can deal with that pretty easy.
Yeah, and they used to be distractions and sucking up resources. But like you said, all the interaction just pairs too well into it, where now they're not pulling away resources, they're just going away, and you're still losing your life while your opponent's targeting.
Yes. And also, at the same time, we've had this leader and players for this leader for so long that we understand the strategy. We know that it's very linear. You have 2 Dawn up. I know it's 2 Rad Beams. Like,
now, does Dragon from 07 help anything now that the format's changed, though?
I think that it could, but I think it suffers from the same problem that if your board was cleared earlier, you are just swinging with a 9 and an 8, basically, right?
Okay.
You know what I mean? Like, if your board was completely cleared from the point until you play that dragon, you play dragon, and then you're just like, okay, this is the best I can do 2 swings, right?
Sure.
And that feels kind of bad, especially in a world where you can play Zoro, you know, like, so we are in a meta where it benefits us to play a lot of wide bodies. We are in a meta right now where it benefits us to play a lot of wide bodies. So, so you know, I am saying that this stays at limits.
Yeah, I think I'm there with you too. I am excited to revisit this with the new starter deck coming out when we get to 8.5.
True.
So I do think one of the cards in there will help a
Yeah.
bit and make it where you could maybe knock it up at least one.
Yeah, maybe we lock it up at least one. But we're watching it for now. We're watching it because there always could be somebody who does that.
Ladies and gentlemen, you talk about unplayable leaders, and I offer to you Monkey D. Garp, a red-black leader for life. With an on-your turn ability that says whenever you attach a Dawn to your leader or character, give up to one of your opponent's cost 7 or lower characters, -1 to their cost for that turn. Now, ladies and gentlemen of the court, I may be just a humble Pennsylvania ruralian of a government-assigned historical farming community. Which basically means we still have chains, except for we got 1 Dunkin' Donuts, so I graduated high school. But last I checked, red cares about power-based interaction.
Yes.
And black cares about cost-based interaction. And both these decks are best when they're playing into their interaction.
Arguably.
And there's not many cards that just throw around Rested Dawn. At least without having a leader that does it, per se.
Yeah, yeah.
So how good do you think this leader actually is? Okay, but I mean,
go raise my hand or
if you do want to play this leader, you can utilize cards like Start Deck 1 Nami,
Haruta,
Brooks, Harutas, all these cards on curve to do that. It's just the problem that it doesn't line up. Now, I will say, there is one thing I want to talk about here. The deck's actually never been better because we have Jack now. Because the best removal card for this deck was the Starter Deck 6 Garp.
Right.
Because you could play it, set it up, and then just attach Active Dawn.
Yeah.
And do removal shenanigans, right? Because it's Activate, Main, Remove.
Yeah.
Now we have another Activate, Main, Remove.
Yeah.
It's also hard to remove from the board.
Yeah, absolutely.
So if anything, this is the time to play Garp. It's never been better. It's never been a better time to play Monkey D. Garp.
The bar was just so low. Like, it was just like so low.
Yeah. It was so low that Jack just came in and picked it up and started benching it. So, listen. I'm never going to recommend you play this leader. But if you want to play this leader, I hope you have a good time with it. And that being said, this leader is ranked as unplayable.
Speaking of unplayable leader, Sanji's up next. Oh my god, is that like the chain? Is that a chain now?
Are you ranking this as unplayable?
Breaker? I mean, I am ranking on yours as unplayable. That is unplayable.
No, but are you ranking Sanji as unplayable?
I mean...
Whoa! Alright!
Green Blue Sanji is a 4-life leader with a once per turn. When you play a character with no base effect from your hand, if you have 3 or less characters, set up to 2 of your Dawn cards as active.
So vanillas.
So you're playing vanillas.
You're playing vanillas.
You're playing vanillas.
But you cheat Dawn, which is pretty good. Bullet removal.
Once again, so like, remember how we're like, if your strategy like kind of needs you to have these things, it feels bad.
Sure.
If you can't search for them, like, and there's no green like Straw Hat searcher. There's no like green searcher that will also search your blue. Is there a green Straw Hat?
I mean, technically, Film Nami searches Straw Hat.
I guess that's true. You're right. But like, I think there was a time when we were like running like film in this.
Yeah, I mean, listen, if you are going to play this deck, Film's the way to go.
Film is the way to go.
You get to multiplay, you get to recoup Dawn on the multiplay.
You do film and then you do like blue removal stuff, right?
Right, yeah.
So, I mean, but there are so many decks that do that better, you know what I mean? Like, there's just a lot of decks that like do like, hey, let's play a bunch of bodies and also go like, and also remove your bodies. Haha, cool. Doflamingo. Lucci.
We're going to be making these lists a lot.
Yeah, so, for very quickly, that reason, I'm just going to keep it at unplayable / cusp stays at locals.
There's meh.
I mean, there is meh. Maybe meh.
Yeah, I mean, that's what you just described.
Maybe I did, yeah, maybe meh. I think not unplayable because...
I think it's a little more than unplayable.
Yeah,
I think the identity of what the leader is doing is good.
Right.
I think the ways to do the best of both worlds of playing enough vanillas for value and then still playing good green and blue stuff can get you there. It's a headache for sure as a four. We were talking about this a few weeks ago. I was talking with Dean about this, I think, a few weeks ago too. They're like, I think if this leader had been a 5-life leader, this would have been a meta leader. The problem is literally that it's a 4-life leader.
Yeah.
Because it takes like just a little bit of time to start cycling through everything that you lose by not having the life.
Yeah.
And you lose one more card access resource over the turn of a turn by not drawing a card from your life.
Yeah, true. But I mean, like I said, for all those other reasons, that there is a deck that just does it better, right?
Yeah.
So for that, it's meh.
Meh.
Yeah.
Next up, we have Green Kinemon from set 2, who is a 5-life leader with activate main once per turn ability that discounts the cost of the next 3 or higher land of Wano character you would play by 1. So the next 3 costs you play would be a 2, the next 8 costs you play would be a 7. This only happens if you control less than 2 characters on the board. So you can't do it when you already have some board built out. In every single card game, and a reason why I push for Sanji there to be above unplayable, is that there are 2 things you can do in every card game that are great. The first one is my favorite words in any card game, draw a card. The second is any sort of cheating of your resource system.
Yeah.
Generating it faster, generating extra, getting to play things at a discount. And that's what this Kinemon does.
Yeah.
You're playing 3 5s on your first turn going second. You are discounting your bombs to get them out a turn cycle earlier based on if you went first or second. The problem holding Kinemon back is the same thing as everything else. Green Wano cards don't exist.
Yeah.
They are just not there. And the whole point of this one is to play Wano cards. You need to play at least 50 to 60% Wano cards to make it worth your while. Now, I will say, unlike Green Oden, because it cheats stuff out, we can do one very, very good play that on its own, I think makes it worth playing the deck. Which is you can go first, discount EBO1 Hiyori to play it for 3, then immediately sack it and play a 5-cost Yamato double tech vanish.
Yep.
And then swing with it with all your Dawn or enough Dawn sufficiently on your following turn. You can swing with it, you're on time with 5 Dawn, you give it 3 Dawn, swing for 8, and leave a punk Gibson.
Yeah.
So like...
However, that play just gets punked by person's removal.
But your opponent's on 4, so you get to attack first.
That's fair.
That's the difference, right?
Yeah.
So that's only because of the tempoing of that. So because of that alone, I will give this deck a very good rating of Stays at Locals.
I think that's a fair
Because I think you can mulligan in a 4-round event. I think you can pull off that enough to go like 3-1.
Yeah. With your reasoning, I think that's a fair rating. I do think that it is still being held back by the chains of bad OP01 cards.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah.
100%.
As a former Kinemon player, God, I wish it was good.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I think you just take it, whereas before, and I played it in OP02, you used it to play a bigger late game. I think you just gear it to be aggressive, right?
Yeah.
So you're trying to do this Yamato play. You're trying to interact with Hody Joneses. You're trying to maybe do Rosinante multiplay shenanigans, right? I think you're just leaning in an opposite gear shift than you were before. But again, I think that like you're cheating Dawn, which is good. You get to play generically good green cards and discount your good green Wano cards. And because they have a play that good in the deck still, I can't, I mean, at worst it's a meh. But I think it's a Stays at Locals. You can enjoy playing this deck and get value out of the time you put in.
Yeah. Magellan time. Magellan is a purple leader, 5 life, that reads your turn once per turn. When a Dawn card on your field is returned to your Dawn deck, this leader gains plus 1,000 power during this turn. Yeah, the game plan for this leader is to use your Dawn minus effects, gain plus 1,000 for free. You play into, well, hopefully you're playing into your like Jailer Beast, like Impel Down purple package with just generically good like other purple like late game end cards. I don't know if Black Maria is enough to help this deck prop it up at all.
Yeah, because it depends on what your opponent's doing.
Yes, exactly. And like, the Magellan card itself is good into like a couple of things, but like I think it's a good deterrent nowadays to basic removal, but with like Doflamingo, like the looming Doflamingo threat, like I don't know.
Even the new black cards are just trash.
True.
They get around the KO ability.
Yes, yeah.
So
with that in mind, I think that is I'll stay at locals for me.
Yeah, I'm I'm cool. We put it at stays of locals. My opinion is actually that it's meh. So I view the design of this card is that basically like you are playing purple cards at minus, and we want to not make you feel so bad about minusing your Dawn when a leader doesn't have like Onigashima, for example, right? So instead of giving you good ramp cards, we're gonna say every time you minus, your leader gets 1,000 for the turn. So you've essentially, that Dawn that's no longer there got converted to power for the attack. And so it was kind of trying to balance out the tempo of what you're doing on any given turn to incentivize players to play purple cards. We're just past that. Purple cards are just really good now. They're way stronger than that. We have good ramp generically. So like even if you like put like Onigashima in this leader, it's like this leader isn't doing enough support compared to other leaders. And that's really what it comes down to. It's just like it was very, very original start of the game card design that just is irrelevant by having a card pool and a leader pool.
It feels like a symptom of old design.
So, Also, in OP02, we have Ivankov, a blue 5-life leader with an end-of-turn ability that checks to see if you have 0 cards in hand, and if you do, you get to draw 2 cards. Ivankov play is kind of this all-in gambling strategy. You're throwing cards onto the field as fast as possible, you're throwing cards away as fast as possible, and you're trying to then draw extra cards at the end of the turn to convert the most value possible. The really cool thing about it is that when you're doing it correctly, you can draw a bunch of extra cards. Now the EB is out, and we have the new Inazuma. You have access to that very important champion rifle I talked about earlier, which is so good. And the really cool thing about like the character pool when you're just playing the Impel Down blue cards is that they're really good as offensive cards and defensive cards. The Inazuma, the Mr. 3, the Mr. 3, and all those other stuff. The Ivankov character draws you cards and free plays cards. So it has a very interesting tempo strategy where it can take the aggression, it can take the defense, and it can do it all pretty well. And of course, it's my favorite thing, which says draw a card on a leader. So we're good there. While it does have access to these unique tools and can do things that like will absolutely punk players who do not understand the role of the deck or what is typically played in the deck, I am going to recommend it just stays at locals. The blue toolbox, again, not been better, but it's so reliant on the engine that we can't even be like, yeah, let's slot a bunch of blue Kaidos in here and really punk them that way. It's like, you can't really do that because you need to be triggering that leader, so you need to play into the Impel Down stuff, and especially if you're going to go into the Inazuma, which you should, then you really, really need to go into that stuff. So, yeah, it's really fun though, and it's definitely something that like teaches you new skills about the game and reading gameplay flow, but stays at locals it'll be.
Yep. I think I agree with that too. So,
hey, you agree with this one? Kabi! The trash kid's actually all the way not even there.
Up next is Smoker. Smoker is a black leader with 5 life that reads Dawn ×1. When it that reads Dawn ×1. Activate main once per turn. Give up to one of your opponent's characters -1 cost during this turn. Then, if there is a character with a cost of 0, this leader gains +1000 power during this turn.
I thought you were about to say that says Dawn 1 when it quits smoking. When you flubbed it, which I cut, but you flubbed it, you're like, Dawn 1 has Dawn 1, you quit smoking. Just imagine how powerful he would be if he didn't smoke. He would have caught Luffy if his lungs were stronger.
That's actually why he hasn't caught up yet, because he's so winded. We haven't seen him in a while, that's why. So what is this leader trying to do? Like, you're trying to like cost minus things all the way down to 0 so that you gain +1000 power? Like for like the turn, I don't think that's like enough. Like again, I think this is a symptom of old design. I think back then it was cool. I don't know if we had a lot of removal at 0 at that time or not. But we had a lot of like this cost minus like mechanic going on with not a lot of direction how it like worked. That's not true. We had Sakazuki.
I mean, I think Sakazuki played as a win condition or the payoff is a more better word to use. Whereas Smoker plays as the engine, and back then we didn't have the like 07 Lucci, for example. Like until 07 Lucci came out, he's the only leader that reduces. Like off of just the native black card pool. And I think the biggest problem is that not only does Lucci do it for free, but there's no Navy Matters black cards. There are Navy black cards and they're good. But not only do you get Lucci doing that reduction for free and just like being like, I don't need the power boost for a 0. I don't care about 0. We just need to get to like 2, 3, or 4. But with Lucci, you get CP lock stuff. And with Smoker, you don't get anything.
Yeah. So I think, with that in mind, this is an unplayable card.
You think it's unplayable?
I think this is an unplayable leader.
Whoa.
This might change. Never mind. No.
Well,
I was going to say this might change with the starter decks, but...
That's another video. So the rules state that the person doing the leader, unless we can agree an argument, get to place it. I don't think he's going to budge on this, but I will say, I think it's just meh. I think there's still, like... Black's just that good, is where I'm going to get, right?
All right.
Like... Yeah. And then I think it's a leader that plays in the black where it's good. What, should you ever play it over Lucci? No. There's literally no reason to do that. But it's technically not unplayable.
It's technically
so
not,
I think it's
fine.
meh. You don't have to much on that.
You know, my criteria for unplayable is that the leader's bad and that the card type pooling is bad. I was mainly thinking about Navy, but there are ways that you could make this work.
Yeah.
Right? So I think I will.
You can play really into Brooks with it.
Yes. I think I will concede into it that, like, when you might, because all it has to do is see that something that's 0, right?
Yeah, this is going to be the one you minus.
Okay, cool.
Just name a 0
yeah,
card.
I mean, then that makes it a little bit better because when Brook comes down and minuses something down to 0.
Yeah. Well, in that case, that was KOs.
Yeah, right. KOs it instantly, right? You don't get the plus 1,000,
yeah,
right?
That's how it works. Yeah.
So,
which is still why it's annoying.
Yeah, there's a lot of weird shenanigans you're gonna have to do. You're gonna have to do ice ages just to polish your guy up. Fine, whatever. But you
I just don't even think we care about the power boost.
Right.
I think the power boost is just
irrelevant.
Not
the fact that you can mine for free.
Yes, it's the point that you can -1. You can do it before combat, which is also nice. You know, I just think unplayable is a whole nother category. Like I would never. That monkey Garp isn't unplayable.
Okay,
and has better reduction than this.
You've convinced me sufficiently. I think it is. Yeah, fine, sure. Yeah, meh. Right. Okay. Did you say meh or say as a low?
I said meh.
Yeah. Okay.
I don't think. I mean, yeah.
Okay. I think it's meh then. I think I've been convinced. So we'll move Smoker to meh.
Speaking of irrelevant Navy leaders, Zephyr or Z is here, who is a 4-life purple-black leader. With an 1 attacking effect that lets you don -4. Now, I thought it was 3 when I was writing this off the top of my head. And then I checked and it's 4. And I'm like, wowie zowie. To gain 1,000 power for the turn and KO a character with cost of 3 or less. Zephyr was one of the only leaders forever until the set that combined purple and black, which is very obviously 2 colors that would like to mesh. Purple has extremely strong ramp cards and generically strong ramp cards now with like cards like Mr. 2. Obviously, cards like Eustass Kid that keep maintaining your Dawn. And then black wants to spend a lot of Dawn to multiplay cards to combo KO or just play other big things themselves, right? Zephyr didn't really help you do that. Zephyr was this weird payoff for like specifically playing like 10-drop Kuzan, for example. And earlier in the game where it's like, hey, the interaction is so middling for like the top and A+ stuff that you can get away with just playing a deck that centers around playing it only and surviving the early game, it was kind of fine. You could do that. But now it's like not only do we have a black-purple leader whose abilities inherently play into being purple or play into being black with the new king, but again, like Smoker, there's no payoff for being a Navy leader. There's no purple Navy cards except for the other Z and I think maybe a handful of Neo Navy stuff along with him. There's no film like related thing you can really do with it that's worthwhile.
Which is a shame.
Yeah, and the black stuff, and more importantly, like we talked about just at the top, Dawn -4 to KO something, while not irrelevant, if the whole point is going big, is also not great.
Yeah.
So,
does Black Maria help that?
Yeah. I think it's middling at best.
Right, yeah.
But it's not the worst thing I've heard of. My thing is that at the end of the day, the leader is failing to do the thing that it needs to do here, which is bridge the 2 colors. And now that there's one that does that, and there's certainly no reason to Dawn 4 in a deck that's reducing and cost removing, I'm putting him as unplayable, whereas before I would have at least kept him as meh because Gecko Mori exists.
Whoa.
I think like this is just
because 4 is just so like much resources.
I think I think it's just that bad. And 4 life, you're losing resources there. So then like King helps you out because you draw cards, which kind of helps enact the resource disparagement. Aside from also being able to don to minus, right? It's so bad. It's so, like, I don't know how to explain that Smoker's mad and this is unplayable, aside from giving you the best Z deck I can think of and then having you play an event.
I can explain that. I think that Smoker having 5 life is better than.
It's somehow so much better.
Yeah,
like you will consistently drop like your go big bombs that purple black would want to do, but just by having 5 life, rather than have 4 life and have this ability.
Yeah, I think that alone makes it the disparity.
Yeah.
So Kuro's next. Kuro is a...
Set 3, let's go.
Oh yeah, we're on set 3. Kuro is a 5-life green leader that has 5k power that reads, activate main for 3 Dawn. You may rest 2 of your East Blue type characters, set this leader as active, and rest up to 1 of your opponent's characters with a cost of 5 or less. Green East Blue cards.
Yes.
Have we had any outside of 03?
No.
This leader depends on a typo that hasn't been updated in 5 sets.
And the typo also, like, I feel like you can't even explain what this deck wants to do. I mean, the only explanation is like the other Kuro cards, which is just restand your leader, right?
Yeah.
Which is what the leaders are doing. But otherwise, it's like the other East Blue cards don't play into that direction at all. They just say, oh, you have an East Blue leader? We do something now.
Yeah. Is Don Krieg even... He doesn't even do that, right? He's not leader locked, Don Krieg.
No, he's not.
Yeah.
But like most of the other things you would play. Krieg is the only good one because of that.
Yeah. Do I have to elaborate on this one, you guys? I think that this is a meh. Like, I don't know. I think like it's meh because you can still lean on some good green cards, and then you could just splash Django in there and then rest something, and then like but then also you have access to Hody Jones, I guess. So like it also makes that leader ability irrelevant.
Yeah, I like meh just because the green card pool is A, so powerful, and B, just generating additional attacks with established card where it's leader or recent characters is that powerful. You get access to Krieg, right? Django counts towards your rest limit and it restands your leader. Yeah. So it works both ways unilaterally. I think there's just enough East Blue cards, but it's one of those things where it's like, it's barely meh, and it has the headache of unplayable in it for sure. Yeah. So, yeah, it's definitely on the cusp for me of meh and unplayable. It's at the bottom of meh, so. Yeah, I can get behind that though, because like it's not hard to build the deck. This is the difference, right? It's like, I think for me, meh is like saving grace for this that makes it meh is that it's very obvious how to build the deck, and you won't get twisted like and confused like, oh, how do I make this work? It's just obvious that the ceiling's very low. Yeah. But you're not going to be a headache to get it to that top point and then realize that. You'll realize it immediately and be like, okay, do I like playing this or not? Yeah. So that's like the one saving grace. Whereas like a deck like Garp, you're gonna like try so many things and then just realize how bad it is after so much time and like small tweaks and stuff. So. Yeah.
So, and again, like other leaders do this strat better, I feel like also. It's like Bonnie. Like, yeah. So, I mean, Bonnie, Carrot, they do better. So, yeah, that's
Eustass Captain K Green leader exists.
Oh god, yeah.
Onto Red Ace, a 5-color leader with on attack or when an opponent attacks, they let you trash event cards in your hand to add an extra 1,000 power to the power of this leader for that combat. So, you can trash these event cards to add additional 1,000 per on your attack, making it stronger. You can use it defensively. At that point, it just says your events just say they have counter 1,000, which is good. The point of events is that they're supposed to not be able to counter without playing the event. So great ability there. We love that. Not only is it like interestingly flexible, even though it's not particularly powerful, but the real power is all the Whitebeard Pirate stuff that's locked, and then the stuff that's not locked but gets fed by playing those cards. So you, for example, have Fire Fist, which isn't locked. When you're already playing all these events that are incentivized by the Ace leader, you're going to play Fire Fist easier. You have, of course, the Ace locked and Ace super powerful dude, Flame Emperor. And then once you're playing all these Whitebeard cards like your 5-drop Marco, your 4-drop Marco, they all get better as well. And you get the ability to be super interactive with the board. You get the ability to be super aggressive. What it comes down to for me, even though this deck has the craziest thing of being able to be built as an aggro deck well, built as a mid-range deck well, and built as a control deck well, which I feel like there's maybe 1 or 2 other decks I can think of that where it's like not just you only play it this way or it's not worth your time. I think you judge this deck by how good Fire Fist is in a format. Flame Emperor too, but Fire Fist first and then Flame Emperor as a
counts as your mid-range character, basically, right?
Basically, yes. Or that's the most powerful thing you can be doing, right? And so right now, my opinion is that yes, Zoro's great, right? And Doffy's here, so if you just play like an Otama, you'll get 2 things with your cleanup, right? But Doffy doesn't care because you're generating off the deck, and Zoro doesn't even care as much now because you're generating off the deck. And all the other decks are so inversely power heavy on their characters that Fire Fist just ain't happening, dude.
Fire Fisting a Lucci just to send those things into its trash that it can play it again on feels inherently bad. I don't know.
Due to the flexibility of this leader, though, you could definitely build it for your locals, like knowing what gets played at your locals, to pair well into them and lean on other tools that exist. And again, the exclusive stuff is just that powerful. Like having Rush Ace come in and reduce and actually Rush is that good. Flame Emperor again is just that good. Where stays at locals is perfectly fine for this, but when you're going into these much larger events where your cards need to be good in at least 70% of the matchups and be good all the time during those matchups, not just like when you turn them on for 1 turn, Fire Fist just isn't that right now like it used to be. And I would just look to, if you're a Red Ace player, I love playing Red Ace, that should be your first litmus test. It's like, how successful are these Fire Fists being? And if they're not, you might want to start looking at other options.
I'm gonna agree with your assessment as well. Again, stays the locals, right? You could easily sweep the locals with Ace. Again, knowing what your pool is, what you're playing into, and I don't know. Maybe there's one guy in there that's playing Sanji, so like he's free.
Yes.
All right, cool. Nami time. Oh man.
This is the whole reason we look at the 03 leader.
yeah. Nami is a blue leader with 5 life and a 5k power that reads, when your deck is reduced to 0, you win the game instead of losing.
Holy shit.
Dawn times 1, when this leader attacks, deals a damage to your opponent's life, you may trash 1 card from the top of your deck.
I love alt win conditions.
Oh, I know, dude. And I think so far this is the only one that has that. So,
yes.
Yeah. And if you have been following this game, you know that Nami is A, one of the cheapest decks to build. 2, one of the best decks right now in the format. And 3, waifu bait.
I was really hoping you were gonna say like Gamma, because you said something different on the first 2.
Gamma,
like,
yeah.
A2, Gamma.
I was actually thinking in my head. I'm like,
you pause and I'm like, do it.
But yeah, so Nami is one of the top cutting, like one of the regional winning decks from last set, and one of the best decks if the meta continues to be slow.
Yeah.
We have a bunch of like this new stuff that is just able to mow things down, able to run fast now, propagate its own selves. Like,
are you talking about Zoro?
I'm talking about Zoro. I'm talking about Doflamingo. I'm talking about Doflamingo. To be fair, I'm talking about Doflamingo.
I think Doffy in some matchups though, at least right now, again, where it's not as good as card selection it's about to get soon, it can be too slow.
Yeah.
In the same way that like RP Law is favored, but RP Law can definitely still lose the matchup because of the current tools.
But Doflamingo having access to like pudding, and,
that's the big one.
That's great. Yeah, like,
that's the big one.
Because a good
Nami
player,
the Nami's not going to attack your life, and you don't have card selection. So it's like you can still just win. They just don't see the pudding.
That's true.
They can't search for the pudding.
Yeah, you just mull for the pudding.
That's what I'm saying, right? Like,
yeah. But like, but the idea is like a good Nami player will know what's on the bottom of the deck. Anything that has pudding, like access to pudding, I think like Reiju, like Doflamingo, like all those, all the good blue decks right now. If they pudding you, that is pretty hard for the Nami player, right?
Yeah.
And Nami's will option also Hangerman into the mirror, etc. Just to like speed up their own thing. But I think I want to watch this deck. I want to watch what happens with Nami, because I'm going to precariously put it in top cutting. I'm going to precariously put it in top cutting, but I want to see where our format and where NA starts shaking up on. Because if we start landing on something early aggressive, Nami is done. Like, Nami's cooked for a long time.
I definitely don't think, going back to how we kind of set up the tiers, I definitely don't think that Nami is winning a lion's share of events. Even more than 2, I would say. But I do think it's top cutting often enough where we're seeing it on every other event because it's that powerful regardless of the matchups.
Yeah.
And then it has tons of bad matchups, but this pool's looking very diverse where even if it's like 50-50 split, depending on the pair-ups and the diversity of the pool, you could just see all day you have the 50 side that's positive, and then you're just wheeling. So I like putting top cutting. I think the power level justifies it. It's at worst Rogue, and I think Rogue does a disservice to how good the engines become.
Yeah, and I think top cutting makes sense because every current player is building for the just in case we see a Nami.
Yeah, like everyone's got some tech in their deck,
Yeah.
or everyone's like, I have thought about my curve selection in case the Nami matchup comes out.
We have to be aware that it exists. We have to be aware that we're gonna run into it. We could run into it, and like some players have just conceded, like, hey, maybe I take the L against this, right?
Right.
But like every other player will just be like, how do I build into this? How do I perform into this? So with that in mind, like it's hard to not put into Rogue.
Hey, you know about those East Blue cards? How you feel about Arlong? A green-yellow leader from OP03. With 4 life and Dawn 2 and attacking, they'll let you pay 1 Dawn to play a trigger character from your hand, costs 4 less. Now I want to start out, okay, saying that if there's 100 Arlong Brewers out there, I'm one of them. And if there's 0 Arlong Brewers out there, I'm dead. That being said,
Yeah, tell it.
this deck is frustrating. It's really strong in the sense that you are cheating out characters into play at hopefully reduced cost. And because you can only treat out triggers. Think about Halloween right now. You can only cheat out triggers. You're incentivized to play a high trigger density, which makes your life scary as hell for your opponent. It's like, do I just starve them here because if they collateral my board or roll something into play, I'm losing tempo? And then that actually just happens a bunch of the time.
Yeah.
So that especially is what makes this deck scary. But it's so restrictive in the card selection. You need to be at 4. The best thing it's ever gotten was the 06 Agazaya package. Like that really helped push it. But overall, with how slow the format's going down and how good the fast sticks are at doing this, every other deck that's cheating cards into play or doing whatever it wants to do is doing it while being net positive on cards in hand. Zoro is good because it's cheating cards out of the deck into play.
Yeah.
And they're better value than they were before. Black Yellow Luffy's doing it from yard, Black Deck's doing it Moria from yard, Rebecca, all that stuff, right? Doffy does it from the deck.
Yeah.
Arlong peels cards out of your hand. And aside from playing like the Searcher East Blue Nami off that, which isn't good value, you're not getting cards from your deck.
Right.
I think the only argument is if you want to try building a new Egghead package, you can cheat the Lilith into play, and then you get to add a card to your hand. But that's the only way you're staying in it. The Arlong deck just burns out of fuel so fast, and with interaction being so good that it's so miserable to play. I mean, you do get incentivized to swing with a 7k body, like Doffy. That's cool. I would recommend that you do the Egghead package. I think this deck's cool. It's fun. You will juke people, and you will do powerful things. But in a 9-round event, you're not
going to see that variance. Yeah.
Yeah. At the local level, you can smash heads.
Yeah.
And so, for that reason, I'm going to say stays at locals. And I know I probably sound like I'm talking about this deck in a way that it's worse than stays at locals. It's definitely stays at locals. It's just so frustrating because this deck should be like so much better. At least at some point in the game, it should have been so much better than it's been. And just the way they've trickled out the card pool is just like not worked for it. So like, I'm just,
Yeah. I'm gonna have to defer to your opinion here because I know that you and Seb have been brewing.
Yeah.
Seb, one of our members, thank you, Seb. Have been brewing Arlong for as long as we have been playing.
Yep.
So
Every set, anytime a trigger green yellow that can be cheat off Arlong comes out,
I remember
we boot up the sim.
the minute you saw Okiku, you guys were like, "Oh, dude, Okiku's really good." And
Kiko Naja! And then they're like, oh, there's also Dogstar. And we're like, oh!
So there was like a Wano Arlong. There's like a Egghead Arlong now.
Yeah,
so,
I haven't got to try the Egghead one just because I've been too busy with channel stuff and other stuff that we need to do. I would recommend if you're looking for a path forward, Egghead's the closest thing because you can cheat Lilith in play. Lilith can attack the opposing leader and it will search for cards, which is the biggest downfall of Arlong right now is it doesn't replace any of its cards.
Yeah. Next up we have Black Yellow Linlin. Black Yellow Linlin is a 4-life leader with Dawn ×2 when attacking, pay 2. You may trash 1 card from your hand. If you have 1 or less life cards, add up to 1 card from the top of your deck to the top of your life cards. So what we're trying to do with this deck is We're trying to just use our life as a resource to draw from, right? We're relying on the black-yellow package, right? A lot of the success I found back when I was playing this deck was playing looping Sabos until I could play my big top-end yellow cards, right?
Sabo's a huge engine piece.
Amazing engine piece in this game, in this card. That being said, equipping 2 and then having to pay 2, these like high Dawn cost leaders really cut the legs out from under themselves a lot of times. Granted that the ability is very strong, right?
The ability is very strong, but they put it in the colors that want to be hail making 10 drops, 9 drops. You can still do your 8 drops, thank God.
Yeah.
But like, if you're gonna play a Big Mom Pirates card, don't you want to play 10 drop Linlin, one of the most powerful cards in yellow?
I will say though, based off of that, you know how we're saying 8 to 10 is your great cards, right?
Yep.
That new 6-cost Big Mom is going to be real good. In
oh, yeah.
It is going to be.
We're not talking about that yet, though.
So
that
good.
is another video.
Watch out. Just watch out for it, right? Okay.
Yeah.
Really fast. It is a stays at locals on deck. It still has access to the most powerful cards in the game. Big Mom, Sabo, Kuzan, all those types of like cards.
But what should they be looking to do though, right? They have access to these cards, but like, what's like the actual like strategy behind it?
Yeah, your actual strategy behind this is you are turtling up until you can get to 10 Dawn essentially. You're turtling up. You're being pesky with it too. So you're going down cards in life, so that way you could keep triggering your effect to just keeping yourself at 2 while propagating a huge wall, just to like, you know, keep yourself healthy while you're fishing out for like your big body costs and stuff. And then from 10 Dawn onward, like the board is basically yours if you can continue. If you manage to resolve a Kuzan on board while having 2 Sabos on board somehow,
Jesus.
like you're set for life, right?
Yeah.
But like that's like the dream scenario, and because of that, like we're talking about like variants, right?
Right.
And like long range like tournament formats where you're going like 8 to 9 rounds. You're not gonna see that play. You're not gonna see 2 Sabos and a Kuzan every
Now, real quick,
time.
just for some clarity for people at home, right? Is this one of those, because you talk about like we want to get low so we can start generating value. Is this like a Enel where we're actually looking to take our own life because it's going to go anyway? Or is it that it's in this middle ground because it's like not like Enel's trying to get the 1 specifically. Big Mom's just trying to get to a threshold. Like, should we be playing cards like Burnblade or Thunderbolt and something like that, taking our own life? Or is it more about just like not feeling as compelled to counter out early, kind of like Red Green Law?
Yes, I think it is the latter. I think it is that you don't feel as compelled to counter out because your life is a precious resource in a way that we're not like traditional other yellow decks where we're trying to manipulate our life. More so that we are trying to stay healthy and that we have a healing ability.
Got you.
Yeah.
But your boy's just been brewing some blue-yellow ace recently, using burn blades off the free life, and man, whoo!
Pretty good.
Next up, we have Iceburg, a purple 5-life leader that can't attack, but with a once per turn activate main ability to let you rest the leader in Dawn -1 to play a Galley Law Company character when it costs a 5 or less from your hand. So Iceberg's plan is to quickly accelerate your high-cost, high-power characters into the board, going wide very early in the game, earlier than even like Doflamingo, I would argue. And then generally just like putting the pressure on with combat. Now these characters off of Iceburg generate a lot of built-in value, some draw cards, some recur cards, some play extra cards, and the ones that don't do things like game banish, so put your opponent down cards. They can interact with the board by resting cards. And the really powerful thing about it is we are playing 5 costs and thus playing 6,000 power characters on average early when it's already in that middling spot where yes, black can handle it, yes, red power base reduction can handle it, yes, blue bond backing can handle it on average. Maybe they need like a little reduction here and there. But now we're bringing them out like turn 1, like turns on turns early, where we're putting them behind, where when they actually get to the turn where they start tapping and playing that interaction, we propagated a very large board and generated a lot of value. And then we have like powerful generic cards you play in the deck, like Rush Kaido, like Reiju. It just draws cards because you're down off your leader ability, and you're not gonna get like punked by your leader ability because you have an Onigashima and Galley Law Company. I do still think, unfortunately, the interaction is just too good in the game.
Right.
If I was gonna like be willing to say this, and I am willing to say this, if Zoro didn't have the animal package, and if Doffy wasn't where Doffy is, we were just in this like go big format, maybe Red Green Law exists, that's fine. I think this deck could have been a contender because it would be as aggressive as those decks, and hard to interact or move while generating card value. The problem is, it can have that advantage against decks like Bonnie and big decks, but can still lose to them going over them with the interaction. And it will also get punked on the low end at the same time.
Right.
And at the end of the day, it has the biggest handicap, which is leader cannot attack.
Yeah.
So, because of that, I'm going to say it stays at locals.
Right.
Is there a world where this technically justifies being rogue, and there's a regional where like a whole team of players find out the exact brew, 5 of them take it in there, and then 1 of them gets the perfect matchups for the day, and it top cuts? Absolutely. I think the aggression and the card advantage is that good. I just don't think it's that good on average when you have to be built to beat the faster decks and the slower decks.
Yeah.
I think you just want to try to beat the slower decks.
Right, that makes sense. Yeah, I know that you guys have been cooking Iceburg for a long, long time. I know that like there are a lot of really, really good points to playing Iceburg. And I know that there are a lot of other leaders, including one of the leaders that I play, Vegapunk, that cannot attack, right?
Yes.
But a leader that cannot attack is so hard to like prop up. That like if the tools themselves don't prop it up properly,
Yeah.
it feels bad, right?
Especially when removal's just so good. And the leader is supposed to be the one thing you bank on that can't be removed, right?
Yeah. So I'm gonna agree with you. I think it does stay at locals. I think yes, agree. If there was a team out there that like found the perfect brew,
listen. I'll be over the moon. It'd be super cool.
yeah,
Right.
it would be cool. It would be cool to see it in the same way that it was cool to see Vegapunk.
From Cursed Tournament to regional winning, this is Iceburg Watch.
Up next is Charlotte Katakuri. Let's fucking go!
I'm putting MLG horns in.
Charlotte Katakuri is a yellow leader, 5 life leader with 5k power that reads Don Equip 1. When attacking, look up to 1 card from the top of you or your opponent's life cards, then place it at the top or bottom of the life cards. Then, this leader gains plus 1000 power during this battle.
God, you're so back.
My God, I'm so back. My God, I'm so back, dude. All right. What is our game plan, you guys? What is our game plan? Well, the game plan is the same as every yellow game plan. We are just going to start hitting their board, controlling the board, making sure that they don't really get us within threat range until we can start playing our big bodies. We are also healing off of it. Then the big body I'm talking about is Big Mom. 10 cost Big Mom. It is a big body. It is back, guys. We are back specifically because if the format retains being slow, but also like it can also still deal with aggressive things, and for these specific reasons. Nami is now a card in OP08.
First of all,
Nami
is a card.
Nami is a card. It removes any 5 cost if you pitch a trigger from your hand, right?
Yes.
So,
and then you have 3 or less cards, you draw a card.
And you get to draw a card, which is great.
And then you also have Onami.
Yeah, and you have Onami, and then you have Kikinojo, who is no longer restrained by RP Law, which is one of the best yellow cards that we haven't been able to see all of last set. So these mid-range cards, like your mid-game cards, are really, really powerful at taking care of your opponent's board, being able to propagate from your life, being able to just gain you a little bit of advantage on top of your leader being a 7k swing every single time that you want to scout your life and set it up. With the inclusion of 0 cost events, like you should be the one who disappears. Let me say that again.
Yeah.
With the inclusion of 0 cost event, you should be the one who disappears. If you peek that at the top and you just put that at the bottom and you're big chillin' for the rest of the game.
Also beige.
Like, and then you heal off of Mom, and then like you have these other uninteractive like decks like Bonnie, like who will shut you down a little bit in the mid game. But then the minute you start putting up big moms, it becomes a huge problem for them.
Yeah, the first one's fine.
Yeah.
The second one, not so much.
Hard. Yeah. You just have to hope that they don't play Zoro on you.
Yeah, and real quick, when I was talking about Ace earlier, this is one of the other decks where this leader can be the aggro leader, which is scary.
Yeah.
Can be the mid-range leader, which is scary, and can be the control leader, which is still scary. And it can flex that in any format against any card pool, which already makes it extremely dangerous just at locals alone, where you kind of have that inside knowledge of what's being played, let alone at the top events where your opponents have to sit down for you and be like, what version are they playing? What cards are being included? And
honestly, you could play a similar, like you could play like a 1 deck type, then still flex into those spots. You could decide where to put your value in this card and in this deck, right? You could be like, I'm gonna go in I'm just gonna control tempo early game. I'm gonna wait until my mid. My triggers will determine that for me. You know, it's a very, very versatile deck in that way. So with that in mind, I think it's Rogue.
I see that. I think that it will be played in this format as more of a control deck. And so we won't see the heights of it until the back end of the format, as such. I trust your intuition. I trust some of the things that I've been testing with it. And we'll agree that Rogue's probably the safe place.
Yeah.
But if we check in, not even past our check-in, we get to the end of the format,
Yeah.
and it's put up quite a number of top cuts, I wouldn't be surprised.
I really wouldn't be surprised either. Yeah.
But I think this is a good place to set expectations for this deck.
Yeah. I think that the reason why this deck is going to be placing like in those two categories that we're thinking about is because last set we did not have access to a lot of like yellow cards that made this deck strong. We didn't have access to Parasparrow, we didn't have access to a lot of the big mom cards, Kikunojo, you know, because RP Law was the one gatekeeping those cards.
Yeah.
With RP Law being gone, we now have access back to those cards in a way that benefits us. So
But then on the back end, the reason you're being like cautious about it, right, is that they play in the Doffy.
yeah, and they will gravity blade those things. So
Yep. OP03 also has another guy we've been mentioning, but it's not the one that we've been talking about, which is Rob Lucci. This is OP03's Rob Lucci, which is a 5-life black leader that once per turn, when an opponent's character is KO'd, you can trash 2 cards from your hand and set them as active. Now with this Lucci, you can create multiple attacks, either through KOing effects with black effects, or just through good combat and just restanding it and getting the KO through that. Works with that. And with access to the Cypher Pool cards and traded lock cards, you can utilize a unique black toolbox that not every other one can. The thing that's, you know, not great about it is that it's less impactful than just playing the black engine as it stands. The newer Cypher Pool cards don't really play into this leader at all. It's kind of supposed to be a win condition on its own, which is cool, and you can build cool black cards around it. You still have access to 8-cost Gecko Moria. You have 8-cost Sabo, which can like reinforce the board in very like extremely powerful ways. But it's not making those cards as impactful as black leaders, even like Smoker, that help feed into those cards. I mean, we can all agree that Gecko Moria is one of the top 3 cards that exist in the game because of what it does with KO stuff. And so if you can't tap out 8 for that, and then also like reinforce it on 8 when you have no extra Dawn because you don't have like a leader ability like a reduction or whatever, it's not gonna feel as good. And a lot, again, of the newer black engine just doesn't support this. It's not producing bodies in the right way to support this leader. And with every other deck being so high resource generating, kind of like going back to green Oden, but not nearly as bad. Not nearly as bad. Trashy 2 cards to restand, even at no Dawn, is a lot of resources.
really hard. Yeah.
In black, which already tries a 2 for 1.
Yeah, that's rough.
Yeah. So
the argument could be made that like if you trash a card, you're trashing one that you could play from trash.
Totally. I mean, it's not that it's outright bad.
Yeah.
It's not like an Oden where you literally are never gonna see that card again, right? That's like the one upside. So that's why I think this actually stays at locals. I think the black pool is just that powerful.
Yeah.
I think having a double attack leader that's just straight up free like this, unlike Kuro, doesn't care about what else you're playing as long as you're playing good One Piece, is fine. It's just not exciting with the current things that you need. Like, you could build a really cool and local tournament winning game with black, but black has some of the most like oppressive cards in the game right now, and they don't line up with this leader. And it's like, well, if I'm gonna play the most oppressive cards, I'm gonna play the leaders that play into these cards or that they play into the leader, and not handicap my oppressive cards. You know, it just doesn't line up mentally why you would do that. If this is your thing though, you should totally do it. You're gonna have a lot of fun, and you can definitely 4-0 your locals with this.
Yeah. Black's plan isn't to multi-hit, it's to remove the board, right? So, yeah, agree. We're on Green Purple Doflamingo. Green Purple Doflamingo is a 4-life leader that reads at the end of your turn, set up to 2 of your Dawn cards as active. So what does this mean, Mike? What our gameplay is basically setting up like a bunch of bodies, Doflamingo package, right? And then we can also lean on like Animal Kingdom if we wanted to. But mostly what it means is like at the end of your turn, you have access to a bunch of countered events, right? So a lot of your mid game is just playing bodies, right? And then at the end, I think it's one of those, again, castle decks at the end where you start landing Doflamingo 10 costs. You start landing like maybe Kaido for like just sneak attack rushes, you know?
Sure.
And I think, I haven't tested it with a lot of the 08 cards actually, to be fair.
Yeah, okay.
And I think that there is a world where like a lot of the purple cards from 08 could service this deck pretty well.
Is there anything in particular that you're like really eyeing, you know?
I think what I'm really eyeing is Black Maria, actually. Yeah? Because like you go down and on those dawns and then you go back up and then you get 2 free of them as active, so that's pretty good. But outside of that, like, it is just kind of a funny deck. I know that.
It's a funny guy.
Yeah, you just play a lot of Birdcage Doflamingo. I think that was like the build for this deck.
Sure. I mean, Birdcage is great.
Yeah.
Obviously, playing in the Birdcage lets you leverage 7-cost kids even better, which help you with the walling even better.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously, play 8-cost kid, you're in green and wall that way.
I mean, he has access to Rosinante, but I don't know if he runs Rosinante.
Yeah.
But I think it's a funny locals deck. I think it stays at locals. So
yeah, I can agree. I think the deck's at best when it's on the bigger end of what everyone else is trying to play, and it's absolutely not now. If anything, it's actually too small, I would argue. Like, because like you said, you're trying to play those mid-game, like, you know, Pirates like Queen. You're trying to get that, like, early, like, value generation off, like, Sugar, and you're re-standing 5-cost. I forget what his name is. You know what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah.
The one that kills your boy's family. Oh, sorry, they're all alive. They're all like King Riku and all of them are alive.
They're good now, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, the blocker one, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're one of the generals.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think like right now everything's bigger than it. I mean, 1 9-cost Zoro will absolutely ruin that deck's day.
Yeah.
And that alone just feels like you shouldn't be worrying about it. I mean, it has a great Plute Doffy matchup. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
The Birdcage
really,
really says you have no ability on your leader.
Yeah.
But yeah, you can do cool stuff with it. But I feel like, especially that deck is like a meta call deck. Like, I feel like you don't play that deck. If you're this person, don't be offended. I feel like you don't play the Doffy deck simply because you love this Doffy deck and that's why you play it. You're like, oh, I feel like I'm playing these decks tonight so I can have fun with this. Not blindly being like, I can have fun with this period against anything.
Yeah. I think I agree with that.
Cool. So yeah. Vivi is another dual color leader, but this one has 5 life as a blue-red leader that cannot attack when activate me once per turn. Pay your draw and draw a card, and then up to one of your characters gets rushed at the end of the turn. So Vivi acts best as like a control deck, right?
Yeah.
It utilizes a number of like bottom decking stuff and a few KO on like larger red cards to get in and try a tempo. And you also have a lot of consistency because you're drawing cards for counter power. You have access to the 2K counters from your cards. You have 8 0-cost events you can play in deck if you want to. You have exclusively leader locked 1-drops that I think it's a dance one. This is -3. Yeah, it's a 3,000 for 1. Yeah. And then you have your 4,000 counter with Radical Beam. You have guard point for more 3,000. So you have a lot of ways to get to your late game. Then you're backing it with powerful bottom decking stuff. Gravity Blade, Red Rod. We keep talking about these cards.
Yeah.
But then you have cards like Borsalino.
Yeah.
Bottom decks, give it rush. You can remove a second card now because it's attacking. You can play 10 drops that can't rush in the turn, but like Shanks, which is a huge body, just remove something.
Yeah.
You can play Boa, which freezes something but can be given rush, draw a card, attack for a turn. It has a lot of angles.
Yeah.
It's uniquely powerful. It's one of the closest thing to a Magic the Gathering style control deck that the One Piece card game has. That's why I really like it. That's why I always kind of pet it on Sim. And I always tell Elias, keep playing it. Keep playing it, Elias, please.
Play it, Elias.
Yes. I'm going to be real. I really struggled on this one.
Yeah.
I'm going to just start out with saying I'm putting it in Rogue. And I'm putting it in Rogue because the argument we were making, I was want to be consistent with it, which is at the end of the day, control decks do not work properly until they know what they're facing. And we are not in a tier 0 format. I would argue there is a close to tier 0 deck.
Yeah.
But we are not in a tier 0 environment. And so because of that, we have a very large field. More than I think we've ever had before, if I'm being quite honest, in the top end power level. And Vivi not only needs to know how to play against all that from a player perspective, but needs to pick between, like, I play tool A or tool B based on what they're seeing. And so we won't really know how good the interaction it specifically has pairs up until the format settles. And so I can't give it anything more than Rogue. But I will say that when we come back for our check-in, I am positive that we are going to move it up 1 or down 1. If it stays in Rogue, I'd be shocked and probably happy because it means we got something that flags positively, but it's like a weird middle ground. But I feel like this is getting knocked up to top cutting or it's getting knocked down the state of the locals.
Yeah. And I think Rogue is also a very good spot for it as well. So, yeah.
Cool.
continuing on with Issho, Issho is a green-black 4-life leader that reads, Dawn ×1, your turn, give all your opponent's characters -1 cost. At the end of your turn, you may pay 1, set up to one of your characters with a cost of 5 or less as active.
I was so excited for this leader when it came out.
I haven't seen this leader been played
Nope.
like ever.
Since our Curse tournament, which you should watch on YouTube. Yeah.
Yeah, actually.
Actually.
I don't know. The argument could be made that Issho is also one of those decks where your endgame strat is to get to endgame and start dropping some very powerful green bodies. I don't know if any of the new black cards help Issho particularly. You can, again, Sabo is an auto include in every black deck, so you can actually swing with Sabo and then restand him back up so that he can block for you again. You can play Zoro on this guy, but I mean, there's not a lot about Issho that really speaks out to me that you have to play this guy. And I think that, again, a lot of other things do it better with more life. So for that reason, I'm actually putting him at meh.
Sure.
So yeah, there's just not a lot to talk about on this leader. There hasn't been a lot to do on this leader. I don't think that the leader ability is worth the 2 Dawn you're investing into it.
Sure.
I think maybe at the end of your turn when you can restand a blocker is cool, but
yeah, I feel like it's the worst side of the coin from Blue Purple Croc. You can build however you want because you're only playing generic cards. But because you're only playing generic cards, you're not getting the full value.
Yeah.
On the black side, we would want more cards like Lucci to exist, which can multi-pop because you're getting that spread reduction, right?
Yeah.
But we don't have those, and frankly, the way Van has handled that one, I don't think I want to see more anytime soon. And then on the green side, there's tons of powerful green stuff you can play, but it's kind of directionless right now without there being like a real standout, like this is a top 5 card in the game to be played, and you get no typo bonuses from being Navy. So it's just awkward, I think is the way to put it.
It's really awkward, and especially because it's even more awkward when you see cards like Carrot, right? And you're like, oh, maybe I can put this in Issho, and then you're like, oh, at the end of my turn I can stand Carrot back up? That's not locking down multiple characters.
Yeah.
Like, that just feels like not great. So, yeah, it's a meh for me.
Also, it doesn't work with any of the Issho characters.
It doesn't.
It can only play the black one, obviously, right? The 8-drop or 7-drop? 8-drop. 8-drop. It's an 8-drop.
Yeah, it's an 8-drop.
And yeah, you wouldn't think there was like a blocker Issho, you know, that like came out to like really combo with. Because that's usually what they do. They're like, if it's supposed to combo with a character and not like a whole type of character, it combos with that character. It's like, no, actually you combo him with Sabo. That's the one we're looking for.
Weird, right?
Next up is Wobeka. A blue-black 5-life leader that also cannot attack. Would activate main once per turn, pay a Dawn. When the number of cards in hand are 6 or less, you can check the top 2 cards of your deck for a Dressrosa card, put up to one of those cards in your hand that is Dressrosa, and then the remaining cards go into your trash. Rebecca's in an interesting position. So, like, with the exception of Bonnie, because of Green Zoro, like, literally because of Green Zoro. Hody, too. Hody's kind of an annoying piece of it. The slower, bigger decks, which is a lot of them right now, she's really favored into. Cards like Columbus, like, really push that reduction. She can play Gravity Blade to, like, 2-for-1 threats. She can obviously attack active characters with the Black Luffy, which is powerful. She can play Gecko Moria and Rebecca, and the leader can search the 4-drop Rebecca. Like, bonanza, right? New Jack, also very good with the Columbus in that deck. There's plenty of valid ways to build it, and it makes it unpredictable, just like Katakuri. It depends on how you want to shore up the interaction, or how you, like, do you want to go more in on the milling out my deck to then control what I'm drawing, which I love to do. I love to mill as low to 0 as possible, as fast as possible, so that I'm rebuilding my deck, and I have only good cards in my deck, and I know exactly what I'm drawing in sequence order, so I can play the most perfect game possible. Or you can just play like a blue-black navy deck, essentially, with a little extra value, where you're not really trying to mill that much. You're just kind of playing the fact that it's a value 5-life blue-black leader, right?
Yeah.
But the problem is, it's getting aggroed out by your goddamn Zoro deck. And it loses to itself. It has a lot of self-bricking with the Doffy kind of situation. There's a lot of them that are filler, and there's a lot of cards you don't want in every matchup, or like, for example, Orlumbus is good, but you have the time when you play it because there's so much interaction in the format. Kyross is good, but you have the time when you play it, and there's also decks where it's not good. So I am going to call my shot and just say it's Rogue. I'm not gonna push it as hard as Red Green Law because I think it's like actually disfavored because it's a semi-dysfunctional in terms of what I'm arguing that it bricks to a self-control deck as opposed to an aggro deck which can at least like punish you for tripping up and stumbling, right? But I would keep my eyes on Rebecca. I think the cards it has access to are great, and the typal lock stuff is super effective. And if we're saying, like we've talked about on the channel, the 3 most powerful single cards in the game right now, no order. Gecko Moria, 4-drop Rebecca, Black Maria. It plays 2 of them, and it searches 1. And then the 1 combos with the other one.
Yeah.
So, with that access, I can't just shake it off.
Yeah. Makes sense to me.
Then play it.
I mean, I'm not smart enough.
That's not my deck.
It's not my deck. But it's on my wallet.
Is this your leader? And you said in a video that it was a good leader. Yep. Then that must mean you're going to play this leader. Makes sense to me. Then play the leader. Oh, it's not my deck.
It's not my deck. Up next, we have Queen. Queen is a 4-life leader, blue-yellow, that reads, Dawn ×1 when attacking. If you have a total of 4 or less cards in your life area and hand, draw 1 card. If you have a character with a cost of 8 or more, you may add up to 1 card from the top of your deck to the top of your life, instead of drawing 1 card.
I remember when this got revealed real quick, like how excited we were for this card.
Yeah.
And now I feel like if this card didn't exist, it got revealed today, I was like, that's too gimmicky.
Yeah, it's a little hard. Yeah, so this deck is very gimmicky. This deck is very gimmicky, and I feel like a broken record at this point where you're like, you're playing for the end game. But like literally that's what you're doing with this leader. You're playing for the end game. You have a lot of units that can start stalling. You have searches in the way of Animal Kingdom, blue searcher stuff, if you choose to play Animal Kingdom stuff. But really what you're trying to do here is gain life while playing big bodies. So you're playing 9-cost Yamatos, you're playing Sanjis to play the other big stuff for free, like freewheeling a bunch of stuff. And I think actually with the inclusion of Ace, this also makes it pretty. That's like 2 life gain, right? Like,
well, no, because it costs 10 for Ace,
costs
right?
10.
You can't cheat it with Sanji.
True.
But you just get the life and you get a rush character trading that, which I think is like good, worth it. I mean, till we get a. Oh wait, hold on. Whoa, cooking here.
Wait.
Hold on. Here's an insight into format 8.5. Ready? Maybe I'm wrong. Does the new teach have to have a 7 Warlords leader to give Rested Dawn to?
Oh.
Because if you establish a teach, you can play Ace,
I'm
heal
looking
1, give it rush, and then give to your Rested Dawn to the Queen.
Wait, I'm looking that up right now. Teach from.
Just go to One Piece top decks and just look at the deck list for Doffy.
It's not leader locked.
Oh! Found your new leader.
It's pretty cool.
Pretty cool. You like Boa in that deck still? Boa's also good in that deck?
Boa is still good in that deck because it's still like the blocker Boa from that structure. Yeah.
It's good for your setting up for Sanji's on later turns. Or if you already have the 8 on board, you just like play it for value to have a blocker attacker and then put 1 on the Queen still.
That's pretty fire actually. We're live cooking. Still stays at locals.
Tell us about it though. Why is it that this deck that has blue interaction, yellow top end, blue Sanji combo struggling like that?
So, if you think about there's no good way to search out for your Sanjis, and there's no good way to set up for your Sanjis. That's one of the things that really struggles with that deck.
Yeah, you're relying on top deck rearranging only, which is still good.
Yeah, it's still good, but there's so many individual pieces that you cannot search for that you either have to mulligan for. Once again, you have to mulligan for this, you have to open with this, you have to sort of find it in the middle of your game. And again, going into a 9-round format tournament, that you're just not going to see that type of variance every single game. At least to the degree that you need to maybe even close out games. You could find a Sanji every single game.
What if I got blessed by the Pope? Or Oda.
Yeah, and Oda's like, yo, my son, please play Queen.
The chosen one.
I think at that point you have to play Queen no matter what, right? Can you imagine, dude? Oda's just like, today I'm feeling particularly mischievous. You must play King forever.
He just tweets, everyone play Queen.
So for that reason, I say it stays at locals. It's not meh. It is gimmicky, but it is not doing things completely unfairly.
Totally.
Right? So,
totally. that is inherently the problem with
Yeah,
it.
yeah.
Is it has an unfair ability that's so random that it feels more fair.
Exactly. So, there's Queen.
Dope.
Up next, we have Rosinante. Rosinante is a green-blue 4-life leader with 5k power that reads, at the end of your turn, if you have 6 or less cards in your hand, set this leader as active. And this leader has blocker. I'm probably one of the biggest Rosinante haters.
You're a hater?
I
thought you were a stan.
Oh no, for this leader, for this specific
Are you a fallen fan of this leader? I feel like you were petting this.
Oh no, I was never.
Am I crazy?
Probably not me, but like, yeah, I would never played Rosinante.
Oh no, it was Zeph.
It was Zeph. Yeah.
Never mind.
I'm probably one of the biggest Rosinante haters because when I read that a leader has blocker, I just swing at the leader.
Yeah.
I mean,
but
like,
it can block the Eustass Kid that's blocking your leader.
Yeah, which is.
That's the argument. I mean, that's the argument. That's the strategy. Right?
Yeah. I mean, and like, okay, so I'm not even gonna talk about decks, okay? I'm not even gonna talk about deck profile. I'm just gonna talk about this leader.
We're not even talking about deck size here.
Deck size doesn't matter, guys. It's how you use it.
It's how you pilot it.
Yeah. So Rosinante has blocker, and that's one of its major features. So it lets you restand as long as you have 6 or less cards in hand.
Yeah, so you can attack and block.
So you can attack and block.
It makes you play the most confusing One Piece I've seen.
Yeah.
And not like incorrectly, right? Like
yeah.
you play and activate a 1-drop tap searcher, and then you take a life to block it, which makes sense, but it feels weird doing it.
Yeah. But you have to pre-prep your hand to be able to like have enough like counters to when you block also not take any damage from that.
Yeah.
I don't like that feels bad. I don't know, like it just feels not great. Even though you have access to green and access to blue in a way that like
a lot of decks would like.
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
But like just like what am I blocking? You know, what am I blocking for? And like
yeah.
I'm blocking to keep my board up, which could be immediately destroyed by any other deck on like the upper echelons.
On the face of the tier list.
Yeah, like it doesn't feel good because eventually you're just gonna be like, I don't even have a. What happens if you don't have a board to block?
I feel like this deck suffers from the green blue Sanji problem of like this card effect as a leader is in design is could be really powerful, but it doesn't. What it's losing off losing just literally 1 life is not made up for by the fact that it is dual color.
Yeah. Yeah, because it having blocker and it having 4 life and no access to heal, not great. So yeah. For that reason, I think it is meh. I think it's meh.
That's fair.
Want to put it unplayable.
I would not fight you if you put it in unplayable.
Yeah. Oh, really? Okay, I'm putting it on unplayable.
He's like, green flag.
Gloves fucking off. I mean, like, I don't think, like, I just don't think it's playable. I just don't think, like, there are a lot of leaders that have character, like, abilities, like double attack, and then soon there will be one with banish.
Yeah.
Blocker is the worst one.
Listen, when Bonnie isn't even full in on the 8-drop kid because there's so much interaction, and that's the best thing this deck can be like really doing is being all an 8-drop kid. Like before, I think I've put this leader in map just because of that, but now that it's gotten this bad, no.
Yeah.
No. Also, Bonnie can rest the leader. So then it's like, oh, I didn't attack with my leader, and if I want to block, my hand size has to be low.
Oh my god.
Which you don't want it to be low because you want to protect the kid.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Unfortunate. Yep.
You know what else is unfortunate? It's Crocodile Rock time with Purple Yellow Croc, a 4-life leader with an on opponent's turn effect once per turn that says when a Dawn card on your field is returned to the Dawn deck by an effect, add up to 1 Dawn card to the field and set it as active. So Purple Croc is bringing Purple's strategy with Yellow's large body payoffs, letting you quickly exit the early to mid game and slamming 8 costs or more faster than ever. Plus, we're leveraging some great tempo and card advantage with the Baroque work subtypes of purple that we get, especially EB's Vivi was super, or sorry, not Vivi, Miss Wednesday was a very great inclusion to power you out of the game and into that late game. The real uniqueness is the fact that it has 8-drop heal. Mom doesn't have 8-drop heal. She has 7-drop, your opponent can choose to heal you.
Yeah.
This is 8-drop heal with the Croc. You just get it.
Yep.
And then it also facilitates you Dawn minus to do it, but you have a Dawn minus rummaging effect, or is it loot? Is it draw 1, trash 1, or is it You draw one, trash one, you trash one, draw one. I think it's draw one, trash one. I think it's loot. 2, cycle cards out of hand, so you can find more bombs, or you have too many bombs, find defensive power. That then gets the dog back, so it stays in net neutral. It sets it as active, which means you can constantly leverage things like Elthor and Blast Breath in that deck. Defensively.
Really good.
So good. And then you're just playing other life games. Now you don't have Mom, because you're not Big Mom High.
And did you touch on Okama Way?
No, I was about to.
Oh my god.
But you do get Okama Way, which is literally the next bullet point on this next page here. Which not only bridges the defensive power, but then can leverage combos like, I'll make you attack my Kikunojo.
Really good.
Which is really good.
Really good.
At the end of the day for me, this deck is really good into the slow environment because it is powering into that late game faster than the other decks. It is being checked right now by Zoro and Doffy, which is unfortunate. And the black deck, since the Hailmaker is Croc, can target pretty well. Now, they're also playing Ace now, or at least the ones I've seen that are performing well are, and I don't understand why you wouldn't play Ace this deck, because he gives you 8 healers now, and is such a body on board. And you're not punished for tapping out as long as you have another Croc on board or another Dawn minus opponent's trigger like Vivi. Sorry, missed one side. People get so mad when I said the wrong thing.
I mean, that makes sense. They're people on YouTube.
So, I'm going to put this in the road category. I think there's something here, unless everyone just shifts to Zoro. If everyone just, if there's like 28% plus Zoro registration at regionals, don't even bother with this.
Yeah.
But if Zoro's just kind of there and the format stays diverse, I definitely think there's ways to build this deck that are both valuable and impactful into the format.
Up next we have, when you wrote this down, Mike, I thought that it was a joke.
What?
I have black-blue Sakazuki.
Or an 05!
I have black-blue Sakazuki, the eroded version.
Of course.
And I have to actually read this one for sure.
Because you grabbed the wrong text, right?
Yeah. So let's actually read this all together.
All together now.
All together. Oh my god. When I Google it, it won't even show me the actual errata one. Oh, I have to go into the errata to actually get this card.
Nice. You could have went to the promotional page on the card.
I mean, that makes more sense, but you know, I'm not doing that. It's more funny. It's way more funny.
This commentation is way more funny than what it could have been.
Yeah. Oh my god.
Commentation? Commentary.
Commentary, yeah.
Commentation.
It's worth
Sounds like a Kamen Rider thing.
Okay, so eroded black-blue Sakazuki is a 4-life leader that reads, activate main once per turn. You may trash 1 Navy-type card from your hand. Give it to one of your opponent's characters -1 cost during this turn. So what did we lose in the fire, Mike? We lost the ability to draw 1 and trash 1, right?
Yep.
We lost the ability to do that with any card. It has to be Navy now.
Yep.
Right? And what did we gain? We gained the free...
No, we lost the free... So we lost looting. No, it's rummaging. It was just
yeah.
And then we lost the free reduction. And now we just lose 1 to reduce 1.
Yep.
And it has to be Navy.
It has to be Navy.
Yep.
So we're locked into a deck type where it has to run like at least 60% Navy cards.
Yep. But you get 8 searchers.
You get 8 searchers, which is cool. You can still run the old Sakazuki package in this deck. You still have access to Gekomoria. You still have access to these things. But
this was the argument for why I think our mega is so good, because I was like just seeing like in 07, people win their like 5-6 round Sword Treasure Cups with promo Sakazuki. Granted, the people are not necessarily trying as hard at every single one because the stakes are much lower, but a couple $100 card is still worth it.
Yeah.
That's just how good blue-black is.
Yeah, blue-black is inherently a good color combo, and you still have access to Houndblaze. I think Houndblaze is still one of the strongest cards in this deck.
Yeah.
And your gameplay is basically the same.
You also have Navy HQ.
You have Navy HQ, which is like a non-banned Enel lobby, which is pretty cool.
And you get Gravity Blade.
And
all those cards are
Red
Navy
Rock,
traded, so you're not punished.
So like the deck
structure... The Red Rock isn't. He said Red Rock. That one's not true.
Yeah, not it.
Told them to yell at me.
The deck profile hasn't changed much.
It's basically the same.
Yeah.
I've seen people like running P-Lofts just to try to get more card advantage, which I think isn't that bad of an idea, honestly.
Would we call this deck fairer? I don't know if it like...
It's definitely fairer.
I think it's fairer.
It's infinitely fairer, yeah.
But like, I don't think that makes it badder. I don't know if it's
so
bad.
Yeah. More fair doesn't make a deck bad.
Yeah.
But the more unfair the more fair a deck is, does not at some point there's like a sliding scale, right? Of like unfair, fair. Okay. So the closer to fair you are, there's a fall off, and the fall off decreases the closer you get to the fair, and it starts to level out and be a line about like how much does fairness correlate to the leader being bad. But the farther you get from fair towards unfair, the incline or decline when you're going down starts going up at a higher rate.
Yeah.
For how good the deck performs.
Exactly.
That part is fact.
Yes. So with that in mind, don't come at me. I'm not calling this leader bad. I'm calling it fair. And because I'm calling it fair, it's not as good.
Yeah, correct.
So,
yeah, totally.
So with that being said,
I'm still waiting for the answer.
Stays at locals.
Okay. I thought you were about to make. I was like, I'm not calling it meh. I'm not calling it bad. I'm calling it meh.
No.
I was like, that's a good one.
I mean,
and then you just said like 7 other things. And I'm like,
no.
We're waiting.
I don't get it twisted. I'm just saying, don't get it twisted. I think that like this deck is still pretty good. This is what I really meant to say. The deck is still pretty good. The deck isn't as broken.
Sure.
So it's not good. So it stays at local.
Listen, I'm just saying, I made you talk about Rata Sakazuki because I obviously made myself talk about Rata Law. So it's not a team, right?
Oh, is that what you do?
Yes.
Okay.
Next up, we have Belo Betty, which is a red-yellow 4-life leader. Would activate main once per turn. They'll let you trash a Revolutionary Army type card from your hand to give up to 3 characters with Revolutionary Army typing, or trigger on them plus 3,000 power for the turn. So Belo works to establish oppressive boards quickly, playing medium-sized bodies and extra bodies from life triggers, and also from deck with the 5+ of Hancock, which is very, very good. Her Revolutionary Army characters are granted bonus abilities by being at 7,000 power, which you can do just from Dawn or do from her ability, which is great. They gain abilities like minusing characters and leaders, removing characters, gaining unblockable, and gaining rush. There's one that gets banished too, but I feel like people don't usually play that one. And then, on top of all that, we're freewheeling with the life trigger cards. Yeah. Sounds great, right?
It's pretty good.
Wrong. So the inherent problem with Belo Betty is that the only way you can build fast enough, aggressively enough, and in a way that matters where it can't be over-interacted with, is if your leaders allow you to trigger cards out of life. So once I said leaders, opponents. So when your opponents allow you to trigger from life. So once your opponents know how Belo Betty operates, they played one Belo Betty matchup literally. They know that they shouldn't be attacking in the Belo Betty until they have an oppressive board. And they have interactive pieces. And also, like we talked about, most of the decks in this format are looking to go long and big. So they are not only denying you from being proactive, they are enabling their proactivity by extending the game the way they already want to do. So, unfortunately, you're very boxed into what you're trying to do with Belo Betty. And getting a clean kill is extremely hard. And them getting a clean kill on you as a 2-life leader as they wait you out isn't great. You also then are incentivized to keep playing things on board and either attacking or leave them unrested and try to hope they survive so they can multi-attack. But then you get to points like, oh, they have 3 or 4 things on board already. I'll attack. If they trigger something, they already have a body. They're replacing it. So it's like, then we get to that weird nuance. For me, it's just meh. It's not reaching where it needs to go. And
no cards at all help it. Like any of the new cards, like
I don't
Ace,
think so. I mean, like, unless you could try stuff with like Nami, right?
Yeah.
Even using like the yellow Bonnie when you're getting locked out of your life, so you're just attacking big with leader and you're filtering cards and trying to get card advantage. That can be good, right? But for me, this is what it is. I wrote a clean sentence here. I should just read, right? The main takeaway is that it's bad because you have 0 agency. You're doing a super fair thing until your opponent allows you to not do a fair thing. Unlike the Sakazuki was talked about, which does fair things and then does unfair things with his cards, because the cards are that powerful, but you're choosing on your time when to do it. Your opponent is not dictating the flow of how good your deck is being. And so when your opponent gets to dictate that, and your opponents are already incentivized to play longer, even though they're not a control deck, but by playing longer, bigger matchups, they're kind of acting in a control-esque role, you're just doubled down on being absolutely slapped around. Like, the one advantage deck might just be Zoro, because they have to attack you. They're not getting advantage if they're playing super long, and then you have the chance to try just 2-kill them maybe and get them out of nowhere, right? But I gotta put it at math. You're just giving your opponent too much power in the matchup. That's just what it comes down to.
There was one night where Dean, Sonny, and I were up until 4 in the morning, and I feverishly bought a Belo Betty, and I don't remember why.
It might have been because Dragon Red support was coming out, and you were just like, well, maybe.
Yeah, maybe. But I think, anyway, either way, I agree with your assessment. Yeah. Once you play one Belo Betty, you're done. I think you figured it out. So, yeah. Enel's next. Jeez, man.
What do you mean? It's your boy.
I know, but he's dead.
Sky P had the best arc.
Oh, God.
Come on.
All right.
He's coming back from the moon, guys. Or we're going to the moon. One or the other.
Enel is a 4-life leader, yellow, that reads, opponent's turn, once per turn, when your number of life cards becomes 0, add 1 card from the top of your deck to the top of your life cards, then trash 1 card from your hand. We used to be so good. We used to have it all.
What do you mean used to be?
We used to.
There's no cockroaching.
We used to. Well, I mean, like, okay, so we're still cockroaching.
This used to be a country, damn it.
So, and now, okay, let me go and explain the strategy.
Okay.
The strategy for Enel is the same as every yellow leader, essentially, where you are trying to survive the mid game until you can play late game stuff.
Sure.
But Enel was uniquely good at it because you could just take cards from your life with impunity. Without impunity? That's whatever. You could just take cards from your life for free. And then like at the end, use that last card in your life to just continue to filter out your hand and fix your hand and keep fixing your hand, right? And you might say like, hey, Enel might be pretty okay, well positioned because like you have access to Nami now. You can get rid of 5-cost characters, right? That seems pretty cool, you guys. Wrong.
What about Bonnie? Let you filter early game.
Bonnie's pretty good.
Yeah.
I mean, but like, and that snake's pretty good. But the thing is, like, you tech those pieces in, right? Is basically what I'm saying.
Sure.
You tech those pieces in to prepare for like whatever is happening, right? Well, I'm not either anymore. That's not true. Strike that from the record. Anyway, the reason why I think that Enel is probably uniquely bad in this format is because it gets destroyed by most top decks. Most top decks being Nami or like I guess, is this spoilers to say this out loud? But like Nami, Bonnie, Black Yellow Luffy.
Sure.
Like those things I would consider like top tier decks, as empirical evidence from last set says, right? And like your one matchup in the top meta that is slightly favored, like not even slightly favored, just a fair matchup is Lucci. And if Lucci finds the nuts, and if they're a good player, that matchup turns into a 60-40 and then to a 70-30 really quick.
I feel like losing stage had to be big though.
Maybe that's true. But then they have access to 9-cost Kaido.
Oh yeah.
So like, like that's crazy now.
Forgot about that card.
Like that's hard. Like and like the thing is like Zoro is also now still stomp. Like it will still stomp Zoro actually. I think Enel will still be a good locals leader in that like you're still
keeping it at locals?
No, I'm not keeping it at locals.
Okay.
But like I'm saying like when you go to locals with Enel, I think it still performs very well because one, the match variance, like you're playing 4 matches and you're still pretty good at it. You're still pretty favored to find like the cards and pieces that you need within 4 matches, right?
Sure.
And then I think that the knowledge check to go against Enel is what also keeps it afloat, right?
I see.
Yeah. That like, oh, should I keep hitting him even though he hasn't triggered his like leader life? I think I might as well, right? So he gets a card out of there are still players who like are newer and won't like know what to do. So Enel is still pretty good in locals, but against a lot of these other decks that have the same game plan as you and like can actually probably perform it better, like it is immensely hard. And I felt that firsthand at Pasadena, where it was like, okay, I spent like the first 5 matches pretty like rolling pretty good because I knew how to play these things. And then when I got to the players who knew how to play against me, it was uniquely hard and uniquely frustrating. So experiencing that, and then also, I mean, like in the comments, just tell me to get good for real. But like I think that this is a rogue deck now at this point. Yeah, I think it's rogue. I think that you can still do things, and again, I think it is format depending on if we are going fast or slow still. If everybody's hopping off slow, this is pretty good.
You're the resident yellow player, so I'm gonna have to defer to you. I do think that even on top of that, yellow has the more options of leaders to play with, and maybe that's part of it too, right? Is like, it's not even that it's bad, there's just maybe better lineups to do. Yeah, okay, sounds good.
And then when Doffy comes around, it's absolutely GG. I'm just saying. Like I think it's actually GG.
We're gonna take a short break, which doesn't matter for you because you're watching a video on demand, also known as a VOD. And like that, we're back with our next leader, Purple Luffy, a 5-life leader with the activate main once per turn ability to take a card from the top of your life and add it to your hand. Then if you control exactly 0 Dawn or more than 2 Dawn, gain an active Dawn from your Dawn deck. So with this Luffy, we are kind of like building right into the purple leader, what it wants to be doing. Ramping, getting to that late game fast. Yep. And we're skipping like turns 3, 4, the most middling turns for a non-Onigashima playing purple deck. With this exactly what we're doing is we are converting life to hand, which is not only giving us card selection, but counter power to defend whatever we're playing on board. So like, yes, oh no, we're a 4-life leader and they're gonna swing on us. But also, if you just counter with the card, because it's a low swing anyway, you end up at the same spot and then a head on board presence. So
yeah,
we love that.
You net 0 basically. So
yeah,
it's pretty good.
Super hard too.
Yeah.
And you know, while the Luffy himself is not that exciting, the tempo from the power cards you're accelerating into, especially we talk about this all the time. The power in purple is in the 5-cost suite. It's not even the top end. The top end's great, right? But that's why it's exciting to play like purple X decks.
Right.
Because purple brings that 5-card support suite. We're talking like all Sunday. Talking Eustass Kid. You can even go down to the 4s with Reijus for your minus stacks. You can go up to the 6s. Queen at 5 as well.
Yeah.
But like right around that 5 slot, perfect.
Yeah. And the streets are telling me that this purple Luffy deck is actually going to be one of the contenders once Doflamingo comes out, is what I'm hearing.
All my notes too right now, especially while it's weaker, this is like a best thing to take if you're seeing a lot of Doffy in your area and will help there, especially with one of the core 5s as well, Magellan coming in to come out early, keep you at tempo by putting your opponent behind, really going to do a lot of work there. And while I want to revisit this, you know, when the starters come out, we do our 8.5 set review. Right now, if Blue Doffy is at top cutting, and the main reason to play this right now is the Blue Doffy only, it's having a little bit of rough matchups in the things like black, especially with like trash black stuff coming out now and getting around things like the Magellan KO for extra value. You can just really put this at Rogue. You're definitely going to see it around. It may even fall out to stay at locals, but I think it has like enough good pairings and enough power behind it to quantify for Rogue.
Yeah, I think that I agree with Rogue. I know that there are a couple of purple cooking cards that might start pushing it into like top cut territory. Sure. But conservatively, Rogue.
A Purple Mom is a great pickup from this newest set too. Black Maria, depending on how you're building, not so much with like Purple Luffy, but Purple X in general, like is gonna add a lot of power into like what top end do you want to play, and being able to level out top end used to be super costly for you. So we'll have to see. I think though for now, like Rogue is a nice place because I feel like if we're saying it's only playing like definitive, like what we think might be the top 3 decks, probably not that great. But we're putting against an entire field that's playing and reacting to what's topping. I think there's a lot of matchups it runs into where it's going to have some nice favorability. Yeah.
And those 5 costs are super awkward for like people to deal with in terms of removal, so it's really good. Up next, we have Red Black Sabo. Red Black Sabo is a red-black leader that has 4 life that reads, Dawn ×1, opponent's turn, once per turn. If your character with 5,000 power or more would be KO'd, you may give that character minus 1,000 power during this turn instead of that character being KO'd. Comment section, this is your favorite leader. So, let's go in depth about why this leader is going to be at the tier that it's at. So, I'll concede that it's kind of cool. It's kind of cool that you can like, instead of like your character being removed the first time, you just minus 1,000 it. But again, you set that character up for further removal. It's not like imagine like if somebody zero costs something really fast, like they just turn all your costing to 0 for that character. They attempt to remove it. They go to remove it, and then you go, oh, you can't. Minus 1,000 on that character instead of it being KO'd, and they're like, for sure, I'm gonna go ahead and remove it again with something else. Like, and it's a once per turn activated, like, you know.
With Brook existing, like having like, mainly this is against black. Let's be real. Like, it'll come up. Is it KO or is it any removal?
It is KO. So it's not
right. So it's for black. It's not for blue. It's for black and red, but it's for black, really, right? And with the existence of Brook being like, I have on play removal and on attack removal and Jack activation over turn removal. It's like removing 2 singular targets in a turn is no longer that hard.
Yeah, it's really not hard. And also there are trash effects as well that get around this. Like, and also like Dawn ×1 on the leader. I mean, frankly, that's a very easy pay. But I mean, you're gonna have to account for that, and the effect itself is kind of middling. So I don't see it.
It seems like a theme where like these generic effects that aren't themselves broken. So like Luffy is kind of broken because it's ramping as a leader, but Issho is like a very generic, like you're just unresting a 5 and then you give things a minus, that aren't playing into an archetype or a very specific thing that like Color tries to do normally. Just don't see the pan out because they're priced too fairly or they're just not impactful.
Yeah.
And then we're going back to this red black. Rakdos doesn't exist in this game.
It's really hard. Like
it's really not
hard.
though.
Like,
it's really not. You just make an aggressive deck with like characters that are fast or removal. You know, just literally just print Rakdos into this game. Like my god.
Yeah. I mean, it's hard to like think about this typing and think of it like synergizing like completely. I mean,
think it's literally just like Brook. Like everything's a Brook. Like you're playing characters and they're all on play attack. They're all on play / attacking or when attacking abilities. So like you have like you just make like aggressive things that are like or like everything's a Kuzan, everything's a Brook, everything's an on attacking without Dawn on it, and that should be like the red black identity. And then maybe your leader can give things rush, like right? Yeah. Maybe it's like you can Vivi pay 2 just to give it rush, not draw a card, and so you can get your when attacking abilities the turn you play them, right? Like I think like, free Bandai, free. Okay.
Yeah.
Where is this leader at, Luke?
Yeah. This leader for me is meh. I'm gonna be honest. I think it's meh. I think that it's currently carried by the fact that you can run Sabo in this. It's carried by the fact that you have access to red cards that are strong and black cards that are strong. But when it comes to what the leader itself is trying to do, you're basically using the leader to protect your sideways turned like red cards, and I feel like removal in this game is so easy now that I just don't see it like being that effective.
Viewers, longtime haters, open up your comment sections. Because you know where this son of a bitch belongs. You know that when you comment, oh, I went for all my locals with Sabo, that was a reflection on the inability of your opponents and not on your skill as a deck builder or player. You know, in your heart of hearts, that Sabo is unplayable. Trash tier. I don't have a paper throwaway right now or else I trash it. I meant to hit the lens and it knocked our safety mic. That would have been a cool shot.
We got Hody Jones next.
Ooh, 06 baby.
06 baby. Hody Jones is a 5-life green leader that reads, activate main, you may rest this leader, rest up to one of your opponent's Dawn cards or characters with a cost of 3 or less. Then, you cannot add life cards to your hand using your own effects during this turn. Hody Jones.
Hody Jones.
Hody Jones.
Found out he has 2 penises the other day.
Yeah, because he's a shark. Found that out too at the same time, which I didn't. What do 2 dicks do in the deck? So, we need to utilize fishmen because you have so many fishmen in this deck.
Yeah, now we have them to utilize. We literally need to utilize the fishmen.
Need them. Because otherwise, half of your leader ability just doesn't matter, right?
Yeah.
So you might as well take advantage of it, right? And what do we have in the Fishman subtitle? We have
Hody Jones.
We have Hody Jones. Okay, that's one really good one. Yeah, Hody Jones.
We have Hody Jones and the other dude combined.
Yeah.
We have that other dude.
Oh, the new promo guy. The Hody
Jones, the octopus one.
Yeah,
the Fire Party one.
Yeah. And then do we run Vanderdeck? I don't know if we run Vanderdeck. I
feel like you run a couple, but it's not really part of that. It's like you run it because it's like hard removal.
Either way, I know that a lot of people have seen like Hody Jones like top and do like regional winning stuff, right? Like
no, not winning. It top 64 at EU regional.
Yeah, so it topped once, right? But then if you look closely at that player's matchup, it was more about their matchups, no? Like
yeah, he just ate Bonnies most of the day.
Yeah, so.
And also he just preyed on his opponents not knowing how the deck works, which is why we always preach that the big skill you have in the game is not mechanical skill first, it's knowledge first, and then mechanical skill second.
Repetition.
Yeah.
100%. And that being said, I think like Hody's main bread and butter is play your fisherman, do their effect, pressure opponent with like board and life, right? And then eventually you'll start playing Hody Jones and other green cards. Maybe you play Arc Noah. Do people run Arc Noah? Actually?
I don't know. Black just also eats them all because
That's
they're all
true.
except for the big Hody. I think one's a 5.
Like 3 4s.
They're all 4s and 3
Yeah.
costs. So it's like they just absolutely get eaten by stageless Lucci before the ban. Like,
Yeah. So that alone makes me feel like this deck belongs at locals because it does. It can perform.
Totally.
It can perform. You know. And it showed that it can perform by top 64ing, right? But I don't think the general populace of One Piece players is going to fall for that again.
Yeah.
So we'll see. I think that he makes a very good Dawn deck though. That's very funny. I love seeing those.
Listen, I'm going to concede this stays at locals. I think this leader is meh. I think it's overly fair. Like when you're using this leader, except for with the big Hody, for the most part, all the effects you're activating for not taking a life, at the cost of not having a leader to attack with, reminding you that all it does is make them like actual playable cards.
Yeah.
So like, is the leader that good when it just makes unplayable cards playable? Not really.
But
But
actually true.
I'm willing to concede that with the package and the tempo it has, that you can play it. If we're saying you can play Kuro, did we say you can play Kuro at locals? I forget at this
I don't
point.
think so.
Well,
I don't know actually.
It can stay.
It can stay.
It gets the pass.
Wow.
Yeah.
Cool.
Next up is Red Purple Uta. It is the second Uta printed in the game. This one is red. With Red Purple Uta, you got a 4-life leader that when attacking has the ability to trash a film card from your hand to give an opponent's character minus 2,000 power for the turn and gain Arrested Dawn from your Dawn deck. Now, at Uta, we're playing the both Red's power-based interaction and Purple's ramming into a large body to generate card advantage through minus Dawn's abilities with Purple or slamming some big red threats, right?
Yeah.
While the core film package to utilize this leader is enticing, right? It's purple for the most part. There's a few red tools here and there. There's some cool recursion stuff, cheeky, right? There's just not a lot of film cards in this game that aren't green.
Yeah.
And even the greens aren't that many. Like in each individual color, red being the worst one, but like let's look at purple for example. Outside of this starter deck, I think there's like 5 purple film cards. And most of the starter deck, like any other starter deck, except for these new ones coming out, which are gas, are mostly chaff cards.
Yeah.
So the pool isn't good. And if we're all in on the leader ability, because like that's the reason you play a leader like this, you don't want to be playing mostly a chaff deck. Granted, you do get absolute units on the other side of that too, like OP06 is Red Shanks, which is a top end threat. Then we have extra we can discard to the ability, and it'll just blow up anything, and we're getting there faster.
Yeah.
But like when it comes down to it, like pitch your card for your hand to ramp Arrested Dawn, a Dawn you do not utilize that turn, is not a good trade-off.
Yeah. Consider that Purple Luffy does the same thing for life, but then gets it activated.
It gets it active. You don't even have to attack.
Yeah.
So if for any reason you couldn't attack or you didn't want to attack, maybe you didn't want to trigger like a just shut up and come with me, right?
Yeah.
Like you just do it. And yeah, like it can set up cool like combat tricks, right? Like removing things with combat. It can set up red removal well, and it can ramp you well. But I don't think like to do this deck well, you have to probably ramp 3 Dawn in the game at least, right? So you're pitching 3 cards, and the average, the best film card being the Guild Tessero. You play a character on board, you get one back that replaces that, the +1. So like you would have to play 3 Guild Tesseros just to net back the cards you pitched.
Yeah.
And I don't think without netting them back, the cards are worth it.
Yeah. I tried really hard to make this deck work. I tried really, really hard to make this deck work. And the thing is, like, this deck doesn't ramp nearly as fast as all the other rampers.
Not even close.
It only gets to 10 one turn before, oftentimes. So it doesn't even get to, and in the end, like, what are we ramping for, Yeah. Like, it's
well, you have to play, to ramp consistently, you have to pay so many film cards, which means you only have so many room for, like, non-film payoffs where the actual payoffs of those colors are.
Yeah.
So with that really bad cost-benefit analysis of what you're getting out of what you're pitching for the leader ability, and just, again, the very limited film card pool, I gotta put this in the meh, if I'm being honest.
Yeah.
Just because there's a lot of things doing the ramp strategy in these similar colors better. And it could definitely feel like all the other decks were saying, like, stays at locals. This one is being brought down specifically because of the pigeonholed, like, base that you have to start your deck with, and the not so great payoff compared to other ramp leaders in red, purple, in purple.
And even the new ramp leader So like in,
yeah, we'll get to that.
So, yeah, we'll see that. Cool. So stays and locals.
Meh.
Or meh.
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 Meh. Yeah. This next one is Reiju. Reiju for all my for all my abandoned RP Law players out there.
No, we're going to Doffy. Fuck Reiju. We're going to Doffy, dude.
It looks like you all went to Reiju that one time, or in the halfway through the set. So
well, you know, there was nothing else to do.
That's
there
true.
was like we didn't have options.
Yeah. Reiju is a 4-life leader, purple-blue, that reads, your turn once per turn. When a Dawn card on your field is returned to your Dawn deck, draw 1 card. Really, really good effect.
Why is that really good, Luke?
It's really good because we have so many things, like, in terms of the Vince. Oh my god, why do you do this to me?
We're supposed to explain why the decks are good.
Yeah, it's really, really good because all of our Vinsmoke character cards, in order to transform them into the next stage of themselves, require Dawn minus abilities. So, for instance, if you had small Reiju, you would Dawn minus for the transformation into bigger Reiju, draw 2 cards off of Reiju, assuming that you have the card hand limit in check, and then draw an extra card from your leader ability, which gives you good card selection, drawing. This is your favorite effect, drawing cards.
Draw a card. So the sweeter words have never been printed onto a card than draw a card. Reiju says draw 2 cards.
Draw 2 cards. That's really
Mama.
good. Yeah. Draw 3 cards even. So like.
The only exception is a card like Magic's Dig Through Time, where it's look at the top 7, pick 2. Oh!
When are we gonna get a card like that? Do you think? That seems busted.
Never.
No, we'll
yeah,
never
it is
do
busted.
That. That's really busted.
He got all the it had Delve. Do you know what Delve is?
I do. I remember what Delve is, but I don't remember the specific like.
The card had Delve.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you could cast it for like 2 mana potentially. Like.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that's busted. But luckily,
Reiju's only slightly busted.
Yeah. Luckily, we can only do that so many times in Reiju. But Reiju's ability to cycle through the deck and then just keep looking for the pieces that it needs makes it a very, very good replacement for RP Law if that's your strategy and your go-to of like play small guy, bring out guy, and then have the blue package of removal. Which is
putting Gravity Blade, Red Rock. And then so do you view it in this format, like are we best building this in like a tempo strategy, as an aggro strategy? You know, obviously there's Porsche to lean into now.
Yeah. So I believe that this goes into an aggro strategy, at least the way that I've seen it played and played against me. It has always favored aggro in terms of like I control the board. It could also switch off into like a tempo deck if the aggro strategy isn't working out for you. But it has so many play lines to go from either early aggression to mid-range tempo, and then your end game is like looping in Judge to set up attackers to maybe hit multiple times, like 6 to 7 times in a turn, right? I think the downside to this is that Reiju kind of requires you to have the nuts every single time, but it's good to search. Like it's easy to search for the nuts.
Yeah.
So. It's high
I would
roll.
say the downside is that you only get to play 4 EGGs.
That is fair. Yeah. It is high rolly in similar ways to RP Law. But however, lots of Castle type decks like Bonnie or Enel weather out the storm pretty easily. And actually, I'm gonna keep saying it. Like earlier aggressive decks into this deck, outpace it.
Really?
Pretty hard.
You think so?
That's
interesting.
So.
Okay.
I think so. I'm just gonna keep saying Zoro.
Yeah, sure. Like we already graded it.
Yeah. So Zoro into this matchup, I feel propagates way faster than Reiju can. And then if they're propagating Ichiji's to minus 3,000, my 4,000 my 4,000 power like character, I don't care. It's already going, right? Like they can take care of my board for sure, but I have ways to make that board keep going. And if it keeps going, and if they're aiming for my board and they're not just hitting my life, then it's kind of over for them. Like you play Dragon, you play all these other things. Like it's just it gets too big, you know. So
where are we standing on this?
I do think that all that being said, I can see this being top cutting.
Really? We're putting it all the way up.
I think it can be top cutting because I think that there are enough Reiju pilots in circulation right now and still holding on to that deck and still like finding success because it has multiple play patterns and play lines that it can do that I think that if they lean heavily into one or the other, they'll still survive in this meta, in this format. I think they're like one of the decks that could flex into either or.
Yeah, you know, I think I would be a little more conservative with it, but I think I'm totally happy playing this at top cutting.
Yeah.
I think, like, obviously it has a really good Black Yellow Luffy matchup between having Gravity Blades and Puddings in the deck. I think while you make a good point that Body can be a really rough matchup, Body can also be a really good matchup. They had that very specific lineup pieces to like keep you in check, and you probably get the board so much faster before they're actually playing the bodies that matter, that you get to just take advantage of that. You also get to like Niji like kill like the searchers and stuff when they're in early game, so you don't have to waste attacks on them. Yeah, I think Reiju is definitely something people should be making sure they understand, especially understanding where and how they can shift gears, especially in a match.
And I think we're gonna see more of it consistently. So
totally. Yeah. Up next from 06, we got Perona, a green-black 4-life leader with activate main once per turn. Choose one. Oh, I love hearing that word. Either reduce the cost of a character by 1, or rest a character costs 4 or less your opponent controls. So with Perona, we're kind of leveraging a leader that powers an engine of both colors, right?
Yeah.
Green cares about things being rested and then taking advantage of being rested, whether it's freezing or KOing. And then black cares about things being cost reducted. So it does both. Also green does at times as well for some cost things, but obviously much more of a black staple identity. And with these cards, we're able to put these things together to really push through. I think Perona plays, we talked about how Vivi plays like a traditional Magic control deck. Perona plays like a traditional Magic mid-range deck. It can make itself just slightly slower than the decks that are trying to go all the way in fast, and slightly faster than all the decks that are trying to go all the way in slow. And by doing that, you're going to be able to outpace the opponent in a way that makes it awkward, but plays to this general strategy they're doing until you're ready to take initiative. One of the biggest things with this, obviously, is the resting things and then green KOing, right? So not only do you get to like rest your opponent's thing and then play like a Ryuma on 4 or an extra on 5, right? But then you get to choose, okay, I now have this 4/6 5/6 body, right? I've removed something already. I can either continue to use my leader to set up characters to attack into and slowly choke them on the board while I slow down this game, or I can start using these bodies that are hard for them to remove and them to attack into and just start hitting face. And it's going to do a lot very quickly and add up. Obviously, of course, we also have tons of additional support with cards like A-Cost Sabo, A-Cost Issho, Kakamoria. You really transform this deck into whatever you need it to be. It could be a high resourcing deck with like Samurai.
You can be my Samurai.
You can be my Samurai. I can't remember the phrasing. And the Otama, or you can just play like the more traditional, like tempo-y, black-esque identity more version. And all of them are good, and all of them play well into a diverse field, which we're definitely entering. So because Perona is able to slip through a lot of the cracks of multiple decks and then exploit said cracks both in the decks, in your individual games, and in a tournament format of multiple decks in this wide field, I'm going to put it in the Rogue. Again, it's going to be one of those things where it's going to be more favored later than it will be earlier.
Right.
Black's just at such a good spot, though. I think Jack in this deck is also really interesting.
I think that, because Jack in this deck fixes this deck's, like, problem of it relies so much on Ryuma.
Yeah, and it also propagates the 7 curve better when you're going first. That is not so good when they force you, especially a lot of decks wanting to go second in this format. Yeah,
I think one of the cons for Perona was the over-reliance in Ryuma, so anything that fixes that, especially with these new cards, is a huge up for Perona. I agree with you in that it could be Rogue. I can see this.
Also has Zoro access, so the 1.9 cost Zoro.
Oh yeah, it has Zoro access.
That's huge.
Yeah, and then has like tech into Issho and stuff like that.
Has Doffy access. Like you can build this deck like 3 ways, and all of them can be correct in their own way. So yeah, really love this card and this leader, and I think it's definitely something you should be looking at if you're looking to explore new strategies in that color identity. So next up, we have green, yellow Yamato, a 4-life leader with double attack, which is still crazy to this day to say out loud. And activate main if your opponent's life is at 3 or less. You can attach 2 Rested Dawn to any of your characters. Now, Yamato is a glass cannon type leader that looks to go all in on it majorly to do the most of your damage and leverage the most of what you're doing in any match. And then kind of just start trickling down late game bombs to really secure that board state or push it over the finish line. So leverages support cards like Onami to add banish to double attack while being a optimal trigger in limited life. Hiyori to organize those triggers in life. You can also play a version of the deck where you play a lot of free play cards from life with triggers, whether it's the Akazaya or more traditional yellow stuff, right? And obviously, new egghead support like the new 5-cost Nami is great. Playing into getting better card selection with the new Bonnie yellow card is great when you're already all in on your leader. And you can freely attach to the Bonnie with the rest of the Dawn from your leader. Like, turning it on. You got so many more options than you did before. And again, decks are looking to go really fast, and this can compete with the really fast decks, or they're looking to go really slow, and you look at the punish them for not being active on the board early. And it'll do both and all of those things.
Yeah.
And so as the format seeks to go slower and bigger, the early glass cannon is not going to be punished as much. It's going to be able to do a lot more than it was before. It can also bust through boards with Hody Jones. It can go high on life with Yamato, or it can do both aggression and life with Ace. When it comes down to it, there's not too much this deck can't do. I'm going to be putting this deck at Rogue. I would not be surprised if this deck takes enough top 64s where we do say it's top cutting. I think it's going to come down mostly to how equally distributed the aggression decks are, the control decks are, and then based on that, where the mid-range decks lie in between.
Right.
Because the mid-range decks are what are going to hose this deck.
Yeah.
But for example, if people are moving towards starter deck 14 Luffy to out the black decks, right? I think that deck has a much worse matchup into Yamato than Lucci does, for example.
Yeah, 100%.
And so, as those things solidify, and I know it's kind of a cop-out answer, I feel like, for this kind of video, but this really is one of those ones that's like, it's literally so all in as a strategy that it needs to have a clear path within the meta game for us to tell you where it's at.
Yeah, and I think going back to the glass cannon thing, you have so many trigger characters that could play out of that you don't care about taking life because you're hoping you're gonna hit into a Kokinojo, you're hoping that you're gonna get hit into a Cat Viper, and these are really good into the aggressive red decks, especially because then you just have a board to backspin with immediately. So it's really, really good. I agree with you in that it's gonna be Rogue, depending on where the format ends up going.
Yeah, if we shift this up to top cutting, or we check in, it's not there yet, but in the format it is not surprised at all. I think the worst thing again is going into how much mid-range is there, right? Yeah. So Doffy is a problem deck for it because it both plays top end control and early game mid-range to challenge both ends. Yeah. But how many of those decks exist in the format and how well they're doing, where people feel incentivized to bring them, that's really what's going to come down to how well it's going to do. And finally for 06, we have Black Moria, a 5-life leader with Dawn 1 when attacking, that lets you pay 2 Dawn, to trash a card from your hand, then trash 3 cards to the top of your deck, and then take any cost 4 or lower Thriller Bark character from your trash and put it right into play. Moria has all the access to black cards that every other black leader has, so that's already step 1. Rebecca, 8-drop Moria, 8-cost Salvo, all the goods, Jack, Kaido, all that stuff, right?
Yep.
But it has a new angle to fight Black Mirrors because a lot of its stuff it's playing doesn't care if you interact KO with it because it already played them at a discount while being aggressive on its attacks by putting Dawn on it to activate. The cards have on-play abilities they already got value of. They come back to the board, whether it's from the leader ability, from Rebecca's, from the Morias themselves. And so it's a trap a lot of the times. They obviously at some point you do have to interact with their board. But at some points they just populate a board just to make you feel like you need to attack it or interact with it. And then you're like, oh, I got you to spend that tempo. Now I have the tempo again. And it's shit. Yeah, I mean, also the existence of Hogback in this deck, meaning you more consistently Moria than your opponents across a 9-round event, right? And also, if it really comes down to it, you can Moria 5+ times instead of 4 times. Kind of crazy, right?
It's really crazy. And the fact that Hogback exists to, in the middle game, just bring back 2Ks into your hand makes you a very sturdy black
and
leader.
put another threat on the board. It's just, it's not even it is a threat they have to deal with, and then it either gives you your boss or it gives you counter. It's or you pitch a non-counter event, you're like, oh, I don't need this Ice Age right now, I have another one in hand. I'll take this 2K back. What?
Really good.
Yeah.
I will say the current builds that I've seen for Moria do not really rely so much on removal per se.
Yeah, and they're just playing combat now at this point. That's how good it is.
Yeah, it's really good.
So yeah, your entire trash ends up acting as a secondary hand. So you have insane card selection, and again, leader, Rebecca's, Moria's, all propagating all this stuff back from the yard, which means this is a real second hand. It isn't in some black decks or in Rebecca, for example, where it's you kind of get to play around with it. It's no. This is actively your opponent has to know every card in the yard because every one of those cards is live. So with that and the way that it plays into things, I am going to be giving Moria a top cutting status. I think that especially, so here's what's really gonna happen here. Luffy or Moria is gonna come out on top. But If Luffy comes out on top, I think Moria still stays in top cutting because I think it eats the Luffys with a single removal. The hard to multi removal.
Yeah.
And again, moving away from cost-based interaction or a lot of removal and doing more simple removal and focusing on their combat and hand manipulation with Peronos and stuff like that. But if Black Luffy fails to stay and Lucci really does stay so dominant, then I see the Moria maybe falling down into Rogue from here.
Yeah.
I think it's definitely better than this. Even if it doesn't like do well though, like it doesn't even take like one top 64, this deck is far and above better than a stays at locals deck, like on average. So it just needs to be propped up here just for fairness of like the tier separation.
Yeah, I'm gonna agree with that. So,
Cool.
Yeah.
06? 07?
06?
07.
07 time.
07.
Oh my god, we're almost there.
07?
07. We have Dragon. So, Dragon is...
That's a Monk to Dragon.
No, we got the Monk to Dragon. Monk to Dragon. Monk to Dragon is a 5-life red leader that reads, activate main once per turn, give up to 2 total of your currently given Dawn cards to one of your characters.
What does that mean?
What does that mean? Well, it means that if you are, okay, let's pretend you're playing Revolutionary Army, right? Let's say you're playing Revo Army, and then you're like, I'm gonna attach 2 to Karasu, or like 1 to Karasu, right? And you swing, you do all that shenanigans with the Rev Army stuff, and then you're like, cool, I have so many other Rev Army characters that require Dawn equip attack effects, right? Well, Dragon's like, hey, go ahead and take 2 of those Dawn and then like splash them around. It's pretty good. Your entire deck strategy is to really go aggressive with Revolutionary Army, or you could like play into other red packages using Dawn manipulation to spread the Dawn around, give it a lot of equal attacks. You can swing 7 like 4 times, so many times, yeah. You know?
That's before you're putting like Kidding Killers in there, right?
Yeah, so it is very linear in that it is aggressive, but I mean, you can change where you're pointing your aggression. You can either go for board, you can go for face. You determine where that goes, right? So Dragon is, I guess, fine. It basically acts as like 2 characters that already do that, like Haruta and Nami. But moving around 2 is pretty good. And then you have the boss character Dragon, who does the same exact thing, except for rested Dawn. So not given Dawn or equipped Dawn.
Yeah, so he sets it up with the rest of them. That's what the Nami and the Haruta does.
Yes, yeah. So, I mean, it's a red aggro deck, but the reasons why I don't think it's as powerful as the other red aggro decks is that your turns playing characters like 3 to 4 cost characters are like too many. Like you're just playing body after body and hoping that they don't get obliterated. You know?
Let the record show this man lost a dragon on Eggman stream. So
that's true. That's true. But I was playing yellow. Like I was playing like
you were playing Enel.
I was playing Enel. But like the thing. Was I actually playing Enel?
I think you were that match.
I thought I was playing
Check the tapes. Footage will be right here. Footage will be right here.
Was it either Vegapunk or was it?
Well, let's put it this way. You didn't win any of those games, so you could have been playing any 3 of them.
That's true. But either way, I think like, well, he knew how to play against Enel.
All right.
Anyway, Eggman, if you're watching, I want the run back. But I think Dragon is one of those ones that will do really, really well in locals. I think that like it will do really, really well in early stages of large regionals and large treasure cups and stuff like that. But when you start fighting opponents that do know how to deal with that sort of aggro, early aggro, board aggro, it starts falling behind, and especially because Rev Army stuff is like still like 3 to 4 to 5. Which is easy numbers to be removed and reduced. So
gotcha.
Yeah.
So what are we saying on this one?
I think it stays at locals. I think it's at stays at locals. I
can agree with that.
Yeah. I don't know if I want to put it at like even at a cusp or anything, but I do think like the game plan is linear. It's easy. And it's a good deck to pick up if you're beginning. So,
what does seem fair though is OP07's Bonnie, a green 5-life leader, with once per turn on an opponent's attack, lets you pay 1 Dawn to rest an opponent's character or leader. So, let's not even think about like what these cards are, right? From the basic perspective, every turn Bonnie lets you pay 1 to nullify an attack. So you convert 1 Dawn every turn into at worst a 1k counter, which is already essentially doing my favorite thing, virtually, of drawing cards. You are virtually generating cards in terms of the value you were doing. Like, that's nuts, right? Then you can look at it as, well, you know, they have this utility piece they're not attacking with. I'm going to make it rested and so I can kill it. Or not only am I stopping this attack, but now I'm also going to remove it. Because obviously Bonnie wants to limit the number of bodies on the board, to limit the number of total attacks, to also punish the opponent more for letting them rest. Like, resting 50% of your board isn't as bad as resting 20% of your board, you know? Also, by doing this, you're able to extend the game late, leaning into haymakers, so 9 cost Zoro, 10 cost Doffy, Hody Jones to break boards they do establish, you know, even just Cavendish generating value. Carrot, obviously, with the new freezing ability, piles on top of this so well. Really, and not even like it's the main strategy, but they just get to run Eustass 8-drop Kid for free. Like, you just play the copies of the card in the deck, and you're like, I might actually play this, and I might not. I might just play it as a body, or just trash it to a 0 event, you know, whatever. It's like, that's how free it is to do, which is super scary. So, really for me, it doesn't just lend itself to defense, it lends itself to overall tempo, which is extremely powerful because it means no matter what deck you're playing against, you're going to see value, whether it's the late game deck, the early game deck, the mid-range deck. And by forcing things to be removed via combat, or through other interaction, or just ignoring it now with Carrot, again, which is just so insane. Bonnie, especially being a top contender into BY Luffy, which is arguably the closest thing to the best deck in the format if there was a tier 0 format right now. This is a regional winning deck. I think the only thing keeping Bonnie out of being like default regional winning is if Zoro is so much faster than we think, or if to beat Zoro, Bonnie ends up having to make more concessions to stem the matchup that hurt its good matchups already. Because obviously just facing the Lucci is bad, but I don't think facing into Luffy is as bad as people make you think. Because you do get the propagate enough where they can't just keep overwhelmingly removing things with their singleton removal. You can also move into Rosinante 8-drop builds, which may just be correct right now. Honestly, I've been thinking about it a lot, which invalidate that strategy as well. So I'm putting this in regional winning. If it drops to top cutting, I'm not surprised, but I'm starting high on it, and it's definitely like if you're like, you want the easiest direction to, if you care about your result, where you should start looking at decks, this should be in that echelon. And
I think that this is a really good deck in terms of like tournament health, right? In terms of like your own player tournament health, because again, your lines are pretty linear up until a certain point where you decide which haymaker you want to throw, as well as like the deck itself is a constant knowledge check against your opponent in terms of attack sequencing. So yeah. Up next we have Boa. Wow. Yes, dude. Boa recently topped in an event. I think it was
we're filming this one later than normally, but you can tell why by all the effort we're putting in.
So Boa is a blue 5-life leader that reads, your turn, once per turn, this effect can be activated when a character is removed from the field by your effect. If you have 5 or less cards in your hand, draw 1 card. So this is a pretty good effect because it is very, very easy. Like, these are very easy conditions for blue to meet. And then it gives you card advantage on top of that. But what it does mean is that your card hand size, I said that right?
Yeah, your
card hand size, that means that your card hand size has to be like 5 or less. So either you're telegraphing or playing your bodies like early, or like thinning your card hand, right? Thinning your hand, and then just to like gain 1 card, but that card could be like a combo piece you need. It could be another counter you need. If you set it up correctly, like I mean, your
teammate can multiply some things to reduce your hand.
Exactly. So like the overall like strategy of the deck is the same strategy that we are running for Blue Doffy. You're running 7 warlords. You're multiplaying. You're taking care of the board by either bouncing things or removing them with combat, while getting cards like card advantage by drawing, or like just drawing cards and feeling free to counter early even.
This, I mean, real quick to just jump in, this in my opinion is taking the best parts of that blue purple croc leader we talked about earlier and Doffy. It's not doing either of those things as good as them, but doing them both well in a 5-life leader is actually bringing a lot to the table in terms of like being able to battle a large diverse field. And of course, most importantly right now, take advantage of blue's bottom deck removal.
And although Blue Doflamingo does it better, I think, in my opinion.
Sure.
I do still think that this, just by virtue of running the same package and like being able to have the same cards, you're just doing this a little bit differently. You're not going to be as aggro as Doflamingo. I think you're going to be sturdier than Doflamingo because you have the option to counter early.
This is the control deck.
Yes.
Doflamingo is the mid-range deck that veers into an aggro lane. This is like we're playing mono blue control.
Yeah. Well, and then I think in the matchup against Doflamingo, it might do a little bit well. I think just because like you can counter out of those early attacks, but it does rely on what you end up doing late game, and if you can backswing into their board and take care of their board faster than they can take care of yours. So I really want to put this in Rogue. I really want to put this in Rogue.
I like it Rogue.
Yeah. So
I think that's totally respectable.
Yeah, I really want to put this in Rogue, but then my heart says like maybe not enough people. There might not be enough cooks in the kitchen for this deck. You know what I mean?
Well, we're trying to quantify what the power level is.
Right.
You know, a lot of our results can be wrong when we re-identify with the results that we take from tournaments. But because we're also not all the way through the format, we always try to take into account when we do that, you know, do we know as experienced players if the power level is higher than the results, right? Now, obviously, we're not going to tell you that, like, if Boa gets 0 tops, Boa's a regional winning deck. That's absurd.
Yeah.
But in the Rogue category, the whole point is that you could be the 1 in a million. Your statistical odds are not great to do it, but if that's what you care about, and you're like, listen, I know Boa better than anyone. I know how it matches up, and if I get the right couple of matchups, if I've tuned my deck perfectly, I'm going to run it.
Yeah.
And so we're going to tell you that's possible.
Yeah.
We're not going to say it's possible if it's completely impossible. That'd be irresponsible. But I agree it's completely possible here. And we've seen it. We've seen it already. So.
And if you're one of those Rogue winners, I would love to chat with you because, oh my god.
Oh my god.
I just want to
know. Please let him, please give him a reason to buy a set of manga boas right now. Coming up for me next, we have Foxy and the Foxy Pirates, who is a purple 5-life leader with an attack ability that lets you Dawn -3 if you control 3 or more Foxy Pirate type characters. Select up to 1 of the leader and 1 of your opponent's characters. Those cards will not become active in your opponent's next refresh phase. So your Foxy Pirates look to needle at your opponent slowly over the game while accelerating Dawn. They have a bunch of new ramp tools you can use. And of course, they want to kind of just like, literally like in the show, annoy your opponent. Like you're just trying to get like a little incremental advantage until you get to your top end. Then once you get to your top end, you've ramped, you're going to need to do the most important thing, which is keep characters on board.
Yeah.
You need 3 Foxy Pirates to activate the ability. One of them, the best one, Itami Mizu, is one that ramps you Dawn, so you're good. The next one is probably Porsche because you get to free play something off her, and then you get to 3. Your third one otherwise should probably be your 7-drop Foxy because it ramps you Dawn and gives an oppressive minus power to your opponent's characters. So that's like the best way to take it. From here, we're looking to freeze things with our opponent, with our leader. So our opponent, we don't have to attack in them. We just freeze them every turn, and it's like, now we don't worry about it. We've essentially removed them. -3 Dawn is rough, but we get 2 Dawn back at the start of every turn. 18 Mizu can give us 1, 7 Foxy can give us 1. Stays on parity. Then you have Megaton Rush, which lets you unrest a Foxy card. It can be the big 7, I think it's a 7-9 or 7-8 Foxy. The 7 costs Foxy to attack with that twice with Dawn on it.
I think it's
or your leader, and then if you do your leader, you're freezing up to 2 characters. Obviously, you just double up on the leader.
Yeah.
Not that much for a Dawn -6. Okay, I've flattered it enough. So unfortunately, the problem here is what we've been harking on the whole time. Removal is at an all-time high, dude. You need 3 characters on this board to use the effect. Sure, the first time you use it, you're fine. The real power is doing it turn over turn over turn over turn over turn to lock in those freezes and only change them when your opponent really upgrades into a better unit, right? So, for me, if removal is like this, like it is right now, Foxy is staying at locals.
Yeah.
Does it have the power level to top an event? Absolutely.
Yeah.
This is where we go into the usual discussion of how we talk about meh and unplayable, where I don't think it's worth the amount of effort, time, brain power, and frustration that it takes to top cut with Foxy in like top 64 at regionals, when you could be choosing things that do pseudo-similar things and playing that instead and do well. But if one tops it, you heard it from me first that it is possible.
Yeah. And I think the type of players who play Foxy are the type of players who play Orcs in 40K. And they're doing it because they want to have fun. And if that's you, keep going, man. Just keep
Orcs
going.
just want to have fun.
Cool. Up next, we have OP07's Lucci.
Let's go.
Oh my god. Okay. All right. I'm gonna crack my knuckles for this one. I'm not even gonna consult the phone.
How was your BY Luffy matchup tonight?
Oh my god, monstrous! It was so hard. It was so close. It was so close, but like,
Yeah, it was so close because Dean didn't take any of his life till turn 8.
Yes, and he saw no Sabos, and that's what you have to do to make it close. But anyway, OP07's Lucci. Lucci is a 5-life black leader that reads when attacking, reduce the cost of character by 1, and then trash 2 cards from the top of your deck.
Neat.
Yeah, cool. Really cool.
Isn't there another card kind of like this, but like it cost a Dawn? Am I crazy?
I think
It doesn't mill anything.
it doesn't mill anything.
Yeah. Who's that guy?
It costs a Dawn?
Yeah, Vapor?
Oh my god, dude.
I
think it's
Sniffler? Drinker? Injector.
Snorter. You're cutting that out.
Smoker. There, I was just going through all like paraphernalia.
Smogger.
No, that's not paraphernalia. I was thinking
not,
like,
yeah, you're just
like
going for vape.
crack,
Yeah.
Anyway.
Did you say cracker? Did you say cracker?
Crack, I said crack.
Oh my god. Anyway,
Yeah,
it sounds a lot like Smoker, but better, right? So I feel like it's kind of redundant to talk about how strong Lucci is. I think it is a top meta contender and has been for the past 2 sets for a reason. I think multi-removal is very, very strong. I think the ability to choose whether to strike down a huge body or multiple bodies will always be relevant, making it easy to option into multiple decks.
Yep.
And I think like just the new cards that have come out after firsthand experiencing them tonight. We did cut earlier so that we could go play locals. Sorry. I did go second in that locals because I was playing Lucci, and then I did lose to a BY Luffy matchup. Access to Gecko.
You were talking about how good the deck is now.
Yeah. Yeah. If I can do that, I think it's pretty good. I think that's pretty good.
But to punctuate your point.
To punctuate my point. Black Kaido,
Jack.
Black Kaido and Black Jack are really, really good tools that help make the removal math a lot easier for a lot of players like myself. And especially with the removal of Ennis Lobby, we simply just option out Ennis Lobby and bring Ice Age back in. That makes a lot of things easy, especially like in the mirror when you want to take out a Jack per se. You can just go ahead and Ice Age it for 1, and then play 9-cost Kaido, and then make them trash 1 card from their hand. Really good.
Neat.
Really, really neat. Really good stuff. The mirror, I feel, would be atrocious. But these new cards really, really help elevate the deck even further. And especially being able to trash out the Blue-Y Luffy Sabos, anything that needs to be immediately removed on the board as a threat.
Yeah.
Really, really good stuff.
I mean, uniquely so, running the CP package, not necessarily indicative of the leader, but in the cards themselves, you know, you also build super wide boards by recurring multiple bodies from trash at the same time.
Yep.
Also, Edie Brook's never been in a better deck than this deck.
Yep.
So, like, not only are you just removing a bunch of stuff, but you're also actively, while your opponent has to rebuild, pressuring them with cards on board that matter.
Yep.
Yeah.
And you could freely play a bunch of Brooks and, like, you know, you could turn 2, play Rebecca, play a Brook. The Rebecca takes care of the Brook, you know, all that stuff. So it's really, really fun. I do think though, God, the comments are gonna roast me for just talking about Zoro all the time, but God, dude,
I
Zoro,
thought you were
dude.
something totally different.
No, I'm gonna say that Zoro.
Why don't you just don't? You don't have to.
What? I don't have to talk about. I don't have to talk about Zoro.
You can, but I'm just saying, like, you don't.
I mean, I don't, but I'm gonna.
Okay. Comments. Here you go.
Zero will give you a run for your money, find a 4-cost Lucci early, and then backswing in to prune their board. Eventually, they won't be able to do anything. But Zero, I think, is aggressive enough because this is how a lot of decks had to deal with Lucci. They had to go aggro onto their life and hope that adds up later on, while then pivoting onto their board.
Yeah, I mean, even though just RP Law in the last format, we just ignore their board for the most part, aside from just the minus incidental we get, and we just populate multiple bodies at a time and make them always multi-remove.
Yeah. So, that being said, Zero can just bum rush their life, and then by the time that they are trying to remove all the bodies off your board, you can start slamming down 8-cost dragons. You can start playing all these big red bodies at the end to cement it, and then you also have access to Diablo Jambe. You have access to Nico Robin. So, you know.
So where is Lucci in all this?
Lucci's regional winning.
Yeah, I agree with that one.
Yeah. So, yeah.
Makes sense to me.
And finally, for OP07, we have Vegapunk. I think Vegapunk is a secret sleeper. So.
I keep saying this to you.
Yeah.
and you won't sleeve it back up. You played it at its worst and refused to play it at its best, and it did well at its worst in a format that still had law in Japan.
Yes, 100%.
So like, what are you doing?
Just waiting for the right one. The right time. I should be sleeving that deck back up. Maybe I'll do that next time. Vegapunk is a 5-life leader yellow that reads, this leader cannot attack, activate main once per turn, pay 1 Dawn, select up to 1 Egghead type card with a cost of 5 or less from your hand, and play it or add it to the top of your life cards face up. I don't have to tell you how good it is to play a 5-cost character on board turn 1 for 1.
I thought we already talked about Iceburg.
Okay.
Weird.
Oh yeah, cool. I don't have to tell you how good it is to pay 1 to add a trigger character to the top of your life that you and your opponent can both see that they don't want to hit into.
It's fair.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So that is innately strong in terms of like mind games already. You can go ahead and like determine from the first turn what you're trying to do and what you're trying to set up against versus the deck across from you. You are either thinking, oh my god, like I should probably go ahead and start aggroing by the next turn, or you can say, I'm gonna start building up my defenses, making it so that like my opponent has to think twice before they hit into me, you know? And then you also have access to very strong yellow cards. So you have access to 9-cost Yamato, and I think that's basically it. And 8-cost Katakuri. And
10-cost Ace.
10-cost Ace. You could use it, but I don't think it really fits into your plan as much. But also a lot of the event cards that do like Rayquaza help. If you go ahead and block with a Shaka, dude. If you block with a Shaka and they hit Rayquaza for help, you bring that Shaka back.
Yeah.
Right? It's insane. These are really, really funny IQ play shenanigans that you can determine from the get-go of the game which play line you want to go through.
And that's before we got...
Oh, and that's before we got all of the new yellow options in this set, such as Nami, S-Snake, Bonnie, really, really good cards.
Yep.
So, being able to play any of those out and then use their on-play abilities, monstrously good. Especially Nami's, especially later, because one of the major problems with this deck is that your card hand size just runs out because you're free playing so many and like adding them to different places. So Nami really helps fix that in terms of like I get to draw an extra card because I have 3 cards in my hand after I pop something. So it's
Bonnie
really
does as well.
Yes.
And then Nami also puts you from like 4 egghead removal cards to 8 egghead removal cards.
Yep. And then S-Snake acts as like an extra beige that you can use, or it could like or you could just on play. You know, it's really, really fun stuff. So I think
Where's the Punk?
The Punk, I think, is at Rogue. I think it's at Rogue. I'm conservatively placing it in Rogue.
Okay.
I would not be surprised if it top cutted.
Sure.
I would not be surprised if it regional won.
Okay.
Because it was so close in Japan. And if Japan is playing this deck at that level, I think that NA can absolutely play at that level.
Okay.
That being said, I do think, again, fast, early, aggressive decks are pretty well positioned into this deck. Or if your IQ is big enough, high enough, you could really trick these red early aggressive like plays by setting up really, really good triggers in your life. So I think it all depends on what we end up seeing in terms of like player pool for this deck. So
I agree with the rating. I think Zero has it cooked though. So
yes, yeah.
Moving on. Wrapping around a bit before we get to OP08, we have to go through our starter deck leaders.
For our starter
deck
leaders.
And first here, I don't know why it ordered it like this. I'm gonna do it in the actual order they came out. Is Red Luffy. Now Red Luffy is a 5-life leader with activate main, give a rest of dawn to one of your leaders or your characters. So Luffy tries to like let you, hey, I'm tapping out for all my stuff on curve, and I'm swinging for 6 every turn with the leader at least. So now we're demanding real good cards out of our opponent's hand, or multiple cards on 1K, right? And then also feed into Red's Dawn X or like X powered activated ability, like when they're attacking, right? this had a great spot and existing in the mechanical aspects of the game when it first launched.
Yeah.
It has been so surpassed in its tempo and its power since then. I mean, Monkey D. Dragon is literally the second coming of this card in an actual playable format here. And they haven't really been moving towards the Dawn X red stuff. We've seen a lot of it right now with the animal tribal stuff with Chopper's deck that we're now playing in Zero.
Yeah.
But where it is at 0 at the max, it's not even leveraging the Dawn X as much. You just can do it. You would play Chopper if that's what you care about more. You're just not doing enough. I mean, Chopper is 3 of these guys on their own as a leader. And Dragon is like 1.52 in a way more structured manner that is way more impactful. So for me, I have to call it as it is. It's downright unplayable. Yeah. And it's just, it just is what it is. It's fallen by the wayside due to design. This is probably one of the first cards they designed for the whole game. So
I think a lot of these early starter decks might come under that type of scrutiny where it is just like aged. It's just aged.
Well, you will say that, but our second starter deck leader, Green Kid, who is a 5-life leader, but activating once per turn ability that lets you pay 3 to trash a card and set the leader as active, allowing your kid to swing twice in a turn. I don't think he's ever going to fall to the wayside. He may never be the demon he was before, and the demon he still can be outside of Bonnie and pre-release. But, you know, the strength of a leader to be able to attack multiple times in a turn. Like, max what you can do paying 3 is swing 12 with your leader twice in a turn. No matter how much removal your opponent brings, you can throw in 2 12 swings, right? That's crazy. If you want to play a late game green deck, you just invest dumping resources into it in the early game for multiple swings, right? You pressure your opponent's board and dictate the tempo based on this leader. You can do it or you cannot. You can give them air if you need air, or just suck all the oxygen out and force them to play more proactively onto the board so that you can turn it around. The problem is, mono green leaders are coming a lot farther now. And this kind of plays into, essentially, what's wrong with RP Uda aside from the card pool, is that we're at a point now where paying 3 and trashing a card to restand your leader is a lot. I don't know if there's a cost for restanding your leader that's much better than this, that's fair, for sure. But as we talked about earlier, we're trying to do the most unfair things to get extremely powerful deck. And so, like, you can't even say you're up cards with the attacks because you're trashing a card every time, right? You can't be like, oh, well, attacking a second time is worth the card. It's like, okay, we just trash the card and pay 3. Whereas, like, a green leader like Bonnie is like, I am generating free cards and tempoing in a different way that's also extremely impactful. And so I think this card will always exist as something that can be played at the local level. It's, like, hard to say that it's even the best there, though. Like, my heart of hearts wants to say this is actually meh. But I think the leader is just good enough to, like, take down your opponent out of nowhere if they don't play, like, super tight. And, you know, they get to leverage the Supernova stuff. They can play Cavendish as well. They can play the regular green package. They can play the film package as well. I don't know. I kind of want to put this at meh. I don't know if you have an opinion on this.
I mean, I have no opinion on it outside of, like, where it was in 01 and 02.
Top of the world.
Top of the world.
Top of the world.
I mean, like, Sleep Well, My Prince. This was my super pre-release winner. This was my super pre-release leader. Back when, you know.
It's the only one that has Searcher. Like, what are you gonna do?
Yeah, it was really, really good. But I think I might put that also in meh. Even in the pre-releases now. So.
Meh it is.
Meh it is.
Deal has been made. Sleep well, my prince. All right, what we got next, Luke? Get me past this.
We have Blue Croc next.
Woo!
So we have Blue Croc, who is a 5-life leader that reads, activate main once per turn, Dawn -4, return up to 1 character with a cost of 5 or less to the owner's hand.
Built-in interaction.
Built-in interaction, but for Dawn -4, that is a steep price to pay in a blue deck.
A lot. It's as much as Z.
It is as much as Z, but Z has purple cards that help it ramp back up.
Yes.
Blue does not have that option. And I think just based off of the leader ability alone, I think we can fairly start to judge this deck. Firstly, what are we trying to do with this deck? I mean, we're trying to gain board advantage with this deck, right?
Yeah.
So you're trying to gain board advantage, and what that means is you're either running other bounce cards or you're building, you're doing stuff like multi-playing with like 7 warlords. And then you use your leader ability to out of nowhere -4 and then bounce a 5 cost or lower back into hand. It's bounce, right?
Yeah, it puts it back in the hand.
So
I think it's just trying to like either like gain tempo when the opponent has it, or push like poke out a hole and like force through like a bunch of damage.
Which was really good for the time that it was like around. We had Trafalgar Law 5 cost blocker. We had like a bunch of other 5 cost threats. We had like Zoros, we had Luffy's, we had a bunch of these mid-range 5 cost characters that it felt good to have them out of the field, right?
Especially on a turn where like you play Mihawk first.
Yes.
You bottom deck one thing and you bounce the other one, right?
Yeah, and it's good because like you use that for game-ending things, shenanigans, right?
Yeah.
That being said, does we have things that do that for 7 done and multiple of, right?
Yeah.
So
yeah,
this is unplayable for me.
Wow.
Unplayable.
You know what? I'm not gonna fight it. I think you can service it saying that it's math, but honestly, I'm not gonna fight it.
Yeah.
I think it goes back to the brain power. Like, how much are you putting into this for what you're getting out? And you know, regardless of why you wanted to do these things, Blue Doffy and Blue Boa are just gonna do whatever specific niche you're looking to get out of this leader better than this leader.
Yeah.
And that'll take it far.
Yeah.
That'll take it far.
Yeah. I just think that Dawn -4 is so steep of a curve, especially in a deck that cannot get
I will say, never count him out for good, because he is a mono blue Baroque Works leader.
True.
And the other one cares about events specifically. This cares about like actual things like with your board.
Yeah.
So you know, if they ever come back around to Baroque Works having a primary blue identity, you could see this coming back. You know.
Yeah.
But for now. Yep.
Up next, we have Purple Kaido. Purple Kaido is actually one of the leaders that I think survived old design.
Yeah, I think it was ahead of the time is the best way to put it.
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
He was a resource hog so powerful that original cards to come out and like introduce the game without the game ticking off too hard just couldn't keep up with his demand. And now that we've released the third of the trio of most broken cards of the game in his archetype, in his color, and playing into the ability, the boy's back.
He's back.
The boy's back.
Yeah, and it's in a big way. So Kaido is a 5-life purple leader who has the effect activate main once per turn, Dawn -7, trash up to one of your opponent's life cards. I don't have to tell you how good that is in conjunction with Black Miria. It is insane.
Yeah, you're just free trashing cards. At
Free
that point.
trashing cards from life.
You're ramping fast, playing big bodies, free trashing cards, and never paying a penalty.
Yeah. A lot of my really, really old losses were due to me not remembering that he could do that.
And then mostly that it trashed, I feel like.
Yeah, and also that it
just like
trashed.
deal the damage. And
Yeah.
okay, I'll check my trigger or it'll go to hands. Like,
Yeah.
no. Trash it.
Yeah. I can't even count how many trash jet pistols I had in a while. But I mean, this card is back in a big way, and especially with the new purple Animal Kingdom cards. We have Black Maria, we have the Rush King.
Yep.
We have 9-cost Linlin, and we have ways to search that 9-cost Linlin.
Thanks to 07.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yep. So it's really good because we could use Linlin to pop something back into life and then go ahead and trash it.
Yeah.
So that's really cool. And then Black Maria brings it back up.
Pudding's also nice, I think, because like Eustass Kid was kind of doing the same thing in this deck, but you kind of want to with this purple Kaido. I feel like in any deck that plays Onigashima, 5s are important. But you're kind of playing 5s to support your bridged resources later because Onigashima is just that good.
Yep.
Where I feel like it's like purple Animal Kingdom is the one purple deck that kind of wants to skip 5. They want to have like enough in the deck so they can play a 5 cost and then put 5 on around to like swing aggressively or populate 2 like 5 cost bodies or trying to like 2 blockers, primarily like 2 queens, right? But otherwise, like on curve, they kind of don't usually want to play the 5 on curve.
Yeah.
So being able to like play Onigashima, go to 5, or go to 6, play Pudding, have 3 to play with is like pretty good.
Yeah.
And then like regenerating off the Pudding.
Yeah. Really, really, really good stuff. I do think that it does fall short against Lucci and other singleton removal, such as Black Luffy. And that is because you're spending turn after turn playing big bodies that your opponent then has a turn to respond to.
Yeah.
that is like kind of fair.
We've got an amazing purple support, but we haven't gotten singular purple like payoff. I feel like a lot of like Mom's good, but like she's an ancillary part of like bolstering multicolor purple strategies, which is great, and it's generic, so you can play it anything. But what this deck needs specifically is purple support in mind of we are supporting a mono purple leader.
Right. So with all that being said, I think that this is at the top of stays at locals and kind of can wheedle into Rogue.
That's crazy.
I think it can wheedle into
I'm
Rogue.
down. I'm down for that.
I really want to see it. I really, really want to see it because I think just being able to trash somebody's life and then Black Maria all the way back up, you're done. Beautiful.
Chillin'.
Yeah.
Next up, we have Purple Shanks. A 5-life leader lets you Dawn -3 on your turn to give all your film characters 2,000 power for the turn. I'm not even going to be around the bush. This leader's downright terrible and one of the most unplayable leaders in the game.
Yeah.
Going back to the RP Uda, like the purple film, like we're getting rid of the red cards now.
Yeah.
There's like 5 purple film characters that aren't in the starter deck. Half the starter deck is chaffed. And then like you don't get like, you get Ein and you get like regrowth, like getting Dawn when you're down, not getting Dawn when you're up to get ahead. Kind of like Dawn gaining cards. And then if you're like, okay, we'll support it with it on film stuff. Well, it's like the leader doesn't play into that at all. Like you're just like, what are we doing? Like, and the film, like this leader isn't playing into purple's color identity as a purple leader. The film cards don't help it much in that regard. And with them, like it's like, okay, we're gonna go wide strategy. The purple film cards don't support that, and the regular purple cards don't support that.
Yeah.
So like what, like power level wise, it's probably more powerful than a lot of other cards and unplayable, but it's absolutely not worth like just downgrading your consistency, the relevancy of your leader in your matches, or just the power level of your deck if you're just all in on the film and not trying to like split it with non-film cards to play this leader. Just stay away. Just absolutely stay away.
I don't think it's worth the brain cells. Yeah, unplayable.
So coming up now is our first black starter deck leader with Black Sakazuki, a 5-life leader. When activate main once per turn ability to pay 3 and trash a card from your hand to KO a 0-cost character. Now, Black's cost reduction lets you lean even harder into the Black's cost reduction cards in this case because your leader is the payoff. Your leader is part of that removal, right?
Yeah.
Obviously, you're going to play more payoff cards than that, but in terms of like the Black strategy, it's paying that off built in. Unfortunately, one of the strong suits of Black isn't just the fact that it KOs. Like, Jet Pistol alone is not a make or break card now that we're past the first couple sets.
Yeah.
Just KOing is enough. It's the fact that Black's KOing while producing bodies.
Yes.
It's not that Lucci KOs things because they reduce them small.
No.
It's also a 6k body.
Yep.
They get split off Moria, for example.
Yep.
Or the Brook is a 3-4 body, right? That like easily swings and gets multiple value, right? So we are not really interested in a leader that KOs and it costs so much. Costing 3, trashing a card. I can get a whole nother attack for that with no other combo pieces put in, which could be a kill on its own. Now I gotta put cards into this and then put more resources into activating the end part of the combo.
Yeah.
It's just outrageous to say out loud, in my opinion.
Yeah.
In a way that's trying to justify playing this leader compared to every other Black leader on the market that you could be playing, even if it was dual color.
Yeah.
However, if there was ever a time this leader could be good, it's now. Similar to there was ever a time that our other good old friends who take advantage of super slow formats. You can just throw your 0 matches, right? But this is a Tenkuzan format. This is we are going to get to the turns to play these mass static reduction cards. So if you were ever going to play this card at locals, it would be now. Outside of that, I'm going to put it at Matt. I don't think it's just downright unplayable. I think just having built a KO to a leader in Black, nonetheless, is strong enough to just keep it out of unplayable.
Yeah.
But if there's ever time to actually have fun with this at locals, it would be now. That's my opinion on that. And also, good into Blackbeard. Because they won't have, that's a whole other format we're not even close to. But if you can't use your on-play removal, use your leader activation ability.
That's kind of funny, yeah. Yeah. I think it's funny because,
I think it's funny because it's so wrong.
Yeah. It's funny because, like, we're going to 0-cost thresholds when, like, so many other Black cards are not at 0. It's like 2, 3,
of course.
So, 7. So, like, I mean, I agree. I agree. It's fine.
Cool.
It's just fine. Next up, we have Yellow Linlin, Charlotte Linlin, Big Mom. One of my favorite cards, actually. I think it was one of the first yellow cards revealed. It was everything I wanted in a yellow leader.
Remember we thought it was going to be fair?
Yeah.
Remember we thought it was like, wow, they learned their lesson from Digimon.
Yeah. And then it just wasn't. I don't know. Anyway, Yellow Big Mom is a 5-life leader that reads, Dawn times 2 when attacking, you may add 1 card from the top or bottom of your life cards to your hand. If you have 2 or less life cards, add up to 1 card from your hand to the top of your life cards.
Yay.
Yeah. Cool.
Remember when this was like theoretically the most broken thing they were going to do?
Mm-hmm. Theoretically, and then we realized that attaching 1 Dawn onto a leader that then counts as 2 Dawn is better.
Well, remember, this starter deck got spoiled before the set.
True.
So we didn't even know what was coming.
Yeah. We lived in crazy times.
Yep.
This deck is very, very fun. This deck is very, very fun because you get to, essentially what you're doing is sticking a bunch of triggers into your deck and then playing it so that you don't care about your first 2 life. You're taking those 2 life. You can use Charlotte Flampe to go ahead and draw 2 by taking the top of your life and the top of your deck, thus giving you better card advantage so that you could have a Thunderbolt in play, in trigger, basically, yeah, around 3 life. You're setting up trap cards. That is only as good as you have life, to be honest. And
True.
like
That's kind of the issue, right?
Yeah. So like the minute they hit that top 3rd life, you're just like, oh, you've fallen for my evil ploy. But then they're like, awesome. I swing 7 into your leader again, and then you're like, oh well, damn.
It is cool that like with Hiyori now though, right? Or Flampe, but also Hiyori and like always old Thunderbolt, but now also Burnblade. That it is harder for them to starve you, right? Like you can just jump from being 1 life away or 2 life away to right on the money and activating this turn when they weren't expecting you to. And with cards like Flambe, you are generating extra resources out of that as well because you're getting life in hand, you're drawing a card, and then you're replacing that life with a leader ability.
Yep.
So I do think there's like some interesting play here that wasn't there before in terms of like, it felt like before it was fighting with the top end cards, but now you can actually do it in the first earlier and like middle of the game turns where it's not fighting against super powerful cards.
Yeah. Essentially what you're doing is you're playing like a reverse Vegapunk.
Yeah, literally.
So like,
or like Enel, but it's at like 2 life instead of being at 1 life, right?
There are ways to manipulate your life in a really funny way. I think that there are a lot of funny builds that you could do with this deck. That being said, I think the deck is too gimmicky.
Bro, you could just do awakening shenanigans in this deck.
Yeah, you really could. It's really kind of funny.
That's so gas. I kind of want to try that now.
Yeah, it's kind of funny. I think that alone, that reason alone, will make this deck like one of the most cooked upon decks because it's a fun thing to interact with, especially within the yellow cards because there are a lot of strong yellow cards. That being said, I think it stays at locals. Cool. I think it is strong enough to stay at locals. And I think it's fun enough to brew to stay at locals.
Dope.
So, next up we have Yellow Yamato. This deck is a little bit better. I think this deck is a little bit better. Yellow Yamato is a 5-life yellow leader that reads, Dawn times 1, opponent's turn. If you have 2 or less life cards, this leader gains plus 1,000 power. So
neat, 6k base.
Pretty cool. Yeah, 6k base on both turns essentially because you're equipping 1 Dawn and you're swinging for 6. And then it maintains being 6 power at 2 or less life, which makes it harder to hit into. Pretty cool.
Little EK lore, little Mike EK lore. This is the deck I associated Elias with before Vivi.
Oh,
like,
cool.
when I first met Elias and Elias started showing up and playing this game, I was like, he's the Yellow Yamato player.
Yeah.
Like that's how I knew him as.
That's really funny. I actually Zach Atomic Sombrero.
Yeah, from our curse tournament.
Yeah.
Yep.
He loves Yellow Yamato.
Yeah, we've talked about it a lot.
Yeah.
Yes.
I think Yellow Yamato actually is pretty cool.
Yeah,
I think of these starter deck leaders, you can make this one work actually, and that's because of the base power of yellow cards. I think that the ability to play 9-cost Yamato really, when you're within that 1 life threshold, and then have 1 Dawn floating to maintain being 6 cost or 6k until the next turn, pretty cool. Is it strong enough to beat being outside of meh or,
See the locals.
I don't know. I think that the general vibe of this deck is that you could play cards that manipulate your life, take from your life. You could play Flampe. You could do all these things to get yourself within the 2 life threshold because that's where your sweet spot is in terms of power. You could, sorry. You can then wait on your. You can then basically react to your opponent swinging into you by being a 6K leader, in the way of like in the way of like Whitebeard, etc. Yeah. Edward Newgate. That's why I got confused. But I don't think it's strong enough on its own, outside of its like yellow cards propping it up.
Yeah, I think one of like the cool things though, like that gives it really credit and makes it feel more powerful than it is a lot of times, is that it reinforces the leader. Like the leader inherently wants to get to late game, like wants to get low on life, which if you're playing correctly means late game. It doesn't mean like you're just taking damage willy-nilly. And then that's where yellow wants to be. It wants to be playing all these high impact, high cost cards. And then while you're playing these high impact cards, your leader is being fortified around these cards and now around with the extra power, which I think is a really interesting way to like, even just as a teaching tool, teach people about like where the tempo of yellow's decks are supposed to come into play when you're supposed to actually be taking control of a matchup, right?
Right.
We mentioned it already earlier, so I'm just going to mention it now, but 6-cost mom in this deck kind of seems fire, right?
That does seem pretty fire, actually. That does seem very fire.
Where are we going to lay this deck down at?
I do think that this deck is at the cusp of meh and stays at locals. I think that it can stay at locals, but I do think that it requires a more expensive way to build the deck because you will need like Katakuri, you will need a bunch of like yellow top end stuff.
Yeah, and at that point, it's like if I'm already spending all this money, why not
go play
Katakuri
Enel or something?
Enel,
Yeah, Katakuri, anything.
I think the hard part is like most yellow leaders are in outside of locals. With the exception of a few that are doing like funky other stuff like Queen, right? For example. So then it's like you got one that stays in locals. It's like, but like for a little more effort, just because you're a yellow deck, you could be playing at this level. So that's what like makes it hard to say stay at locals.
Yeah,
right?
exactly. Yeah, exactly. So yeah, I think it's just teetering at the edge.
Sure.
It could go either way. I'll say meh, so that if you do end up buying a bunch of expensive yellow cards, you can play that into a leader that stays at locals.
Sure.
So I'll say that. Next up is Black Luffy from Starter Deck 8. Black Luffy is a 5-life leader that reads, on your turn, when a character is KO'd, give up to 1 rested Dawn to this leader.
Is that it?
That's it.
This feels like Garp agenda again.
Yeah.
Why does this feel like it's literally Monkey D. Garp again somehow? If only Monkey D. Garp had this ability on him as well.
They would make it better.
Yeah, you could like attack things, give Rested Dawn, then minus other things.
He would be playable.
I think it would still be pretty far. I think he'd be a meh.
Yeah, I think that this leader's meh. I'm just out the gate. I kind of don't want to waste like a lot of breath on it. Removal is pretty easy, but then a Dawn attaching onto your leader and it being restricted to your leader. That being said, it is on your turn and it's not once per turn. So there is a way that we could just do a bunch of multi-removal shenanigans and then have that many Dawn for how many characters we've removed placed onto our character. And on a optimistic level, that is like that's like 5 Dawn.
It feels kind of like OP03 Lucci.
Yeah.
Like in that way where it's like, this isn't a black thing, but I'm not saying it's bad.
Yeah. I don't know. Yeah, it's a different way to play black. Is it a good way to play black?
Into the current metagame, no. I think removal's too prevalent and your leaders should support that if you're going to play black. Yeah. So I kind of want to put this leader in the meh tier because I don't think it's unplayable. Totally.
I don't think it's unplayable because it's pretty good because it's not locked to once per turn. So there.
Sounds right. Ladies and gentlemen, I cry. One of the best leaders in the game, reduced to nothing. Taken for us far before his time. Just a whore could come out unerrated or unbanned. Talk about Red Purple Law. The new Red Purple Law errata leader is a 4-life Red Purple leader with Dawn -3. To bottom deck a 3,000 or more character you control. then you can play a cost 4 or lower Heart Pirates card from your hand. I'm too emotional, so I'm just going to read exactly what I wrote in my notes. There's no sugarcoating it. There is not a world where you would want to play this leader right now. Plenty of strong leaders exist in this color combination. I'd rather play RP Uda. And you can't even do something like play a basic on-play searcher, then upgrade it with this ability to stay near net neutral on cards in hand. A condemning, absolutely condemning mechanical oversight. And they want to tell us that they didn't know they were going to do this when OP09's card design had to be definitely locked in far enough ahead of time to get printed properly. And we have 09 cards to support this, but the ban list with this card getting banned and errata now wasn't announced until right before OP08. You want to tell me that's the truth, Bandai? Okay. Until there is an extensive and impactful set of Heart Pirates in the purple and red color sets, which won't even begin to develop until OP09, and will not be at that critical capacity anytime soon, based on that number. This deck is unplayable. Rest in peace, my king. Rest in piss, whoever decided the ban list, and Maria.
Up next, we have RP Luffy.
Yep.
RP Luffy is a 3-life leader, 6k power, that has the effect, activate main, once per turn. If you have 0 Dawn cards on your field, or 8 or more Dawn cards on your field, add up to 1 Dawn card from your Dawn deck, and set as active.
You know, we'll say, you did want this to be Sports Center, and now we've just been droning on about this game for hours on end to a camera, which is basically what Sports Center is.
That's basically Sports Center. We're doing Sports Center.
I'm doing it better than you, Jerry Maguire.
We're doing Sports Center.
That's a sports guy, right? Jerry Maguire?
I don't actually know. I don't actually.
The name is familiar.
If
right?
I played sports, I wouldn't be doing
I think it's
this.
actually a film producer. I'm dead. Never mind. Continue with your assessment.
Yeah. So, red purple Luffy.
The biggest of Go Big decks.
Yeah, the biggest of Go Big decks. Is, I think at the time everybody was just guffawing over the fact that it had 3 life, and then they released Vegapunk, which had 2 life. So
we're like, guess that what 3 life wasn't so bad, huh?
Yeah. And what made it uniquely good or like usable was that fact that it had 6k power. Notably that it wasn't taking life every turn like Edward Newgate was. So we had a lot of easy to defend options for red purple Luffy, but then we also found out that like later on as like decks came out, as players got better rather, that the life cards here were treated basically as a second deck, right? And minus having 2 life cards not there was kind of hard in terms of like what our options were and what our play lines were. Your major strategy for this deck is to go big as fast as you can, ramp as fast as you can, and be able to ramp as fast as you can, possibly twice, because you're running 10 cost Luffy, which makes it so that your Dawn goes all the way back down to 0, and then you ramp back up to like 2 to 3 Dawn on that turn. You take double turns basically off of 10 cost Luffy, and what that really actually amounts to is maybe you had a board of 5 characters. Maybe you had a board of 5 characters. That is optimistic,
probably
right?
not. Probably
yeah,
not.
probably not. But that's optimistic. Maybe you had a board of 5 characters. You have 5 attacks plus the 1 leader, and then you would play that Luffy card, and then you would get 2 more attacks.
Yep.
And that was supposed to be your endgame closer finisher, right? That being said, singleton removal, I have to keep saying it. Singleton removal is too prevalent in this game. I just did it to one of our friends today, AJ, rest in peace.
On the red purple Luffy.
Yeah, on the red purple Luffy. That like removal after you play a body, you playing a body.
Yeah.
Them going, I remove it. And then you go, I play another body. And they go, I also remove it. By the way, I propagated 3 bodies on board while I was removing your bodies. It is too oppressive, especially even if it's a 6k life lead or 6k power leader.
Yeah.
So.
I mean, Luffy gets to do this too, right? You're playing these Shanks, and you're doing things through combat with like Dragon, that kind of pseudo work like this before you go off into your multi-turn. Big ramp pieces, obviously you get Zoro off the rip from turn 1 as a 3-life leader already on. Mr. 2's great in this deck. I think the interesting part with this deck is that it is being barred from being as unfair as it's designed to be. For some reason, Bandai is just putting the weights on this guy. Like, he is still Rock Lee pre-Gaara fight running around with these leg weights. And based on how everything else is allowed to be broken, this leader should be a lot better, considering it also, as you talked about, has a built-in time walk. Now, granted, leader selection makes it rough. I mean, like, I could imagine playing this deck and playing its body. You're like, I'll take an extra turn. You're like, cool, I left 2 Dawn up knowing you would do that, so when you go for your 2 attacks, you'll actually just get 1. It's like,
rough.
Like, insane.
Rough. Awful. Yeah, and I mean, there's an argument that Black Maria kind of also helps fix that Dawn ramp at the end, where you then spend that second turn, you play 3, and then, can you play 3?
Yeah, so if you're at 0,
right?
if you didn't activate the leader yet. Yeah, for like, for the people who are arguments, because I talked to AJ about this, because he's, for those you don't know, AJ's a player at our locals that is really in love with RP Luffy. And what I've talked about with him is that, like, yeah, like, there's times right now where it just might be correct to ramp as fast to 10, slam your Luffy, untap, get your 1 with the leader, untap at 3, and just play Maria and go back up. Like, you don't care, like, even if you lost like a Zoro Joro and maybe like a small other middling thing, right? That, like, just resolving that Luffy, it will get you back to 10 so fast, and that body is so big in cost and power that removing it is asking a lot from your opponents.
Yeah. So, that being said, I think it's at the very top of stands at locals.
Okay.
I think it's at the very top. I think that if I saw it being performed as a rogue deck, I wouldn't bat an eye. I think that it is pretty good, but I think the way that our format is right now with all this removal, with bodies to play after the removal, it's too hard. It's just too hard. And then especially with Zero positioning itself, yeah, there's going to be higher Dawn committals, but that many attacks needling into you really eats at your hands.
Totally. Next up, finishing up the trio for this specific product is RP Kid, a red-purple 5-life leader with 5,000 power and an ability that gives it minus 1,000 power on your turn if you have 4 more life cards. It also features a when attacking Dawn -1 ability that gives it 2,000 power for the turn. So you're gaining more life with a dual color leader, and we talked about already a number of times today. It's like, oh man, if this leader was just 1 more life because it can get longer to the game, this ability would actually be good. It's not trading off our dual color. So this does it. It's still, if you want to, you can attach 1 Dawn and it swings on leader for 5. You can Dawn -1 to swing on leader for 6 when it's still at 4. And there's enough ways to, like, incentivize your opponent because you're building too many red and purple toolset cards or ramping too fast, too early to really high red and purple toolset cards, that this still could be pretty good. I mean, ideally, we're trying to feed extra Dawn over and over again into this attack. When the ability's not on it, it's swinging for 7 on Dawn -1. Like, that is a crazy aggressive leader right there. I think, though, that, like, it's not great, but it's never been more optimistically good. I think red and purple are starting to get a lot of the tool sets it needs. The format is slowing down. We are going to get more really cool purple support in 09, and in the future, we are going back to getting, like, Law and Kid specific support cards again, and hopefully based on RP Law getting some, we'll get some for RP Kid as well.
Yes.
And so that could play into it a lot. I think the biggest problem with this deck is that right now it's not proactive enough. It's not as bad as Belo Betty, but it suffers from the same issue of your opponent kind of gets to dictate how powerful you're being at any point, and that's already like that's a fair trade-off for what your leader has, and so you're just being too fair at that point, right? Essentially, and then like your unfair opponent dictating how fair you get to be is like you're basically doubling how unfair they are at that point, right?
Yeah.
So because of that, I'm just gonna put him down at unplayable for now. I know a lot of people might be mad about this one. I know a lot of local players out here that play it and have fun with it, do like 3-1 or whatever.
Yeah.
It's not like impossible to do well with it. It's just like, this feels like a real big headache one. Not even from the deck building perspective, but from the playing it on average perspective to make things work. And again, giving so much power to your opponents. Like, there's not yellow cards that exist in other decks to really like mitigate your own life to get it to that fair point without your opponent agreeing to it. And then it's like, okay, well, if we're not doing that, are we building a board and sitting on it and not attacking? Because they're just going to attack our characters and we rest them. They're okay, they have KO. Now they're just going to KO and remove things even though we didn't attack with them. It just feels like you're just putting in the worst of every world where like the only one that seems good right now is just ramping big, playing big bodies, and then your leader's a big body too. And even that, it's like we have better things to do. We have better leaders to do that with.
Yeah.
So it's a weird one. It may be too harsh to say it's unplayable, but it really feels like with the effort you're going into it that it just kind of is.
Yeah. Sorry, Sean.
Next up, we have Blue, Green, Zoro, and Sanji, a green-blue deck, sorry, 4-life leader. With Dawn 1 when attacking once per turn, that allows you to return one of your characters, cost 2 or more to the owner's hand, then set up to one of your characters with 7,000 power or less as active. With this leader, we're able to create multiple attacks per turn to fight on board and slam on the opponent's leader as well. And we get to return characters with powerful on-play abilities or trigger effects to hand to then use as counter or replay those on-play abilities. So one of the most common ones obviously is playing Sugar.
Right.
It does have an on-play ability that works for everyone, even if your leader isn't Quixote Pirates. You get a nice rest, then you return. There's also the Buckin Edward Weevil combo, which gets better with every Weevil that comes out, where you play Buckin on 2, you get a 4-cost Weevil, and then you return the Buckin to do it again and just filter and do it again and again and again as much as you need to. And in this case, restand a card for multiple swings, which is also extremely powerful. Coupled with Blue's hand disruption as well, like you get to play Puddings, Gravity Blade, Red Rocks, all the good stuff. You can also just play like just powerful green cards too. Hody Jones can just go in here even if you're not restanding it. You can do just Zoro 9-cost combos and just go in like that. The problem is like there's not a lot of really great packages for the on-play stuff in blue-green at this point. Blue has some small stuff that, but most of it's like rearranging. It doesn't do like very proactive like drawing or other such effects that would really combo well with this leader unless you're paying upwards of 4. And I think you really want to stay at 2. The returning 3 cost is fine. The other option is doing something like playing Rush characters, right? Now we have Neko, it's easier. But before, it'd be playing decks to play the Rush Usopp. And you're like, I'll play this Usopp for 4, and then I'll return it to restand something else, and I'm just going to play an attack one again on the next turn. So I don't really lose any value. That's like the really exception to the rule. Otherwise, I think it just stays at locals. This is definitely a really fun one to brew and a fun way to approach the game. It's just like doing, I wouldn't even say fair. It's missing like an engine. It's running like a dated 20-year-old engine in your like modern car, if that makes sense. And definitely feels like something that could just suddenly one day take off if the right cards come out.
Can this deck benefit from Carrot?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, right? Carrot, you can restand to attack multiple times and freeze multiple things. Yeah,
pretty good.
That's what I'm saying. Like there's slowly things coming out that are making this leader better. The problem is it's not at the same rate as other leaders that these also make better, right? So we need some like, I think really the main thing it needs is some better on play or general cards that are going to commit to the board to then return to leader more than you need the cards you're restanding right now. We need something a little better than Bucket.
Up next we have Green Uta. Uta is a 5-life green leader that reads, Dawn times 1 when attacking. Once per turn, reveal 1 card from the top of your deck and add up to 1 film type card to your hand. Then place the rest at the bottom of your deck.
Finally, a playable one.
Finally, a playable one.
Oh, we haven't talked about the red one yet, but finally, a playable one.
So, Green Film Uta is one of my favorite decks to place a beginning player on.
Oh, yeah.
It does a lot of really cool things within Green's package. You have access to 8-cost Eustass Kid. You have access to a lot of really strong, powerful green cards, while having access to Film's unique set of green cards. That being the 7-cost Luffy, the Brook, all of these character cards that can multiplay and cascade your board into a full board within seconds.
Yep.
Really good stuff. And a really powerful thing to teach new players especially. That being said, the deck strategy and playlines are very linear. We are doing basically multiplay function stuff. We have access to Uta's like song cards that help restand Uta and swing and be aggressive. But we're doing all of that while building up to the point where we play 7-cost Luffy. So our opponent can be like, okay, so on their 7 Dawn turn, they're gonna just lock into the Luffy, right?
Yeah.
So that being said, it's really good in terms of being able to pressure an opponent's board. It's a really good skill check deck in terms of like maybe rolling the first few rounds at a big regional. It is a consistent deck. I will say it is a consistent deck.
Yeah, this is the deck I always describe to people as like, people are like, why is Green Uta so powerful if the cards are so middling compared to other cards, or you don't rank it high but you're so excited about it? And it's because there's things in power scaling called the floor and the ceiling. So the floor is how good your deck does on average. It's technically the worst. Most people don't mean the worst because every deck can just absolutely bomb out and do nothing technically because it's a random card game. So on your like average like lower end scale, how consistently powerful is your deck. And because Uda's whole thing is, I'm going to draw free cards consistently, which also makes it, is why it's great for new players too. It's hard to mess up. You just draw cards. You just say, can I draw this card? Great, I'll draw it. You can't misuse your leader, right? And so you're going to get massive card selection that transposes into massive consistency in executing your game plan, no matter how linear or predictable it may be. The game plan of cascading is powerful. The interactions of invincible backlight and stuff are powerful. And then whatever you're not using just becomes counter power in hand.
Yep.
Which is equally powerful.
Yeah, so that all being said, I think that this stays at locals. If it reaches Rogue, it's just a cold day in hell, I'll be real.
I think we have to check back in 0.5 if we have any chance of that.
Yeah.
Which granted, the one of the cards on 0.5 starter decks makes me feel like it's possible, but still implausible.
Yeah, so stay at locals.
Next up, we're entering into our 3 brother starter deck leaders. So we have the red, yellow Sabo that starts up. So this is my sleeper choice of the set, actually, just straight up with the format. I think this is the most slept on leader. I do think, I'm just going to categorize it right now into playing content. I do think this is still just in Rogue. But I'm going to read exactly what I have here because I feel like I really laid it out exactly well. So red, yellow Sabo is a 4-life leader with Dawn 1 activate main that lets you place a 7,000 power character on top of your life face up. Then give up to one of your characters 2,000 power until the start of your next turn. So Sabo utilizes a unique combination of yellow and red cards in a package that places it perfectly as a mid-range deck, allowing him to aggressively beat down on his opponents before shifting gears mid-game to either stall out the game while building up your win condition or preparing to tempo out for the final hit. By utilizing packages that lead into trigger so that cards you place in your life immediately return to the board, basically just one card invalidating straight up attacks on your life. I lost my voice, sorry. And then aggressive characters that gain abilities with higher power levels, so a lot of the Revolutionary Army cards we talked about later. And, of course, basic rush cards. 4-drop Kid and Killer, swings for 7 halfway through the game. Rush Unblockable Luffy, Rush Ace, and on that, also having the Awakening play line of being able to put them back into your life, bring them out, your leader becomes a 7, you power something else up permanently, and for a turn cycle, by the way. The fact that it's 2,000 for a turn cycle, making that character you leave on board and attacked with way harder to remove is huge. But being able to, like, swing, ace, put ace back, play small ace, bring ace back, give 2,000 to your leader now, swing again, it's like, that's 3 7s minimum before you give the other thing 2,000. I mean, you can do that without another character on board. You can just put it into life, not have anything to give the 2,000 from leader, and just play the small ace and do the awakening, and that's still, like, stonks on your tempo, right? I think the one problem is that Zero has such Dawn efficiency playing its characters in the way it does that it gets ahead of Sabo and gets a little too under it. But I think every other aggressive deck, this plays perfectly to a mid-range strategy of staying slightly slower than them, but competing, and definitely outpacing the control decks, but when they do slow the game down, having a lot of maneuverability. So I'm putting this as one of my rogues, and this is the deck I'm the hottest on in terms of, like, people are not respecting how good this can be and how good this can line up into matches.
Right. I think that's true because we keep harping on it all the time, especially in this video, that that removal is the thing that runs this game at the moment. And
removal runs these streets.
Yes. But being able to get around removal by slapping that character back into your life is a really, really good way to keep that character alive, right?
Yeah, 100%.
So, I agree. I think it is Rogue because I think I woke up one day and I checked my TCG player. I'm like, why do I have a red, yellow Sabo alternate art leader coming to my house?
You did something. Yeah, you did something that night.
I had like a Moon Knight moment where I'm just like, it wasn't me. I didn't cook this. Like,
there's some other cook in this kitchen.
Up next, we have BY Luffy. BY Luffy is a black-yellow leader with 4 life that has a static ability. Your face-up life cards are placed at the bottom of your deck instead of being added to your hand, according to the rules. And then it also has the ability, down ×2, activate main once per turn. You may trash 1 card from your hand. If you have 0 life cards, add up to 2 character cards with a cost of 5 from your hand or trash to the top of your life cards face up.
Menace.
This is the king of top end, of like end game, basically. This is the king of end game, 100%.
This is like a magic combo deck. This feels like Thoracle. This feels like Laboratory Maniac, like shenanigans. this is just one of those decks where I'm playing the game and I'm playing on the board and I will kill you at attacks, but everything else I'm doing is absolutely original and completely ignoring the basics of this game.
Yes. You are playing literally your own different game in the way that Nami is playing her own different game.
Yeah.
So, but that being
But
said,
you get to play one of the best cards in the whole game, which is
you get to
Gecko
play
Moria.
Gecko Moria. Yes, you get to play Gecko Moria. You have access to Gecko Moria, and
Gecko Moria was, guys, I'm not just a big broken leader. I have layers. I can do combos. I
can do
don't just have the
combos.
KO stuff. I can make value plays.
yeah. So for the uninitiated, the idea of this deck is to take your own life cards, put them in your hand, right? Use your 5-cost Luffys that allow you to take your life card and then be able to prepare and set up for the Gecko Moria turn plays, where you have 0 cards left in your life, probably based off of your own life removal. You would then play Gecko Moria, bring 2 of the smaller kids back into your field, and then using your leader ability, bring 2 of the larger versions of those kids you just brought back into your life, and then awaken, plus 2,000 again, stay at plus 4,000 for that turn.
Also, one's probably a salvo and gives everything non-KOable.
Yeah. And
block as a
and
blocker.
block, and you filter your hand. So you start filtering your hand for more 2Ks or more pieces that you need.
More Gecko Morias.
More Gecko Morias. And then you swing for 11. And then you swing for 6. And then you swing for 8. Or you swing with these large bodies that
and every time you repeat the process, there's more large bodies that get larger.
Yes. And you don't care if those bodies are being sent to your trash, because you're gonna smack them back to your life again.
Yeah. It's crazy.
Hard.
Yeah.
Hard deck.
mode.
Yeah.
I mean, like, this is the closest thing to a 2-0 deck that we have. I think straight up, like, for Nationals, I know there was a diverse metagame, but, like, this was a tier 0 level deck before 08. Kaido existing now to, like, trash stuff in black removal for the black decks kind of evens things out a little more than they were before. And Bonnie being, like, not like the best deck. I think it's like the bottom of like regional winning, but like positioned well enough in the format and having 9-cost Zoro to just like absolutely slander this deck's reputation. Is huge.
Yeah. And there are specific ways that people are tooling this deck now just to build into their worst matchups.
Yeah.
Which leaves little gaps for other worst matchups to appear that they might not see as much. I'm not going to talk about Zoro in this one.
I think Zoro's actually just well positioned with the current way it plays.
Yeah, Zoro is pretty well positioned in this, but I don't want to talk about it because I don't know. I just feel like I've been harping on it.
Why don't we talk about where this deck goes?
Yeah, this deck is regional winning.
Yeah,
this
is number one. I mean, even if you, I think like we're talking to our friend Dean, who's a big BY Luffy player. Shout out the man. Dean special coming at you.
Yeah. Owner of a serial card.
Owner of a serial card. Correct.
We won't tell you which one.
But it's a good one.
But it's a good one.
And he was arguing that Lucci is the best deck in the format, and I think the difference is that like Lucci is doing the most powerful things across every stage of a game in every matchup. But I think what BY Luffy is doing is so incredibly great. And then by the nature of Sabo, obviously again this Kaido kind of changes the math a bit. Invalidates how good Lucci is. So like it should trump Lucci / Black more times than not. Even if we're saying it's 50-50 now, that's still like good. Right? It invalidates that. It invalidates a lot of other decks. Like Nami is probably its worst matchup that isn't Bonnie, if we're being real. Like, and even that's like super winnable if you see like your 5-cost Luffy's very early or just like in a decent curve.
Yeah.
And so I think just given the nature of like how it matches up against a wider field, this is the best deck by about like Lucci's great because Black's just so broken.
Yeah.
But like if you beat the deck that beats everyone because of KO and you don't even have to be doing the KO shenanigans to do it, this is the best deck. Also because Lucci cares about what your opponent's doing. That's why it's good, is because interact with your opponents. BY Luffy does not care what your opponents are doing.
It plays
and
its own
it's going
game.
to be the king still. I mean, it cares about it in the bad matchups, but that's in the worst case scenario.
Yeah.
Last of the three brothers here, we have Blue, Yellow, Ace, a 4-life leader with Dawn 2 activate main. Once per turn, look at top 5 cards of your deck and add to one character with cost of 5 from among them to the top of your life face up, and then place the rest at the bottom. And then at the end of your turn, you have a trigger that makes you place all face up life cards from your life zone into the trash. Now, Ace wants to play long interactive games. Before the recent 2 sets, you only had all the Yellow brothers from the starter deck to awaken, now you have blue aces. There wasn't a blue Luffy for 5, there wasn't a blue Sabo for 5. Now you have the blocker ace and the new multiplay White Beard ace, which gives some really cool combinations with those new White Beard cards. What you're really trying to do, aside from the awakening stuff, because it's a little less consistent, is leverage the life card to do things. So we want to gain that face-up life card, and then before we trash it, we want to replace it with a Hiyori, or put it face down with something, like Viola. We want to take that face-up life card and then place something like Thunderbolt or Burnblade, and use that life we didn't have before to pay the cost of trashing a life to do another effect. And basically just play a yellow-blue control deck that feels like something you would find in Magic the Gathering more than you would find in One Piece. I think the biggest problem right now is that the cards you have to play to put stuff in life conflict with the cards you want to play the control strategy a lot of the times. I think the most usable thing to do is probably try to find some middle ground between the White Beard Pirate blue stuff and what you were doing with blue yellow ace stuff before, because you're gonna get the most value out of awakening that way, and I think that's the way to really push it over. I mean, this deck's playing peel off, and it is even like a traditional peel off deck like Marco. You just kind of had to play just to get ahead and have a crazy trigger in life to really get some advantage. I really like it. I like petting it because I think there's a lot of cool combinations and things you can play with it, and I think it really rewards you for thinking a lot and for understanding basic game knowledge of you and your opponents. So I think it's fun to play. I think you just gotta keep it at locals though, and even at locals, you're definitely gonna have some struggle bus times. Depending on who brings what to your game that night. But I think this is definitely something newer to start looking at, and it's kind of like RP Kid, where the more sets come out with this color combination, the more the sun shines on it. The more optimistic I am that at some point we're gonna wake up one day and it's gonna be like correct to play yellow blue ace within a meta format at a larger level.
I think that's true. Yellow is consistently getting good cards. Blue is consistently getting good cards. I don't know if that's true, but they have been getting good cards recently. So, yeah.
Well, let's see. We went Thousand World into Red Rock, into Gravity
Blade.
So we skipped one set there. But that's pretty good.
That's pretty good.
And then we have the last of our starter decks with Black Luffy from starter deck 14. Now, this is another 5-life Black Luffy leader. With Dawn 1, give all your characters +1 to their cost. Then, while Dawn is attached to the leader, if you control a character 8 costs or more, your leader gets 1,000 extra power. So this Luffy leader is trying to out other black decks and other cost removal interaction, whether it's like green arresting certain costs, freezing certain costs, purple doing trashing and other shenanigans like that. Blue bottom decking, I mean, is really relevant, right? We talked about that a lot today, by boosting the cost of the characters and also trying to upgrade itself into a 6,000 base lead. Now, notably, the way this card works is that there's no activation trigger. We talked about this at the beginning of the video with Red Green Oden. So Red Green Oden, to go back to that, when it declares an attack, it checks to see if you have 5 cost Wano or higher. If you do, it gains 1,000 for the turn cycles. For this one, when one Dawn is on it, it starts passively giving everything 1 cost. And then with that 1 cost in mind, it takes a check of the board at all times while there's 1 Dawn on it to see if you have an 8 or more. So what that means is that, let's say I have an 8 cost character on the board now, whether it's from the leader ability or not, it doesn't matter. If that 8 cost character leaves the board or falls under 8 costs, let's say I just throw an Ice Age at it, right? The leader will immediately become a 5k power again and leave it 6k base. So this leader is valuable, and there's a lot of ways to interact with it that doesn't mean interacting with it directly. Like, they might wall up and be like, okay, I have a 6k leader, I can last this, and they have to interact with my board. It's like, well, I'll just pay 1 Dawn and Ice Age this thing, and now you don't have a 6k leader, and I'm just gonna throw all my Dawn on my dudes and swing in. And like, out of nowhere, you just lost that game. Because they went from having to throw 1 Dawn on every character to attack to throwing 1 Dawn on every character to attack requires a 2k counter or 2 cards now, which is like, huge tempo swing. We're talking about multiple swings. With pairing with Black's typical removal and just crazy powerhouse level cards, this leader has quickly like risen through the ranks as a meta choice. We've talked about it a lot in regards to other decks. The biggest flaw, and it's not even a flaw, it's just like a choice of attack, is that this deck focuses on singular removal with the exception when Brook's on the field, and other decks look to do multi-removal with Black combination play because their leader helps with reduction, and then you're playing into just playing multiple bodies for the on plays, or playing into Lucci, which doesn't fare too well with the way this deck is stylized right now. So with the recent pickup, I think, especially after the European Nationals finals that happened and the finish of that whole team, we're gonna see a lot more enter at the start of the format, whether it's actually good or not. That's like step 1. Especially with Jack and Kaido's entering, they just play super well and slot super well. I'm gonna side this leader top cutting for now, just because the black pool is that good. And it is working to out other black decks while being the black deck. the more the format slows down, the less the multiplay killing really matters. So like it does give up probably like the Zoro matchup is probably worse than Lucci has it, for example. But the other common matchups in the format that play bigger might be better because it's playing better on the single team removal while playing better value bodies throughout the game and valuing with the leader. So that's kind of how I see it. I think this one could drastically shift though up or down when we check in.
For sure. And the first of our promo leaders, we have Red Uta. Red Uta is a 5-life red leader that reads, activate main once per turn, pay 1 Don, up to one of your characters with no base effect gains plus 2,000 power during this turn.
Sheesh, tell me how good that is.
It's not.
Oh, okay, well, that's why it took time to itch my side because I knew I didn't have to pay attention.
Yeah, it's not good, and the reasons for this are simple. We are incentivized to play vanillas in our deck. We're incentivized to play vanillas in our deck, and vanillas need time to then attack. They can't attack on the turn that they're played. They become.
Oh, but they generate value, right, when you play them?
No, they don't, because they have no effects on play.
Right.
Because they're vanilla. So.
Well, okay. Well, if I took the time to play a bunch of vanillas, I could boost multiple vanillas in a turn, right?
No, you can only boost 1.
Oh.
For the price of 1 Don.
Well, can I pay 1 multiple times and boost multiple of them?
No, you can't do that.
Oh.
This is unplayable, you guys.
Yeah, I mean, the Sanji one at least lets you sequence vanillas into your other good cards to generate value, and you're not all in on them, but yeah, this is
kind of, it's bogus, dude.
I love the art, though.
It's
the art's
cool
great,
art. I mean, it's cool art. I mean, it was one of the cool promo things that we got.
Totally.
I still don't know how we were able to get those cards.
It seemed impossible for when it came out, for sure.
And then Gordon's became $23.
And then it became $38.
And then it became $38.
And of course, our other promo leader we can't forget is the blue East Blue Monkey D. Luffy, a 5-life blue leader with Dawn 1 when attacking. If you have 3 cards or less in hand, draw 1 card. Not the most powerful. I think this suffers from a lot of the issues we talked about tonight, which is this leader is just so generic in its ability. And while generic abilities can be good, it's a generic fair ability that you're not getting any archetypal support for playing this East Blue Straw Hat leader. Straw Hat's also lacking in the blue department. We have the whole East Blue set, but they're not really designed as a cohesive Straw Hat deck. They're just kind of cool blue tech cards you have available to you in a lot of ways. And drawing cards when you're at 3 is very powerful. I mean, it's one of the reasons that the new King leader we're about to talk about is very, very good. But in a blue deck, we're trying to constantly be on top of our opponent's resources. That's kind of how the decks want to function. Yeah. They want to have extra cards at hand for extra counter power, to 2-for-1, to play 1-for-1 removal that's event-based, right? Yep. And so I just don't see how, if we're giving up on Croc with built-in removal to up tempo out between turns when we could be playing draw cards like Sanji's Pilaf, that doing it on the leader with attack while committing a Dawn and also having to be dangerously low is somehow good. I mean, realistically, we're not utilizing this thing properly until like turn 5. So, and then we're fighting over our 9 and 10 drops. So, I don't think it's unplayable though. I think it's meh, right? I think there's some like cooking to be done, some fun to be had. Yeah. But
and there's always the possibility of good Straw Hat blue cards coming out.
Right. So. If your leader of Straw Hat blue cards come out at some point, then we start reevaluating this in a whole new way. Yeah. Which makes the leader good. But for right now, you know, Yeah. All right. It's been a long recording process.
Final countdown.
It's the time y'all been waiting for. The OP08 leaders. Luke, kick us off, please.
We're starting with Kalgara!
Yes.
Kalgara is a 5-life yellow leader that reads Dawn ×1 when attacking. Play up to 1 Shandian warrior type character card from your hand with a cost equal to or less than the number of Dawn cards on your field. If you do, add 1 card from the top of your life cards to your hand.
Sheesh.
Sheesh, dude. Yeah, so the strat is multi-playing things in a very different way, actually.
Yeah, totally.
You're playing cards like you're gonna, I mean, one multiplay character that is actually like traditional multiplay is Unholy.
Sure.
But outside of that, what you're trying to do is you're trying to propagate your board by swinging first and then pulling something out from your hand and then using your remaining Dawn to then propagate more bodies, right? Or use that Dawn, like piece out that Dawn to do more aggressive swings. But ideally, you're wanting to build up a bigger body than your opponent can keep up with. But you're doing so at the expense of your life. So where a lot of other yellow leaders are very, very sturdy, Calgara is a little bit on the flimsy side in terms of its ability to heal, because its one healing card that it runs currently is Mont Blanc Nolan, and that is a not searchable card.
And not free playable.
And not free playable, yes. So, but the idea is that you would attach one, swing, play Calgara for free, and then play Mont Blanc Nolan with the remaining done to then heal for that Calgara that you just played.
And produce 2 large bodies.
Exactly. And the other cool thing about this deck is that the large bodies that it's playing have a large cost value as well, meaning that black will have a harder, not hard time, but a harder time removing those characters. So I think this deck is actually a very good deck, determining again where our meta and our play styles are going to be landing, because this deck was the deck that was supposed to be the RP law killer in Japan.
Yes.
Because of its ability to propagate on board and have its like attack power cost be awkward enough for it to not be immediately bottom decked or easy to deal with.
And to reiterate, like based on the leader ability working, it plays by the purple Luffy rules, right? So we're not just losing life. We are getting value. We're getting to look through our life for more card selection for things to play, and we're getting counter power to defend that board or defend the remaining life.
While having access to a lot of really, really good Shindian cards or like Sky Island cards because of Upper Yard, you're constantly searching, you're constantly pulling cards out, you're constantly pulling the pieces that you need, or accidentally whiffing them if you're like whiffing for Nolan's, you know?
Yeah.
So I think a good Calgara player knows how to play without the Nolan, but the better Calgara player will have seen the Nolan. And with 8.5 coming out, I think that the new 6 cost Big Mom is actually a auto include in this deck.
Yeah, that thing's scary.
Yeah.
We keep mentioning it. That's how scary this card is,
Yeah.
and we're not really going to talk about it until we get to those decks being released. But yeah,
keep an eye out for that card. So right now it runs the 7 cost Mom, which is fine because more often than not your opponent is going to just take the life. So instead of giving you it, it really depends on your early pressure. If you pressured them enough that them taking that life is now a huge choice, and they give you that life, then you only become more ahead. So
yeah.
Where
are we putting it?
I think this deck is Rogue.
Whoa, really? I mean, I understand like removing wall obviously and that being a big object to prey upon definitely lowers it from where its starting point from design was supposed to be.
Yes.
But you think it's that low?
I think it's that low just because I think
Zero just that good?
I don't think Zero is that
in terms of like it's filling the role that it's supposed to do against the rest of the field better.
I think maybe that's true. I think maybe that's true actually. I stopped mid-sentence because
because it's not just fair that black gets to remove everything. They also get to make a bunch of bodies while doing it, which means you being low on life is actually a real risk against it.
Yes, exactly. And I mean, if there's anything to take away from this video, it's that removal is king and Zero is a threat.
It's that black is the yellow of Digimon, but for One Piece.
Yeah. So
did I get that right? I'm not a Digimon player. I just heard him complain about it.
I think there's other things that complain about
Digimon players,
Digimon now.
let me know how to digivolve into the correct phrasing and opinion.
Yeah, and if you come at us in the comments, we're gonna armor purge and get out of it. So don't worry about it.
Next up, we have Marco, the new red-blue 4-life leader with Dawn 1 Activate Main ability that allows you to draw a card and then place any card from your hand on the top or bottom of your deck. After which you'll give a character your opponent controls minus 2,000 power for the turn. All right, I want to be very specific on this, so we'll just read right from here. Okay. Marco has unparalleled card selection, allowing you to sculpt your hand and dig for every 1-of or 2-of tech piece in your deck, just like OG Sakazuki before he got the nerf. Rest in peace, King. And with that, you're incentivized to do more creative deck building. You're incentivized to understand the format, understand pros and cons and holes you can fill, and play more greedy mulligans or more greedy searches throughout to try to leverage those cards and leverage your understanding of the greater matchups of the format. At the same time, you're reducing cards on board by their power, making it easy to lean into power-based removal and killing through combat. On top of all that, Marco can go over the top with powerful top deck checking cards like OP08's 5-drop ace that gets a free play a Wipe Your card, and OP06's Sanji that can play a 9 cost or less, all of which you set up with your Dawn on the leader Sanji's 9, you're on 10, you put one on leader, put one on top, bam, you play 2 9s for 9, and the second one probably has an on-play ability. You just play a rush ace, reduce 2 things, swing that turn, have the 9 Sanji sitting in the wings. Extremely powerful. However, my issue right now is that the comboing's not enough. The 5 ace isn't enough, the 9 Sanji isn't enough. The turn between the 5 ace when you're on 7 and 9, because you're not, if you have a lot of good things, you can just run the 9 Sanji and just say whatever, anything's fine here. Generally, you want to try to combo with it. We really need some support that's about to come out in the starter deck for Edward Newgate to really bridge this, because a lot of the good power reduction cards that like KO and stuff like that are event based. We want to be on the character side to be able to lean into these multiplay and character based combo shenanigans as much as possible, and we don't have those yet. Additionally, we are missing an extremely good cheat target that we get with that deck as well. So we're doing middling things before the 5 ace turn, and we're doing middling things between that and the Sanji turn typically, especially when we're just otherwise propagating one thing on board at a turn, and black is black. So right now, I'm going to put this in the rogue category. I think it definitely plays like a top cutting deck. However, I think it will, even with the great card selection, because again, we're just kind of having gaps in the play forms between turns, and on turns that matter for the opposing decks more so. It's not even that we're taking off turns of being like hard on the gas and doing crazy things. It's that it's matching into when we're not doing stuff is the turn, like we're not doing anything super powerful on 7 Dawn, our opponent goes 8 Dawn Moria, right? Like that's like, that's like not the turn you want to be taking off the gas.
Right.
So that's why it's there. It's going to play and feel a lot higher power level in the matchups you take it in, and I'm very excited to reevaluate this when we get to 8.5.
Up next we have Carrot. Carrot is a 5-life green leader that has activate main once per turn. If you have a Minx type character, rest up to one of your opponent's characters with a cost of 5 or less. Why'd you give me this one?
The heart wants what the heart wants, and who am I to deny you what your heart wants? But a furry gal. Sorry, April.
I feel like your heart wants me to be a furry. So anyway.
Watch the deck guide, guys. The deck guide doesn't lie, all right? You've seen him in the outfit.
So Carrot is a really fun green leader in that you get to use Minx as a battery. It has a built-in engine, so it goes, actually. And a lot of your Minx cards are going to fit the criteria of being 5 cost or less, and being able to activate your leader ability off of that alone pretty early makes it very strong. I think it's a very good mid-range early game deck, but outside of that early and like initial early game, and again, One Piece's like mid to early game lasts about 3 turns.
Right.
So it's a very, very fast game, which is oftentimes why people play for the end game, right? A lot of Carrot's threat ranges are 7 cost and under.
Right.
Which is really, really hard to deal with much later.
Yeah.
So that is one of the things gatekeeping this deck from success, I think. I think that one of the best cards in this deck is Carrot herself.
Of course. Not even close.
Yeah, and I think the ability to play Hody Jones and then play Electrical Luna right after it to lock down a board is fantastic and really, really funny. But does it get it out of where I'm about to place it? I don't think so.
Yeah, I think real quick before we get to that point, to reinforce it, the top end stuff is stuff that every other green leader is doing.
Yeah.
And Bonnie already does it better at being a leader that extends well in the early game to the late game and continues. And I think it also suffers similarly to, it has the opposite problem of Red Purple Uta, or similar but also inverse. Red Purple Uta has a leader ability that restricts you to a very thin card pool, and then also doesn't pay off the card pool well for the cost of the ability and the limited card pool there is. This one, the ability is powerful, the cost is very well priced, free, you just have to have a condition.
Yep.
But the card pool is so limited that you can't really build it properly. And then, like I said, you're just moving the stuff that other green decks are leveraging. And if those are actually what's getting you over the finish line, why not play the decks that better play them consistently?
Exactly. So, yeah, I think that this deck stays on locals.
Totally. But I've seen, like, even in our local area, like, a lot of people finding success with it at locals, doing well with 3-1s, almost 4-0ing.
Yeah.
And so I think it's something to be looked at. And obviously, like, this card just straight up gets better as long as they print more green minxes.
Yes.
Which not many characters would do, but plenty of, hopefully, future One Piece sets to have the opportunity to get.
Yeah.
So, awesome. Moving on, we have my boy, Red Green Chopper. A 4-life leader would activate maybe once per turn to attach 1 Rested Dawn up to 3 different Drum Kingdom or animal type characters you control. Like I said earlier, referencing Red Luffy, this is just 3 Red Luffys. Press 1, just it only goes to characters, and it's for animal and Drum Kingdom types. With this ability, Chopper is looking to build a wide, aggressive board with cheap bodies whose subtypes leverage the animal and Drum Kingdom, and also using leader's ability gets to leverage their Dawn X1 abilities very easily, while they smash face strong, cheap, and fast with a mostly red power base of character suite. Is this reminding you of any leaders?
Nah, I don't think. But there would be a really cool leader if they could do that. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know what other.
Maybe with 1 extra life.
Yeah, that'd be cool, man. That'd be awesome. Maybe something that buffs the entire board by 1,000.
Yeah, instead of just 3 things.
You know,
right?
that's kind of cool.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be arrested.
I think that we just made a really OP leader.
So the Chopper deck is just the Zoro Zoo deck. Playing differently though, I can kill people faster with this deck.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Actually, the way this deck operates and like leverages the Dawn activated abilities, I've been able to kill opponents faster than killing with the Zoro deck. However, then when I fail to do it in that faster time frame, I usually just end up losing the match otherwise. Whereas the Zoro deck has more framing in it. We've talked about Zoro enough in this format, so I can make this really short and simple. It's the Zoro deck, a little more restrictive, very powerful, and very fun to play at the local level, and very cheap comparatively to the Zoro deck to build. So if you like Chopper and you want to play it, you should absolutely do it at your local game store. Totally win the event, 4-0, skunk them all. If you want to take it at a higher level because you really enjoy playing that deck, optimize it for Zoro, get the Zoro leader, get the few missing pieces, and you can actually do well and potentially win a regional with that core deck that you enjoyed. But otherwise, if you want to see an exact step-by-step how to play this deck, I think this deck is very important that you know every single thing you're doing and don't stray too far from it. Please check out our specific deck guide for that because we did it very differently where I just literally broke down every single specific card you should play. No toolbox stuff for the most part, and exactly turn by turn what you're looking to do optimally. That's all there for you on the channel. But yep, stays at locals, and just having my boys got something going on, you know?
Yeah. It's a really cute altar.
Doctor, Tony Chopper.
Second to last, we have Pudding. Pudding is a 4-life yellow-purple leader that reads, when attacking, you may turn 2 cards from the top of your life cards face up. Add up to 1 Dawn card from your Dawn deck and rest it.
Now, notably, for clarity, because I think it's one of the things where it's not unreasonable to think this, but you have to actually turn 2 face-down cards face up the effect, right? So if you already have any number of face-up cards in your top 2 life cards, turning just 1 or turning none of them face up does not net you any value.
Yep, correct. And that is incredibly important to note because this deck, that adds to this deck's complexity, right?
Yes.
That adds to this deck's pilot difference, essentially. So you're, and it also adds to the opponent's decision making. If you have 2 life cards flipped up, they're gonna probably not attack into it, knowing that if they attack into it, you're probably gonna take that. You're probably, if you don't play Viola, you're just gonna take that card and then play your Katakuri and flip that life back down, so then they could ramp
and
one
ramp
off
another
that.
one.
Yeah, and then ramp again. So
oh, it's so good.
It's really good, but like a good player will know how to play around that. That being said, this deck's main overall strategy is, again, we're going for the late game. We're going to ramp as fast as we can, which is usually a turn or 2 before your opponent, depending on which turn you end up taking, and then just playing hard and oppressive bodies against your opponent. You have access to 9 cost mom, you have access to 10 cost mom, you have access to 7 cost mom, you have access to a lot of these things, but your early game is going to be focused on ramping and flipping your life.
Yeah.
So it has the Kyross, symptom, Kyross. It has the Kyross symptom of needing to rely on certain life flipping cards, which you only have access to 2 of, I believe. You only really run 2 of.
You also have access, though, real quick, to the life you get from healing.
Yes.
And just
Charlotte
shedding
Fontaine.
face-up life as your opponent deals damage over the course of the game.
Yeah, you have access to all these other life fixers, so you could like rearrange the life. You could rearrange life with Makino or Ivankov. Is it Makino?
I don't want to talk about that. That seems bad.
You could rearrange it and then you just move that face-up life
Edward
card all
Newgate's
way
the
to
only
bottom.
good one.
That's the one. Yeah. If you move Edward Newgate and you move that face-up life card from the top all the way to the bottom, so you have 2 face-up life cards over here. But then you reveal your whole entire life.
So I may be an outsider. You're definitely more of the cook when it comes to yellow decks and with this pudding so far. This pudding to me feels like very similar to Green Uno, where it feels like it actually has a very high floor and it's a lower ceiling than other decks. Like it's consistently going to be able to ramp to these high things, and then just like understanding how to navigate specific haymakers is what's really going to set the difference apart.
Yep.
And it'll like throttle it, in terms of how well it does overall because you're very priced in. But the consistency in a 9-round event sounds really powerful if I'm getting this right from what I know.
Yes, I think that the consistency is correct, or like very strong. But what I am worried about for this deck is, again, singleton removal. Playing a large body, waiting for the next turn to see if that large body actually resolves, stays on board.
So my boy Ace comes in, doesn't gotta wait.
Yeah, it doesn't gotta wait. A lot of really powerful rush yellow cards will probably be good in this deck as well. I think I've seen people splice in the starter Katakuri rusher into it, which makes it cool because it takes a life, so that's kind of cool.
Okay.
And yeah, it's really, really cool.
I like that.
I think it is a very fun deck. Is it worthy of Rogue? I don't know. I think that if anything is worthy of Rogue, it might be Katakuri.
Oh, we're gonna fight now, I think. I think this deck is at least Rogue, if not top cutting.
Interesting.
So here's my argument for it real quick, right?
Yeah.
Super aggro decks like Zoro, obviously a problem. We'll just not even talk about that.
Okay.
It's doing the ramp thing faster with a better resource system. Like it starts at 4 life, but it's going to gain life over the course of the game. So it's technically more of a 5 life leader. And it's going to do the big things bigger and faster than the other decks, where they had to then choose whether I need to interact with this or actually play my big threats for my slowdown game. I think Bonnie gets absolutely ravaged by this deck because it can't hide behind resting attackers because it's going to get life trash turn over turn by these big moms coming down, or you're going to give them so much life that they're going to get to throw so many more big things to the board that it does not matter. Or that like you can play a 9-cost Zoro, but I just gained so much life because you just let me heal off my 7 moms that it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
I don't think that this is like a fail-safe plan. I think, again, it struggles from the Uda thing for me. This is an outside perspective playing against this deck online. That it hits a ceiling where it's like, you're just doing the same thing over and over again to a varying degree. And if I can build a tempo out of this to like get ahead because I know what you're priced into, I'll end up winning. But those things are so powerful, much like OG set 3 Katakuri, where you just have the limited card pool, that I think it's a contender just because it's outpacing the bigger go big decks in this slower format.
Yeah.
So that's my pitch. You are the arbiter of where this goes at the end of the day, but that's my perspective outside playing against it. Obviously, you have more playing with it. So,
yeah, I think single removal is just very strong, but I do think that the argument that you had of like us being able to play those things a turn earlier is equally strong. I'm willing to concede that it is at the bottom of Rogue.
That's fair.
Yeah.
That is fair.
Yeah, I think the bottom.
I think I'm higher on than that, but as long as it's in Rogue, I think that's a justified place to put it.
Yeah, I think bottom of Rogue. I think conservatively because it just feels easy to deal with. I think like I do like the combo of 9-cost Mom being able to whack things into opponent life while creating board pressure, and then us playing 10-cost Mom after it, or anything to remove that out of their life. Basically, Raigoing it for the cost of 2 large bodies.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
When 6 Mom comes out.
Oh, when 6 Mom comes. No.
Okay, we don't even talk about that. And our final deck for ranking every single leader in the One Piece trading card game for set 8. Purple, Black, King, A4 life leader would activate main Dawn -2. My favorite other words on a leader, specifically 9-card games. Choose between giving a character -2 costs to the turn, or drawing a card if your hand size is 5 or less. So King is inheriting a bounty of tools
Yes.
from its Animal Kingdom predecessors who have fallen by the wayside. to build slowly over time this storage of weapons and an arsenal of uniquely powerful things that no one has been able to touch for years. It's like when in Dune 2, when he finds the shelter, only he could leverage them. You know?
Only King.
Yeah, so only King here. Just to go over some Onigashima. Board wipe Kaido. I know Issho would be like the best generic ramp in the game for like value you get over the turn for how much it costs. Blocker Queen, just to name a couple up top here, right? You couple this with OP08's really powerful suite of the new stuff. You're cooking with Black Maria and now entering black. So 7-drop Jack, 9-drop Kaido, 9-drop Linlin. Great. Black suite is in here. So I don't think you actually play Rebecca, but I'm gonna name it anyway. It's about Rebecca. 8 cost Moria.
Yep.
You have the new King and the Albert combos. You can combo within Moria to get like more value off how much cost of character you're playing with Moria. You can use it also to change up tempo. You have the 3-cost pudding to help with recursioning. I don't think I even said Rush Kaido, which is still great in here. I mean,
yeah.
So my big thing, and I think this is where like a lot of people want to know the opinion on King, is because I think King was heavily held down by RP law.
Yeah. And
now not only is he not held down, but we're skewing to a tempo of format where for his speed, he is good dealing with both ends. Zoro is a little rough because they go a little wide, but they can overextend enough with not enough backup specific cards in hand where you can win when you're just drawing an extra card every turn with the King. And then the other go big decks, it has all the same interaction pieces, with large bodies, and is going to like pudding do it faster. So I think this is the biggest question mark people want to know for OP08. Where is King? I'm just gonna read exactly what I wrote here to kind of like tail end this one, right?
Yeah.
King is one of the biggest unknown elements on this format with RP Law gone. Sure, he can be a soft 4-life leader, but with ramp like Onigashima and Mr. 2, he can quickly impose a presence on the board while outclassing black removal. Plus trashing effects of 9-drop Kaido and placing in life effective 9-drop Linlin gives it the perfect outs to cards with KO protection and matching up well into the black-yellow Luffy matchup, while continuing to be its own big threat in the format. And this is against one of the decks we've spotted as being a Kingmaker top-end crown of the format in Black Yellow Luffy. While it could be easily top-cutting, I am concerned about the power of Zoro, Kalgura, and Blue Doffy in the format, with their boards populating way too quick to keep in check, along with Gecko Moria allowing opposing black decks to go too wide for targeted removal single by single, with the exception, obviously, once you resolve a Jack, you have that added on the board as well. So, at the end of the day, where do I put this? It's not anywhere on the paper. Because I decided to sit and listen to our arguments the whole video to decide where I want to put this leader. And I am going to look really stupid if I let myself get ahead of what's actually going to happen. And I think it's going to have to be in Rogue.
Okay.
I think at the end of the day, people are still going to play Kalgura to a decent number, and that's a problem.
Yeah.
I think Doffy is a huge problem for the deck because of its population and interaction. Red Rock just absolutely nuking the Jack, which means at that point you're not multi-interacting, with the exception of Rush Kaido to kill plus attack or board wipe Kaido, and they were cheating stuff on top of their deck, so they're a little more ahead than the average deck at that point when you board wipe. But if King ends up winning a regional, or if King starts taking like 1 to 4 or 5 top cut slots in every other couple of regionals, I would not be surprised. I think there's a lot of flexibility from the deck building to the gameplay of this leader, and I think it is extremely powerful. And I know we keep saying this over and over again, but I think this is a deck that can fit into formats to perform well, and will perform lesser well depending on what public opinion ends up becoming, and where the power level of the triangles that are being built of A beats B, B beats C, C beats A ends up falling. I don't think this is ever going to be stays at locals though. I think this deck has the power level and card selection of any deck out there that has won a regionals or will win a regionals in terms of the core pieces and how well designed the power level, access, and flexibility of this leader is. I think there's just a few too many unknown elements and a few too many unchecked, overpowered things happening in this game that are getting just a smidge in the way of what would otherwise be a very, very great leader selection.
I think that was very concise.
I think it was really long, but I had everything I needed to say. That's it.
That's
we have
it.
gone over and ranked every single leader in the One Piece trading card game for OP08, and we have called our shots. We'll be back in a few weeks once tournament data is in to let you all know where things are sussing out and how we think things are going to be wrapping up for the rest of the 08 format until we get the starter deck and premium set for 8.5. Until then, thank you so much for joining us for what's been hours and hours of our life. We will see you on the next video, and please don't be too rude in the comments. At the end of the day, we're having fun and we're giving you our opinions, and opinions are like butts. Everyone's got one, and some are nicer than others, but you just gotta respect it.
Mine's the nicest though.
7 out of 10.
Bye.